Chapter 001. It hurts. Tired. So sour. Damn the system, isn't it just a crossing? What a hard job. As soon as he regained consciousness, Lin Feng felt that his body was about to disperse. There are only 3 sensations of soreness and tiredness in the whole body. Am I going to die again? No, I just crossed over. Isn't there still a system? Where did it go? Lin Feng began to observe his surroundings. It is a spherical room with various equipment for practicing exercises, a large column in the middle, and a computer-like machine. Ah! It hurts, what's going on? Suddenly, a sharp pain hit the brain. Lin Feng quickly hugged his head and groaned. It took a long time before Lin Feng came back to his senses. I became the Monkey King? What are you kidding? This is the world of Dragon Ball. There are so many strong people as clouds, and the Dragon Ball world that destroys a planet at every turn? Didn't you say that it would allow me to travel to a rich second-generation family? Damn the system, you lied. Hurry up and send me back, I'm going back to the original world. Memories spring up from the back of my mind. Lin Feng finally his current identity. I couldn't help but curse. Ding! Due to some irresistible factors in the system, the host must work hard to cultivate if it wants to survive in this world. Now release the first mission, cultivate until the combat power reaches more than 180,000 in 3 days. Success, reward martial arts cheats. If you fail, you will be killed by Team Kinnett. What? Only 3 days? You're kidding. Am I not the genius of the 10,000 in your pick? I depend, you won't give me some drugs to increase my combat effectiveness. Lin Feng was upset. He only had 3 days. There are only 3 days before landing on the planet Namek, and the host must increase its combat effectiveness before this. The system did not answer Lin Feng's question, but repeatedly reminded him. Hey, if you want me to cultivate to more than 180,000, you must also give me the method. Besides, I don't have any cultivation exercises now. Lin Feng was not satisfied. Time is so rushed. He had just crossed over. Where is the experience of cultivation? Ding! In order for the host to be able to complete the task, reward a martial arts cheat book. However, only the first 3 layers need to complete certain tasks to obtain subsequent exercises. As the sound of the system falls, 5 martial arts cheats appeared in Lin Feng's mind. They are Yi Jian Jing, 9 Yang Shen Gong, 9 Yin True Sutra, Innate Gong and Dragon and Elephant Ruo Gong. Grip Grass, this is the Dragon Ball world, you give me Jin Yang's martial arts heart method. System, are you playing me? Lin Feng felt that his future was dark. But the system ignored his protests. Not a single response. There was no way, Lin Feng had to stare at a few martial arts cheats and analyze them carefully. Although these martial arts cheats are only in the first 3 layers, they are all absolute martial arts cheats. The Yi Tendon Sutra is too difficult to practice, and it takes a long time, forget it, pass. The 9 Yin True Scripture is similar, it all requires a long time of cultivation, and it has little effect on me at present, too. Innate Gong. It seems to be the best, but it still takes a long time to cultivate, and the requirements are too high. Most importantly, it also requires a pure Yang body. Sun Wukong even has children. And this one has passed. Dragon Elephant like a skill, this will take longer, although the strength is great, but I only have 3 days now. Pass. Choose and choose, only the Zhuyang divine skill is most suitable for the current needs of Lin Feng. From the legend of relying on the sky and slaying the dragon, it can be seen that Zhang Wuji has practiced the Zhuyang divine skill to a great success in just a few years. Moreover, Zhuyang Shengong, the first in majesty, also has its own body protection function, and the resilience is also super good. However, the biggest disadvantage is the lack of corresponding vigorous skills. No matter, the system only requires a combat power of more than 180,000, and there is no stipulation that it must be fully able to exert itself. Just suitable for this Zhuyang Shen Gong. Soon Lin Feng decided to ask for 9 Yang Divine Skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 Yang Divine Skill. Please increase your combat power from 20,000 to 180,000 within 72 hours, otherwise you will most likely be killed if you encounter a plot character. The system reminded Lin Feng again and let him know that it was dangerous here. After a white light, Lin Feng had more exercises in the first 3 layers of the 9 Yang Divine Gong in his mind, and he almost mastered it in an instant without learning. I still don't believe it, with such a high-level cultivation cheat, it can't catch up with the original Sun Wukong's cultivation speed. I've seen Super SAIYAN episodes. Lin Feng instantly decided that he must surpass the Monkey King in the original work, and now he has to adapt to the identity of the Monkey King, and from this moment on, Lin Feng decided. Chapter 002. In the future, I will be the Monkey King. Goodbye Lin Feng. Sun Wukong did not immediately start cultivating, but recalled the original Sun Wukong's memories bit by bit in his mind. Including the Realm King Fist, Turtle Sect Qigong, Yuan Qi Bomb, of course, there are also indispensable dance void techniques and some previous cultivation methods. After a few hours, Sun Wukong finally fused all the original memories together. But he had to complain that the cultivation methods of this world were too general, and in Sun Wukong's memory, although the cultivation of energy in this world had reached a very high level. However, there is no systematic cultivation of qi, and most of them can only be cultivated by meditation or external methods. This is also the most common cultivation method in the original work, and Vegeta's gravity cultivation is purely physical cultivation, that is, external strength. Bixue, on the other hand, is more clever, and he can improve his combat effectiveness by meditating. But he didn't have a set of advanced cultivation exercises, so the improved combat effectiveness came less and less, and in the end, he couldn't catch up with the progress of Vegeta and Sun Wukong. But now it's different. Sun Wukong has 9 Yang Divine Skill, which is the best secret to improve internal strength, that is, the qi in the body. So he didn't take the remaining 5 fairy beans, which were used to save his life and was also his last hope. Moreover, he learned the 9 Yang Divine Skill, and in the future, he will be much faster than others in terms of qi majesty and recovery. Monkey King opened a personal page in his mind that the system was equipped with. Host, Monkey King. Combat Effectiveness, 20,000. Defense, 18,000. Martial Arts, with the highest self-conscious skill, 10. Genki Bomb, 9. King of the Realm, 7. Turtle Pai Qigong, 7. Dance Technique, 3. After Image Fist, 5. Sun Fist, 2. Zhuyang Shen Gong, first 3 layers 7. It's only 20,000 combat strength, I want to cultivate to more than 180,000, this difficulty is not ordinarily high. Forget it, fight it. I can't do it if I don't believe it. As an orphan in his previous life, Sun Wukong's character is not to admit defeat, and the tribulation has made him develop a resolute character. Forget it, don't eat fairy beans. If you eat 1 grain of this thing, you will have 1 less grain. Moreover, I don't necessarily have to use the method of external strength to cultivate. Zhuyang Divine Gong is an expert in restoring qi. Sun Wukong meditated cross-kneeled and began to use the Zhuyang Divine Skill to sense the qi in his body. It should be said that the Zhuyang Divine Skill is more miraculous, and in less than a moment, he felt the powerful qi in his body. Then he began to try to control this qi and operate according to the meridian diagram of the Zhuyang Divine Skill in his mind. The process was still very smooth, and soon Sun Wukong had luck for 5 weeks until he felt that the qi in his body had doubled. Well, it's been 10 hours. Now that the qi in the body is twice as high as before, the combat effectiveness should also be improved. Monkey King entered meditation, and the page in his mind quickly appeared. Combat effectiveness, 50,000. Defense, 48,000. This result made Sun Wukong very satisfied, his qi restored, and his combat effectiveness improved. Moreover, the Zhuyang divine skill was originally a defensive martial art, and indirectly improved its own defensive power, which was really the most suitable technique for him at present. Walking out of the practice room, Sun Wukong made something to eat, and he was reluctant to eat fairy beans. Returning to the practice room again, this time Sun Wukong decided to continue cultivating using the original body forging method. Because he is now the body of a SAIYAN, and every time a SAIYAN recovers after all his qi is consumed, his combat effectiveness will increase by a large amount. Although injury is the fastest way to improve, if you hurt yourself, the effect is not great. Moreover, Sun Wukong does not have this tendency to masochism, and this method has many drawbacks. The early stage improvement is fast, but it takes a lot of time to stabilize in the later stage, otherwise Vegeta would not have taken so long to break through the Super Saiyan. So Sun Wukong thought about it and decided that he should move forward steadily and not let himself leave any hidden dangers. He believed that everything always has a cause and effect, and that the success in the early stage represents the difficulty in the later stage. He possessed the 9 Yang divine skill, and improving his combat effectiveness was no slower than using injuries. But now Sun Wukong stands in front of a red button and hesitates, now set 100 times gravity, he doesn't know if he can carry it. In memory, the original Monkey King only lasted a few seconds under 100 times gravity and had to eat fairy beans. But in the end, when he was about to eat the fairy beans, he was crossed by this system with his soul, directly shattering the original Monkey King's soul, which allowed him to successfully fuse the memory of the Monkey King. It turns out that Sun Wukong, who has only 20,000 combat strength, dares to do this, and I have doubled my combat power now, is it not as good as him? Sun Wukong quickly made up his mind and directly pressed the red button. Chapter 003. Boom! When Sun Wukong pressed the red button, he felt that his whole person was squeezed by an extremely powerful pressure. There was a huge pressure in all directions all the time to squeeze his body, and even every cell of his body was squeezed up. Whew, this pressure is really strong. No wonder the original Monkey King couldn't stand it. At this time, Sun Wukong even felt that his breathing was difficult, and the bones in his body could even hear the creaking sound, which was the result of great pressure. This 100 times gravity is not just carrying 100 tons of weight, gravity acts on the whole body of the person, and even in every cell. Therefore, Sun Wukong was gritting his teeth at this time and insisting. Suddenly he remembered the trick of the Zhuyang divine skill. He is strong by him, and the breeze caresses the mountains. He crossed by him, and the bright moon shone on the river. He hated himself, and I was really angry with myself. He learned to do what Zhang Wuji did in the legend of relying on the sky and slaying the dragon, and always protected his body, and even every cell in his body. Soon 10 minutes passed, and Sun Wukong was already able to move his hands and feet. Half an hour passed, and Sun Wukong finally fully adapted to 100 times the gravity, and at this moment he can move under the current gravity. He began to swing the punches in his memory, and every time he was using all his strength, he wanted to consume the qi in his body as quickly as possible. After several hours of all-out fist and foot practice, Sun Wukong quickly recovered his original level of technical combat. After all, there are still many original memories. So in just a few hours, he recovered his original level of technical combat, and the rest could only rely on his own practice and his own understanding. After running the Zhuyang divine skill again to restore all the qi, Sun Wukong's combat power at this time had reached 100,000, and his defense power had also increased, reaching 90,000. This level finally gave him a lot of self-preservation ability, and he remembered that the highest combat power in the Kinnet team was only 120,000. But now it's just 29 hours later, and he still has 43 hours left, enough time for him to increase his combat power to 180,000. But now he doesn't care about anything, he only feels that he is sleepy to death, and he has been cultivating since he woke up. Although the Zhiyang divine skill can eliminate fatigue, mental fatigue is not so easy to recover. He also had to sleep to buffer this fatigue. After a sleep, Sun Wukong finally came back to life with full blood, looking at the time on the spaceship, which is now 36 hours away from the planet Namek. He knew he was pressed for time because he knew Team Keynote was just an appetizer. Now on the planet Namek, there are stronger opponents, and the first big boss of Dragon Ball, Frieza, is on the planet Namek. The battle between them must be inevitable, but now he is not the original Monkey King, and he can't directly break through the Super Saiyan because Klin was killed. So he had to work harder. He wanted to raise his combat power to the limit of the Super Saiyan, so that he could naturally break through the Super Saiyan. He believes that the system will definitely release tasks related to Frieza, so he must prepare in advance. In the last 36 hours, Sun Wukong barely missed a minute. It's not running the 9 Yang divine skill. It's just practicing your fists and feet at full strength. Use the method of meditating luck and forging your body to improve your combat effectiveness. The effect is also amazing. He was in those 36 hours. Unexpectedly, it directly increased the combat effectiveness to a staggering 3 million. The defense power also reached 2.8 million. It was really beyond Sun Wukong's original expectations. At this time, in Sun Wukong's mind, the mechanical voice of the system sounded again, "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the first task, and the combat effectiveness exceeds 180,000. Now reward the first 3 layers of the martial arts cheats King Kong Not Bad divine skill." A golden light flashed in Sun Wukong's mind, and soon the first 3 layers of King Kong Not Bad divine skills were imprinted in his mind. King Kong is Not Bad divine skill, a total of 12 layers, each layer increased defense power by 10 times, and rebounded 10% of attacks, up to 80% of the rebound. Once cast, the appearance of the human body is like wearing gold armor, and it turns into the body of King Kong. It can resist all attacks from external forces, cultivate to the supreme realm, have first glimpsed the Mahayana path, and can be promoted to immortals. If you get rich, 3 layers is 30 times the defense power, and you can also rebound other people's attacks. Awesome, even Frieza will hardly hurt me this time, it is really necessary for fighting. Sun Wukong almost drooled. Now he can become a warrior of the human shield type. Chapter 004. Super Blue is currently the highest level Saiyan transformation in the Dragon Ball Super series, a Saiyan transformation with God level comprehension, and further up is the Red Saiyan Super Saiyan God. And Super Blue's control of power has been greatly improved, which is not only a transformation of strength improvement, but also a more casual control of power. And through several engagements using the power of the Super Saiyan God, it can be seen that Super Blue can use Super 2 and Super 3 level power at will, so sometimes it seems to weaken Super Blue's power when fighting. It seems that it can be tied with anyone. In fact, otherwise, the level of strength is already different from the previous transformation. And Super 4 is the highest transformation in GT. It uses the power of the Golden Gorilla to control the transformation at will. The combat effectiveness is between 10 times and 30 times that of the Super 3. Some people also say that it is 100 times. Of course 100 times more unlikely. We're counting him 10 times better. Super 4 cannot be directly advanced through the Super 3 state. You can't transform into a blonde super match at will. However, it can transform into a golden giant ape. A Super Saiyan with insufficient cultivation can only change into an ordinary brown giant ape. And regain sanity. Vegeta does not lose his mind if he has princely blood. Has a tail and enough cultivation. Son Goku is the only known person who can transform into Super Saiyan 4 at will, and Vegeta can then transform into Super 4 through other means. So Super Blue compared to Super 4. On the power level, Super 4 is more than Super Blue. The power and explosiveness possessed are more powerful. The destructive power and combat effectiveness are a little stronger. But the battery life is a bit poor. The energy is too strong. The time and intensity that the body can withstand is greatly reduced. After all, it exerts the most primitive power of the Saiyans, and the combat power is still very strong. But Super Blue is a Super Saiyan who has mastered God-level powers. Strength mastery techniques and power use are more casual. So Super Blue doesn't hurt the body so much. The battery life is naturally stronger. Therefore, Super 4 fights Super Blue, and the win rate of Super 4 in a short time battle is higher. But long-term battle Super Blue has more advantages, God-level strength and stronger endurance. Super Blue has a higher win rate. Perhaps some book friends say that Super Blue consumes more, and Super 4 will not quit transformation after consuming energy. Here it is said that the Super 4 Monkey King is not that he will not quit the transformation, and once he almost quit the transformation, and the energy is insufficient. In the end, I still don't remember that I added some of it, so I maintained it at Super 4. Book lovers have said so much, but there is still a big difference between Super Blue and Super 4. Here, the poor monks also don't understand a little. Normally, Super 4 has 20 to 50 times the strength of Super 3. Super Blue also has at least 20 times the strength of Super 3. But add to that power like God's law. You can also use the Realm King Fist to improve your combat effectiveness. And Super 4, or other states of Super Saiyan. It is almost no use of the Realm King Fist. From here, it should be that the state of the Super Blue God can withstand more power blessings. So be able to use the Realm King Fist. Do book lovers agree with this statement? I don't know which book friends think is stronger, Super 4 or Super Blue, and what advantages and disadvantages each has. Welcome to leave your comments in the comment area. Do you have any suggestions for whether the protagonist will transform into Super Blue or Super 4 in the future? The poor monk said his opinion. Super Blue can become a god. Use forces like laws. Therefore, the combat effectiveness behind does not directly show how strong a person's strength is. It depends on the use of various laws, like destroying God's law of destruction. Super 4 is the improvement of personal ability. But just like our Chinese legend, man can also slaughter God. Manpower can also prevail over divine power. But this needs to continue to improve their strength. Until you increase your strength and speed to a state where you can surpass God. In general, there are advantages and disadvantages to both states. But in the end it may all be like the great priest. Or the strength of the whole king. Chapter 005. What did you just say? Are you going to send my son to hell? Just you? You're not qualified enough, let me give you a ride. Go to hell. Sun Wukong's hand was hard. Li Kum was powerless to resist. Thrown around by the Monkey King. Like a dead dog. Finally, Sun Wukong pulled Li Kum's body back and threw it towards him, and then quickly kicked it. Boom! Li Kum, who was originally very majestic in the eyes of Vegeta and others. It's like a dead dog at this point. Thrown around by the Monkey King. The last kick hit the chest. Ugh! Li Kum flew into the distance like a shooting star, and the bones in his chest had been completely broken by a kick. Gone for help. What? Before Guys and Bart, who were watching the battle, could make a move, they saw that Li Kum had been solved by this new opponent, and they couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts. Bart, can you see his movements clearly? How much combat power does he really have? Guys spoke a little unfavorably, and in the moment just now, he simply did not have time to detect Sun Wukong's combat power. I didn't see clearly, who is he? Is it also a Saiyan monkey? It can't be. Bart was shocked in his heart, he felt unadvantageous in the face of speed for the first time, and his self-confidence suffered a huge blow. Cockroach, have you become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta flew over and looked at the relaxed Monkey King with an incredulous expression. Not yet, I'm still just in the state of an ordinary Saiyan, and I'm still far from the state of a Super Saiyan. How did you get like this, and you still claim to be the most talented among the Saiyan? Look at your embarrassed appearance now. Monkey King is very disdainful of Vegeta's appearance at the moment. This guy has been calmed down by Team Kinnett. Abominable. I will definitely take revenge. Cockroach, don't be proud, I'll catch up. Sure enough, stimulated by the Monkey King, Vegeta quickly woke up from her confusion and became the Tsundere Prince again. Sun Wukong came to Klin's side with Sun Wuhan in his arms, examined it carefully, and found that the bones in Klin's body were broken a lot, but they were not fatal. So Sun Wukong did not let Klin take the fairy beans. He knew that there was also a therapeutic Namex near here, Dandy, who could treat any injury. Hey, you two are also with that guy just now. Let's go together, I'll solve you all together by the way. Monkey King said to Guys and Bart. That disdainful attitude made the two of them very angry. But dare not speak out. The fastest Bart couldn't even see the opponent's movements clearly, and Likum, who had the second highest combat power, was killed in seconds, and they were almost scared by Sun Wukong's move. At this time, Kainu, who was helping Frieza collect Dragon Balls in the distance, suddenly looked up in the direction of several subordinates. Likum's breath is gone? Guys and Bart's aura is also weakening, what's going on? Could it be that Vegeta played some trick again? Kainu was a little puzzled. At this moment, a cry for help from Guys came from the communicator in his ears. Captain Kainu, there is another Saiyan monkey. He is very strong and solves Likum with one move. What? Killed Likum in one move? Guys, you guys first, I'll be right there. After Kainu put away a few huge Dragon Balls, immediately flew in the direction of the Guys too. Although he didn't mind the life and death of these team members, but if he died, the dance formation he personally set up was not perfect, which was the thing he minded the most. Are you stalling for your time? Or are you waiting for your Captain Kainu to come to your rescue? It's a little interesting, then I'll wait, kill you all together, and save me from finding them one by one. As soon as Sun Wukong saw the appearance of the other two, he knew that they were delaying time, and they should have notified their Captain Kainu. However, he didn't mind, and taking advantage of this time, he simply treated Klin and Sun Gohan. The true chi of the Zhuyang divine skill can not only restore its own injuries on the injuries of others. It also has a good effect. It's just not as tough as the therapeutic Namex Dandy. After all, people are superpowers. Hey, Gohan, both you and Klin's strength has improved a lot. There are actually more than 10,000 combat strength, which is a great improvement. Monkey King knew that this was the result of the Great Elder of Namex developing the potential for the two of them. But now he can only pretend not to know. Wherever, this is all helped by the Great Elder. Klin was a little embarrassed and said about the Great Elder of the Nemesis Star to develop their potential. P.S. This book is changed 4 to 5 times a day before it is put on the shelves, and I hope you will support it within 15 days. Chapter 006. However, unfortunately, now the Great Elder's side has been occupied by Frieza. The Great Elder is also in danger. Goku, you have to be careful with that Frieza. And the captain of that Kinnett team. Klin said the back, his tone became excited, he was not lightly hit by these cosmic people. Kakarot, Frieza is the culprit that destroyed our planet Vegeta. Also the demon who killed your father Bardock. All of us Saiyans will kill him and take revenge. Vegeta was thrilled to hear Frieza's words. At this moment, he came closer, just to know why Sun Wukong's combat power increased so quickly. Here it comes. Monkey King did not answer Vegeta's words. Instead, turn your head in one direction. There is a powerful chi flying towards here. What? Kainu is coming? Vegeta was startled and hurriedly took a few steps back. However, seeing that Sun Wukong didn't care about Kainu at all, and looked safe, Vegeta couldn't help but secretly said, "Is this cockroach stupid? Or does he not know the strength of Kainu at all? Kainu is not comparable to these few minions. Klin, you take enlightenment to the back. It's up to me. Vegeta, if you are interested, you can stay and take a look. The combat effectiveness of the Saiyans is definitely not comparable to these little ants, our potential is the strongest." Monkey King said lightly to Vegeta, and then ignored him and just looked ahead. Swoosh, a sharp voice that pierced through the air sounded, and a lilac-skinned cosmic figure with 2 horns on his head appeared above Guys and Bart. "Captain, you're finally here." In front of him is that Saiyan monkey, he is really too arrogant. Guys looked at Sun Wukong, who did not make the slightest movement, very angry, and said fiercely. But they didn't know that Sun Wukong was just playing with them. His ultimate goal is Frieza. If even Team Kinnett can't beat it. Fighting Frieza is just looking for death. Don't worry, I also want to have fun with this Saiyan. I haven't encountered such an enemy for a long time, and I'm a little excited. Kainu slowly flew in front of Sun Wukong and said with an evil smile. "You Saiyan is indeed very powerful, although I was not here just now, but through your fight with Likum, I already know that your combat power is only about 90,000. This is already quite powerful. If it weren't for King Frieza's order, maybe I would have summoned you as a member of my team. But now, unfortunately, now you can only die at the hands of my Kainu, because my combat power is higher than yours. Saiyan monkeys are damned." After speaking, the corner of Kainu's mouth hung a trace of gloomy coldness. "Is it? But you think so, that's it, you feel free, I'll follow." A cold light swept over Kainu and Sun Wukong's eyes. He felt that Frieza's side had already begun to act, and the Great Elder was estimated to be hanging. He also wanted the Great Elder to develop his potential for him as well. Maybe so. He may be one step closer to breaking through the Super Saiyan. Haha, are Saiyans so arrogant? Even if you have about 90,000 combat power and can treat me, I am not Likum they can compare. As if he had heard some joke, Kainu said sarcastically. "Yes, Saiyan, our captain is not that simple, you better be prepared to die." Guys looked at the indifferent Monkey King, and also mocked. "I was going to play with you for a while. But now I don't have the patience." Sun Wukong glanced at Kainu coldly. "Isn't your detector able to accurately detect combat effectiveness? Then I'll show you the difference between heaven and earth between us." Drink. Sun Wukong gulped. At the same time, a strong momentum emerged from him. It made Kainu, who was still relaxed, become shocked and inexplicable. Combat effectiveness 100,000, 120,000, 180,000. Still improving. How is this possible? Kainu trembled and looked at Sun Wukong, whose combat effectiveness was still improving. He never expected that this Saiyan had such a strong combat power. He couldn't have the slightest idea of resisting. This can't be. How did this guy cockroach become so powerful? Last time on Earth, he was far from my opponent, and now he is. Vegeta on the other side was also frightened by the number of detectors in front of him. He never expected that Sun Wukong was so powerful, even making him a little unattainable. P.S. 5 changes a day, hope for more support. Chapter 007. This is Goku's chi, it's so powerful. Gohan, maybe we're safe this time, maybe planet Namek will be fine. Although Klin and Son Gohan were far away, they were still shocked by the powerful energy that Sun Wukong burst out. None of them expected that not long after parting, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness would change so amazingly. Well, Dad is the best. With Sun Wukong's appearance, Sun Wuhan's whole person was much more relieved, no longer so worried and afraid, and found the backbone of the main heart. Surprise! The energy that kept flowing around Sun Wukong became more and more dense. The surrounding air seemed to have solidified. However, Sun Wukong did not have the slightest thought of stopping the skyrocketing breath at this time. Continue to hit Kainu and others mercilessly. War, combat effectiveness 300,000. It's unbelievable, is this your true strength? Kainu seemed to be asking himself. He now seemed to be in a certain state of excitement, and he couldn't help himself. Is this the strength of the SAIYANs? How could we possibly win over him? This is simply impossible. Captain Kainu's combat power is only 120,000, but it is still not enough to see in front of this SAIYAN. No wonder King Frisia wanted to kill the SAIYANs. Guys, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, of course, also knew Sun Wukong's current combat effectiveness from his own detector. He felt a chill of fear. He did not expect his opponent to be so strong. Hehe, I've scared you now. To make it clear to you, my current strength has not yet been fully exerted. That's only a tenth of mine. Sun Wukong's entire figure at this time was like a god from the 9 heavens, and his power was awe-inspiring, so that Kainu and the others were simply flustered, and they couldn't have the slightest idea of killing the enemy. Well, what? This is only a tenth of your combat effectiveness? Kainu fell into shock. At this time the combat power had reached 300,000, but it was not the real strength of this SAIYAN. Could it be? Kainu suddenly fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong, his tone full of uncertainty. Could it be that you are the legendary Super SAIYAN, the strongest warrior in the universe? Impossible, completely impossible. Kainu was now completely stunned, and he couldn't believe that the SAIYAN in front of him was the legendary Super SAIYAN. Super SAIYAN? Kakarot? Did he really do it? Is this legend true? Vegeta's expression didn't know whether to be happy or helpless. Super SAIYAN has always been a legend, and his only obsession all along, supporting his only goal of revenge. Now if the legend is true, then his goal can definitely be achieved. But helplessly, the first to reach the Super SAIYAN turned out to be a low-class warrior, which made him embarrassed. But what he didn't know was that the Super SAIYAN legend was certainly true. It's just that now Monkey King is still a long way from Super SAIYAN, and it's not that easy to do it all. First of all, let me state that I am not yet a Super SAIYAN. I will give back everything Frisia has done to our SAIYANs, and cosmic villains like him who often destroy other people's homes will definitely be punished with justice. And I am representing the King of the Northern Realm to stop your evil deeds, so you will still die at my hands in the end. Sun Wukong looked at the dull Genu and smiled indifferently. He now represents the righteous side. And there is the Northern Realm King behind him. Since I haven't become a Super SAIYAN yet, then I'm relieved. But I like your super combat power now. Kainu suddenly smiled a little evilly, as if everything was under control, and then took off the detector next to his ear and threw it into Gai's hand. Guys, help me keep it. Does the captain want to cast that? It must be, haha, SAIYAN, your end has arrived. Guys took the detector that Kainu threw over and said excitedly. Then your super combat power will be handed over to me. Kainu said, suddenly stretching out his right hand and slamming it into his chest. What? Is he crazy? What is this doing? Vegeta, Klin and the others were all stunned by Kainu's strange behavior. If you can't beat me, you don't have to self-harm. Gee, you guy is really interesting. Monkey King suddenly remembered some pictures, and while laughing at Kainu, he was careful to take precautions and observe the surrounding environment by the way. Kainu actually self-harmed his body, did something unexpected, and then shouted at Sun Wukong. Exchange. P.S. The new book is released 5 times a day. I hope the majority of book lovers will support more. The current plot will connect Z theatrical version and GT bit by bit, and will also introduce the super plot. Of course, there are also Dragon Ball heroes. In addition, about the angel Bardos and the beautiful goddess of destruction. Do you want to accept it? Do book friends have any opinions? Chapter 008. A white pillar of light quickly struck towards Sun Wukong. Under the expectant gaze of the rest of the Kainu players, the white light hit Sun Wukong's body with a bang. Finally, it took a while for the white light to gradually dissipate. Captain, you succeeded? Captain, your current combat strength is at least more than 300,000, which is really enviable. Guys saw the Monkey King standing still in front of him. Walked over. Then handed the detector over. He was very envious of the captain for this powerful trick. In his eyes, now Kainu's combat power is probably not much different from King Frisia. Captain? I'm sorry, I'm not your captain. It's still the SAIYANs you want to destroy. Sun Wukong said something that shocked both Guys and Bart, and then pointed to the frog bouncing on the ground and smiled slightly. That's your captain. Unfortunately, though, your captain has turned into a frog. This is good, there is no need to fight and kill, he can also leave alive. This is called self-inflicted, he has exchanged so many bodies before, and now it is time to taste the suffering. Following the direction pointed by Sun Wukong, Guys saw a frog jumping alive, doing various performances humanely, as if saying that he was the real Kainu. However, Guys and the others were a little unconvinced, and their powerful captain Kainu turned into a frog like this, which was too dramatic. Sun Wukong was also in a cold sweat, he had forgotten about this before, until he saw Kainu self-harming his body, he suddenly remembered this matter. Fortunately, at this time, a frog jumped nearby, and with his speed of up to 3 million combat power, Guys and the others naturally could not detect his movements. Guys, who did not believe in everything, focused his attention on the original Captain Kainu. After all, if Kainu did not succeed in capturing Sun Wukong's body, it could also be attributed to the failure of this move. But when Guys saw the next move of Kainu's physical body, they completely collapsed. Because at this time, Kainu's body was on all fours, jumping and slowly heading into the distance, and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes after a while. SAIYAN, what do you want to do with us? Do you want to kill us? You must know that King Frisia is on this planet, and if you kill us, King Frisia will definitely not let you go. Guys had woken up from the shock of Kainu's transformation into a frog. With the strength of this SAIYAN, it can be said that they can be easily killed without much effort. Do you think if I don't kill you, Frisia will let us go? As early as when he was about to make a move against us SAIYANs, we SAIYANs and him were left with only hatred. Go with confidence, I will let him accompany you soon. At this moment, Sun Wukong will naturally not be mother-in-law like the original. It's time to be ruthless. He is not merciful. Let's hit the road. Sun Wukong released an energy wave with one hand, directly engulfing Guys. The enemy is the enemy, and if you don't fight back, you are still an enemy, so you still kill clean. Seeing that Guys was dead like this, Bart was a little frustrated, and the figure had long begun to slowly recede, and the direction was where their flying machine landed. Perhaps he is quite confident in his self-proclaimed speed in the universe, so he wants to escape to Frisia's side by speed. Haha, SAIYAN monkey! Now let's see how you catch up with me. Looking at the Monkey King who has turned into a black spot, Barth's heart was so painful. Just now after knowing that Sun Wukong's combat power exceeded 300 million. The shadow of death has always hung over him. He didn't dare to make the slightest move. But now even Captain Kainu is dead, so he can only run away desperately. Where do you want to go? You're so slow. The voice is flat. But it gripped Bart's heart like a devil's soul. Bart slowly turned his head in shock, and what caught his eyes was Sun Wukong's right hand that gathered huge energy. Bart only had time to utter a final scream, and was blasted to ashes by the merciless Monkey King. The difference in combat effectiveness is too much, and the speed is simply incomparable. Well, Goku seems to have changed as a person. In the past, he would not kill people like this, but these are cosmic villains, and death is death. But his character. Clin looked at Sun Wukong from a distance with some worry. As Sun Wukong's fellow brother. Over the years, Clin has naturally known Sun Wukong very well. But now the Monkey King is like a different person. Kill decisively. Do things cleanly. Happy revenge. P.S. The new book is changed 5 times a day. I hope that book lovers can leave the fragrant flower evaluation votes to the poor monks, and I will definitely let you see it on the shelves as soon as possible. Bow and thank you in advance. Chapter 009. Che, what's this? We SAIYANs want to kill whoever we want. The former Cockroach was a mother-in-law, otherwise he would not have died. I think this death should have taught him a lot. Vegeta dismissed Clin's words. In his opinion, the strong are king. Which needs mother-in-law and mother-in-law. Powerful. Nature can influence the fate of others. This is the strength of a strong person. Hey? There was a strong energy coming. It should be Frisia coming over. An evil aura was getting closer and closer in Sun Wukong's induction. As far as the eye can see, a figure in the distance is approaching at great speed. It seems that there is no time for the Great Elder to develop my potential, so let's fight for Frisia. Whether you can break through the Super Saiyan is here, without relying on anger, I can too. I touched the 5 fairy beans in front of my chest. Monkey King is full of confidence. At this time, the system voice in my head sounded again. Ding! Since King Frisia has appeared, a second mission is now being issued, to protect Clin. Stop Frisia from killing Clin. Success, reward lucky draw. Defeat, Clin dies. Shrimp? At this time, the second task came, and it was still a lucky draw. What kind of stuff? I haven't seen it before. Sun Wukong was very speechless about the system that appeared from time to time. This system is so irresponsible. Don't make it clear every time. Clin, Gohan. Frisia is coming, you guys get out of here first, collect the Dragon Balls, and revive the Piccolo to the Nemesis. In this way, the Dragon of the Earth can be resurrected and resurrect the humans on the Earth who died because of Vegeta. Sun Wukong simply let Clin and Son Gohan leave here. The combat effectiveness of the two of them couldn't help at all. And the aftermath of the battle could kill them directly. But, Goku, that's Frisia. Clin was not worried about the Monkey King. He felt that he could at least help by staying. It's okay, leave the battle to me. For your sake, I will definitely win. You just have to do what I tell you to do. Sun Wukong said very flatly. In his eyes, it seemed that Frisia was nothing. Vegeta, are you staying here, or? If you want to fight the idea of Dragon Ball, then all I can say is that you don't have a strong heart at all right now. The strong never rely on foreign objects, only their own strength is the strongest. Was said by Sun Wukong about the central thing. Vegeta had to cut. But by this provocation, the obsession with Dragon Ball in his heart is not so strong. A Saiyan lower class warrior has this kind of mind. He is known as the most gifted prince of the Saiyan. How can you lose to an inferior fighter? After all, Vegeta has always been convinced that his strength is everything. Looking at the direction where Clin and Son Gohan left, Son Goku finally let go of his heart. Frisia can't kill Clin this time. Let me break through in battle now, Super Saiyan, no need to be angry, I can break through too. Although Vegeta forced himself to pretend to be calm, he said. He doesn't feel angry though. But as Frisia approached, that sense of oppression is getting stronger and stronger. He still trembled involuntarily. Kakarot, don't be too arrogant, even if you have 3 million combat power, you are still not Frisia's opponent. For so many years, I didn't even feel where his limits were. Vegeta was a little frustrated. And very unconfident. Long under the influence of Frisia. Of course, he did not dare to be confident. It's okay, you just don't understand the special abilities of our SAIYANs. No matter how many injuries we suffer, as long as we don't die, after our bodies recover, our combat effectiveness will double. This is an advantage and a disadvantage that God has given us. Monkey King told Vegeta about some SAIYAN peculiarities, and he would know sooner or later anyway. Sure enough, I was seriously injured twice before, and then my combat effectiveness increased greatly. I doubted this problem, but I didn't expect it to be true. Isn't that our advantage? How did it become a disadvantage again? Vegeta seemed excited at this time, and he couldn't wait to practice this method now. This method seems to be able to increase our combat effectiveness infinitely, but the more this method is used, the greater the bottleneck will be when we break through to Super SAIYAN later. It is better to practice step by step and down to earth. Of course, this is one of my ideas, and you can follow your own ideas. As soon as Sun Wukong saw Vegeta's current expression, he knew that he did not believe it all, so he had to shrug his shoulders and follow him. Anyway, Vegeta can still break through the Super SAIYAN in the end. Here it comes. Sun Wukong said nothing more and stared in the direction ahead. I saw that in a white light, Frisia's thin body was flying at great speed. A few seconds later, Monkey King finally met Frisia. Chapter 010. You are so daring that you dare to stay here and wait for me. You're also a SAIYAN and killed Team Kainuit. Vegeta, your boldness has also grown a lot, and you SAIYANs are indeed the most fun toys. Frisia looked at Monkey King calmly, and then at Vegeta on the side. His tone was very flat. But anyone could hear the anger in Frisia's tone. After all, his elite troops let Sun Wukong kill them all. Frisia, I've been waiting for you for a long time, and your subordinates don't challenge me at all. The grudge between your Frozen Demon clan and our SAIYAN clan will be reckoned today. Sun Wukong's eyes are full of fighting intent. Since the other party can't let him go, it's better to have a fight. Sitting still is not his character. In his previous life, he was such a character, preferring to stand and die than bow to others. At this time, Frisia is a high mountain, and it is the first biggest enemy after Sun Wukong crossed over. Or raw. Or die. If he wants to continue living, he must kill Frisia. SAIYAN is good, you are stronger than that so-called SAIYAN Prince Vegeta. I don't know how you improved, but you're dead. I will definitely kill you. Frisia laughed, not caring much about Sun Wukong's words. How could he lose? This is a joke, he is the Emperor of the universe. Vegeta, who was standing in the distance, was stimulated by Frisia like this, and immediately desperate. But he knew that he was no opponent at all, clenched his fists, and could only give up. Frisia, I know that all of you are afraid of Super SAIYANs. And the purpose of my stay is to break through the Super SAIYAN, so fight. Your ancestors died at the hands of our Super SAIYAN, and you are also destined to die at the hands of the Super SAIYAN, which is the fate of your Frozen Demon race. Sun Wukong licked his somewhat dry lips excitedly. Foot heavily on the ground. The figure rushed towards Frisia like lightning. Oh yes? Unfortunately, I hate fate. Hate SAIYAN monkeys like you even more. Super SAIYAN. This brings to Frisia's sore spot. After all, legend has it that only Super SAIYANs can defeat their Frozen Demon clan. Frisia was extremely angry, and when he saw Sun Wukong attacking, his figure did not retreat. The seemingly short right hand slammed towards Sun Wukong. Mighty! The tearing whistling sound of breaking through the air is even more endless. It seems that an angry Frisia wants to kill Sun Wukong at once. Well, good to go. Poof! A muffled slap. Sun Wukong's right hand formed a palm gesture and firmly squeezed Frisia's fist together. Then grabbed Frisia's right arm at lightning speed. Instantly burst out with maximum power. Throw him towards the hill not far away. Then the figure followed, and his right foot cut a strange curve towards Frisia's head. The surrounding Monkey King, who is full of energy and fights with Frisia, has let go of all his current powers. It can be said that the current Monkey King is much stronger than the normal Frisia. Boom! Frisia's whole body crashed into the hill, looking a little miserable, and his combat clothes were torn a lot. I know you're not that easily injured, get up, Frisia. Sun Wukong, however, knew that such an attack would not be able to knock Frisia down, or even injure him. Gee, I can't imagine that you SAIYAN monkey has such strong power. It seems that my current state can't beat you. So, let you see the true power. Frisia certainly wasn't that easy to beat. And he can't tolerate it. This SAIYAN, who made him extremely angry, suppressed him again and again. With a slight increase in his left hand, Sun Wukong's powerful energy cannon attack disappeared under Frisia's understatement. However, the confrontation between the two sides has also become more cautious. Although the fight just now was only a few moves, but it is enough for them to roughly understand where the other party's strength bottom line is. Frisia, you transform, now you can't defeat me. Sun Wukong said coldly. He felt that if he continued to fight like this, it was just delaying time. What? Can Frisia also transform? Then his combat effectiveness. Vegeta on the side was stunned. Daring to love Frisia has not yet shown much strength. Originally, he was still happy that Sun Wukong could stabilize Frisia, but now he was frightened by Frisia. P.S. It's not easy to write a book. I hope that book friends can vote for me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. Bow and thank you. Bulma, do you think you should accept it? What should I do if I collect trunks? Chapter 011. Oh, you even knew I could transform? How do you know? Not many people know this secret. Frisia was slightly stunned. Sun Wukong actually knew that he could also transform. This secret, except for their frozen demon race, almost no one else knows. Even Kainu just knows that he hides his strength. Monkey King laughed and did not answer Frisia's question. Frisia has not yet encountered an enemy that needs to be transformed to destroy even the destruction of the planet SAIYAN. He also didn't exert much power at all. I hate the way you SAIYANs look, especially when you are very confident. Since you yourself want to find death, then you can't blame me. I'll show you my real strength. Looking at the Monkey King with a warlike face, Frisia was very uncomfortable with this inexplicable confidence of the SAIYAN. Without any nonsense, Frisia crushed the detector in his forehead. This kind of machine is also a waste. It seems that this thing can't really understand your strength, and it's not convenient to carry it after transformation. Drink. Frisia shattered the combat clothes on his body at once. The body began to tremble non-stop. A powerful chi became stronger and stronger in Sun Wukong's induction. It was as if an earthquake had occurred all around. The earth is constantly cracking. Suddenly Frisia's body slowly grew bigger. Head. Body. The limbs began to swell constantly. When it finally came to a complete standstill. Appearing in front of Sun Wukong's eyes is Frisia, who is nearly 3 meters tall. It can be said that Frisia's combat effectiveness has increased exponentially compared to just now. SAIYAN monkey, this is my strength now. I feel scared. I'm not bursting out of now, I'm constantly reducing my strength. It's that my strength is too strong, that's why I have to suppress it. Tell you, my current combat power is more than 1 million. Be scared. Frisia looked at Sun Wukong, who was still full of fighting intent, and frowned a little. SAIYAN monkey, do you know, I hate the way you look now, or is Vegeta more knowledgeable? After Frisia started the second form, although there was no change, Vegeta was frightened by Frisia and instantly doubled his combat power. This was something Vegeta had never imagined. Go and die, SAIYAN monkey. You upset me. As he spoke, the thick solace of Frisia's feet stepped into a hole in the ground. When Sun Wukong had not reacted. A quick punch to the past. Swoosh. Sun Wukong's whole person was shot away, and the whole person was volleyed backwards. Frisia certainly wouldn't pass up such a great opportunity. The figure rushed forward, and he wanted to continue the attack. But Sun Wukong also reacted. "Wave your hands!" Swiftly slashed towards Frisia. At this time, every punch and kick carries huge energy, and there are no other moves. Now Frisia is much faster than before. A flash instantly moved behind Sun Wukong, so that the Monkey King attack fell into the air. But Frisia is no better. His attack only hit the afterimage of Sun Wukong. The two kept fighting fiercely. Suddenly, Sun Wukong was surpassed by the speed of Frisia's explosion. Bombarded by Frisia's powerful attack into the hill below. Then countless energy projectiles erupted from the hands. Together. Landed on that hill. Countless attacks converged, and finally formed a huge mushroom cloud, and the fog and dust filled the surroundings. And there was no way to see the situation of Sun Wukong at this time. Kakarot. Vegeta looked worriedly at Son Goku's position. He wanted to go over and help, but a sense of powerlessness made him stop. He didn't even have the strength to get close, and at this moment, Vegeta felt infinitely humiliated. After a few minutes, the smoke and dust slowly cleared, and the scene that appeared in front of Frisia's eyes surprised him a little. Because of the Saiyans who should have been seriously injured. At this time, he was still standing intact on the ground that had been flattened by the energy projectile. Not even a trace of clothing was damaged. Outside Sun Wukong's body, a golden wall of chi burned like a flame. Block out all energy attacks. This King Kong is not bad, the divine skill is surprisingly easy to use, even the clothes are saved, good things. Sun Wukong couldn't help but sigh, very satisfied with the effect of King Kong's not bad divine skill, and the pretense effect was trickling. Looking up at Frisia standing in the void. The corner of Sun Wukong's mouth showed a surprising smile. It seems that I also have to exert my strength, otherwise it will not work to let you be alone. But now I'm really excited, Frisia, you're the one who broke through. P.S. It's not easy to write a book. I hope that book friends can vote for me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. Bow and thank you. Bulma, do you think you should accept it? What should I do if I collect trunks? Chapter 012. At this time, Sun Wukong has devoted himself to the fun of fighting. Imperceptibly. He has fully integrated the warlike nature of Saiyans into his body. It seems to have become its own instinct. Yes, I think it's good too, very good. Unexpectedly, you were attacked so hard by me, but it was still nothing. It seems that your Saiyan monkey is indeed the most fun toy in the universe. Frisia, who was 3 meters tall, landed firmly on the ground. Raised his eyebrows. I'll give you another chance. If you can be my subordinate, I can let you live. After all, it is also a pity to destroy a talent like you. I'm sorry, I don't have the interest to be your subordinate. My purpose is to defeat you. Sun Wukong shook his head slightly, looked at Frisia, who had a calm face, and exhaled slightly. Hearing Sun Wukong's refusal, Frisia's face sank. He didn't expect this Saiyan to be so ignorant of current affairs. Frisia, do you think my strength is just like that? Oh, do you still have hidden strength? Frisia, who just wanted to kill Sun Wukong immediately, said coldly with interest. Do Saiyans talk so wildly? It seems that I misread you. The rest of the words have not yet been spoken. Frisia was slightly stunned by Sun Wukong's outburst. Drink. Endless chi emerged from Sun Wukong's body. The muscles of the body slowly creep up under the action of chi. It's like a dragon. The energy that fades into the filaments outside the body surface flows and emerges on the skin. Unconsciously, a layer of chi surrounded Sun Wukong's body. The air was as manic as a tiger. The surrounding environment is like the sky is falling apart. The mountains and rocks were all levitated. The last roar sounded, and Sun Wukong's energy completely burst out. The nearby hundreds of meters of land was shaved by the air pressure on Sun Wukong's body by about 1 meter. The Monkey King in front of him. Although the appearance has not changed much, but in Frisia's eyes, it was clear. The current Monkey King must be much more powerful than just now. The chi on Sun Wukong's body had already surpassed his second form. This made his heart more and more determined to kill this SAIYAN. Frisia, it's time to move on to our second battle. As soon as the words fell, Sun Wukong stepped on the solace of his feet, and his figure slammed up. Imposing as a tiger preying on food. Heavy punches from the bottom up. Before Frisia could react, she knocked him away. The figure followed, his hands instantly throwing tens of thousands of punches, and his legs hit Frisia's chest like steel drills. Under the powerful attack, Frisia's entire body soared into the air. However, although Sun Wukong has improved his unexpected combat effectiveness, at one point, Frisia was caught off guard. But Frisia quickly regrouped. Looking at the Monkey King who was attacking closely, the energy in his right hand bounced into a pillar of light and attacked towards Sun Wukong. But to Frisia's surprise, though, Sun Wukong actually shot away his powerful energy wave with only one hand. Humph! This kind of trick, you better keep it to yourself. In a flash, Sun Wukong appeared in front of Frisia again. The left and right fists turned into brilliant shadows. Surround Frisia. Throughout the sky, from time to time, there was a sound of bang bang echoing in the earth. Under the all-out battle, the two quickly became entangled. Boom! The battle between the Monkey King and Frisia destroys everything around him. At this time the battle has been going on for a long time. But the two have long forgotten the time. There are only opponents in each other's eyes, and now the battle is slowly falling towards Sun Wukong. Because the defense and attack power of Sun Wukong's physical body are much higher than Frisia's. Plus the 9 Yang divine skill, the majesty of Qi and the speed of recovery. I don't know how much stronger than the original Monkey King. Arrive with Frisia on the planet's men. At this time, it was hundreds of kilometers away and did not dare to go nearby. They already knew from the detector that King Frisia was engaged in a fierce life and death battle with the enemy. If you rush to that combat position, I'm afraid it's only a part to die. The level of combat is simply too high. As long as there is a hint of energy overflowing, all of them could be blasted to smithereens. That SAIYAN is so powerful that he can even fight King Frisia. A lizard-like cosmic man watched a huge detector change in front of him. Very surprised. At this time they modified the super detector. The ordinary one was blown up at the very beginning of observing combat effectiveness. P.S. It's not easy to write a book. I hope that book friends can vote for me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. Bow and thank you. How about giving Lanky to Vegeta? Anyway, it's not the type that Monkey King likes, and it's also domineering, suitable for science, so Trunks also has it. Chapter 013. I think King Frisia will win in the end, he is the Emperor of the Universe. Another cosmic man with 2 tentacles on his head said with a feverish look. They have great trust in Frisia's power. Conquering the universe for so long, Frisia has always been synonymous with victory. The long victory gave Frisia's men the inertia of thinking. Combat effectiveness 1.02 million, 1.05 million. The combat effectiveness of both turned out to exceed 1 million. Frisia's men couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect King Frisia's combat power to be hidden so deeply, but what I didn't expect was that there were SAIYANs whose combat power was comparable to King Frisia's. Is he a Super SAIYAN? Abominable. I didn't expect that this SAIYAN monkey's strength was so strong. If it continued like this, I would probably lose. While Frisia fought back, he couldn't help but feel angry in his heart. The SAIYANs he looked down on actually had such a strong fighting power. This made Frisia's anger become more and more violent, like a drop of water dripping into boiling fire oil. What made him even more angry was that when his combat effectiveness was almost the same, he had fallen into the downside in an all-round way, which made it difficult for him to accept. In the moment when Frisia was in his trance, Sun Wukong seized this opportunity. Both fists swung fist across Frisia's arms. Then he grabbed Frisia's shoulders with both fists and claws. The right knee is straight against Frisia's abdomen. Ugh! Frisia couldn't help but groan in pain. At the moment of kicking away, Sun Wukong continued to hold the hammer in both hands and slammed it on Frisia's skull with the force of splitting Mount Hua. A series of attacks were so fast and violent that Vegeta in the distance couldn't help but feel a frightened heartbeat. It was too fast and strong. Boom! Frisia fell heavily on the ground, and a crater tens of meters large appeared on the ground. However, Sun Wukong will not think that he has defeated Frisia in this way. Because he knows. Now Frisia's strength is just the tip of the iceberg. He knew even more that Frisia had 2 more transformations, and that was the final test. Frisia, get up, I think such an attack can't make you lose your combat effectiveness. Sun Wukong suspended in midair, looking at Frisia lying in the deep pit not far away, his face began to become solemn, and the next time was to face the real test. But these words sounded to Vegeta's ears, but it was like a thunderbolt. What? Such an attack could not even hurt Frisia? No way! This can't be! The combat power of Monkey King and Frisia has long exceeded Vegeta's imagination. But such a powerful attack! It turned out to be still useless. It made him very discouraged. He is confident that he will reach the current level of Monkey King in the future. But even so, nor can it defeat Frisia. It made him a little unbelievable. Abominable SAIYAN monkey! I was wondering how I should kill you. You make me very angry. Frisia, who slowly got up, wiped a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were extremely cold. SAIYAN monkey, although I don't know how you improved your combat effectiveness. However, I still have 2 transformations, and each transformation combat power is dozens of times more. Are you afraid? Frisia, don't talk nonsense. Let me see your 3rd form. The Monkey King had long known that Frisia had 2 more transformations. He also knows how terrifying Frisia's power is in his final form. But in order to survive, in order to break through the Super Saiyan, he can only use this extreme method. Breakthrough in battle. And its own strength must also reach a certain level. Otherwise, even if you meet the conditions, it is impossible to transform. The Monkey King knew that he couldn't be like the original Monkey King. Take advantage of Klin's death. Angry up and broke through the Super Saiyan in one fell swoop. But he had other plans. Now he's just 1 chance away. But Frisia didn't care about that. At the moment he thought that this Saiyan was mocking him. This made his anger even more intense, and he was no longer satisfied with simply killing the Saiyan. He wanted the Saiyan to suffer in despair, and he wanted him to watch his friends and relatives die in front of him one by one. Since you want to die so much, then take a look at the 2nd stage of King Ben's transformation. Frisia laughed wickedly, his smile full of coldness. Drink! Ah! Frisia roared loudly. Back! Shoulder! His head trembled violently again, and Frisia seemed to be in some sharp pain. Boom! An extremely faint voice came out. Several spikes extended from Frisia's back. And the shoulders bounced up like armor. P.S. It's not easy to write a book. I hope that book friends can vote for me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. Bow and thank you. Listed 5 times a day, hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 014. But the change hasn't stopped, and Frisia is still roaring at this time. At this moment, Frisia's head suddenly flattened. However, the length has increased several times. Compared with the 2nd form, the appearance can be said to be many times more terrifying. However, appearance is nothing scary for Sun Wukong. What is scary is now Frisia's bottomless combat potential. What? This is the 3rd form of Frisia? It's terrible. The Tsundere Prince Vegeta was on the verge of collapse, and he felt that what he seemed to have been holding on to all this time had been shattered. But he looked in the direction of Sun Wukong and regained some confidence, because on Sun Wukong's face, he only saw the fighting intent. Let you wait a long time, let's continue this battle. After completing the transformation, Frieza is very confident, and his current combat power has more than tripled again. What's more, he also knew that Sun Wukong was only on par with him before. But now, the gap between them has widened like a deep ditch. The speed like a flash made Sun Wukong completely kick away without reacting at all. Soon. This is the strength of the third form? Although Sun Wukong was kicked out, he still did not suffer any injuries. Yes. Let you see again. Frieza smiled coldly, slammed the soles of his feet on the ground, and attacked again. Both fists hit Sun Wukong's body hard like a meteor shower. The right leg is split horizontally. Sweep in Sun Wukong's chest. The Monkey King flew into the sky like a cannonball. Drink. Ha! Go to hell! Huge energy projectiles flew from Frieza's palm. Sun Wukong's pupils tightened. A punch was punched out. Punch the energy bomb in the other direction. Boom! In the distance, a tall mountain was directly reduced to rubble under the energy bomb. Sun Wukong just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but the cold voice behind him made a cold sweat break out of his spine. SAIYAN monkey, not bad, then let's continue. Frieza's heavy attack knocked Sun Wukong into the ground again. Frieza followed. With the whereabouts of the Monkey King. The feet fell mercilessly. Poof! Monkey King caught Frieza's feet with both hands on the ground. The dull voice seemed to make Frieza feel the pleasure of torture. The tail jerked. Like a leather whip. Knock off the Monkey King. Finally, a volley with the right foot. Sun Wukong's body fell like a cannonball in the distant hill. The hill also cracked quickly. Reduced to inconspicuous stones. It seems that your combat effectiveness has increased rapidly, and I can't keep up with it. Fortunately, my skin is thicker and thicker. Sun Wukong was under Frieza's multiple blows. The body was still not harmed. It can be said that Sun Wukong's physical defense at this time is very amazing. Only the training clothes were slightly damaged. Monkey King, who slowly got up, stared at Frieza, who was walking towards him. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were staring at Frieza excitedly. Although his combat power has reached 3 million, it requires full strength to burst out, and the consumption of chi is not small. So until the last moment, Sun Wukong didn't want to do this yet. It's just that now there is no way. Frieza's third form has exceeded 3 million, and if he doesn't give his full strength, he will only be abused. As for how long the 9 Yang God function lasted under the full burst of strength, Sun Wukong didn't have a bottom in his heart, but he just hoped that he wouldn't be able to withstand it too soon. Damn SAIYAN monkey, your strength is really very good, I can't bear to kill you. But I know that you SAIYANs can't be loyal to anyone else. After killing you, I will kill all the only remaining SAIYANs in this universe, haha. Frieza, who walked towards the Monkey King step by step, laughed coldly. It can be said that the shock that Sun Wukong brought him. Let him finally make up this decision. The threat of the SAIYANs is to the Frozen Demon clan. It has gradually changed from a legend to a reality. Well, SAIYAN monkey, I know that killing you with my current strength is also a matter of minutes. But before I kill you, I have to let you know what fear is. Let you see my ultimate power, the power that makes you fearful. Frieza's footsteps towards the Monkey King stopped abruptly. Let me show you my transformation of my final form, this is a discount for you. Let's enjoy a short life, because you will not survive today. Humph! You talk too much nonsense. Sun Wukong looked at the somewhat arrogant Frieza and snorted in disdain. But he was well aware. If you don't break through the Super Saiyan, It would be impossible to defeat Frisia in its final form. P.S. It's not easy to write a book. I hope that book friends can vote for me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. Bow and thank you. 5 changes a day before going on the shelves. Hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 015. It can even be said that what Frisia is saying now is right, but it is also wrong. However, with Sun Wukong's stubborn character, it would be so simple to compromise. Even if there is only one breath left, he will fight the enemy to the end. It can be said that before coming to this world, this character of the Monkey King, it is also destined that he will not live a dull life. Drink. The airflow around Frisia seemed to condense. The scattered airflow creates a strong air force in the air. Smash everything around you. Can't get close at all. With his hands flat, Frisia was channeling the most powerful force that had been suppressed within him. However, it will take a lot of time. Then I'll come to. Drink. Sun Wukong also burst out his last strength. The cold wind is cold. Sun Wukong and Frisia have both brought out their strongest strength at this time, and the real battle has just begun. Abominable. Damn Frisia, it's so powerful. Abominable cockroach, you must win. Whether a SAIYAN can survive in this universe is up to you. Proud as Vegeta, he also knew that he couldn't win over Frisia now. Although he didn't want to admit the ability of Sun Wukong, a low-class warrior, the facts were in front of him, and he could only expect Sun Wukong to create miracles. Drink. The Monkey King who completely releases all his energy. A huge force gushed out of the body. The chi around him suddenly skyrocketed. Muscles, muscles, skin. It becomes tougher and tougher under the action of chi. The muscles and flesh on the epidermis are constantly wriggling as if there is life. Under the washing of chi, the body is slowly getting stronger. A golden yellow appeared on the surface of Sun Wukong's skin. Although not very obvious yet. However, you can still feel the strong defense in it. The Monkey King with full firepower. At this moment, his defensive power plus the 30 times blessing of the Vajra immortal divine skill. It can already withstand the attack of 84 million combat power. Hey! Frisia noticed Sun Wukong's situation at this time. Although I feel that the opponent's combat effectiveness has also improved a lot. But Frisia sneered disdainfully. Continue with the final stage of his transformation. In Frisia's mind, no matter what happened, his strength is enough to kill that SAIYAN monkey. It can also be said that he has a very strong confidence in his own strength. Boom! Almost at the same time, Frisia and Sun Wukong simultaneously emerged from above their bodies' powerful chi. It burst out in an instant. The surrounding sand and gravel are directly turned into dust. And the ground is once again abruptly moved into a flat ground. The smoke and dust drifted up, only covering up the short breath of time. The two reappeared in their respective sites. They are indifferent to the changes in their opponents. Frisia can say that the changes have been too great. If people who don't know can't compare the current Frisia with the previous him. In a short period of time, it is completely two things. The previous Frisia looked hideous and terrifying. The limbs are also thick and terrifying. In some places there are even hard bone spurs. But the image of Frisia in its final form is a very harmless look. The tall and mighty look became petite and cute. The height is also rapidly reduced. The limbs are smooth as a mirror. Is this a different kind of return to basics? And the power will develop in this direction to a certain extent. As an earthling from the original world, Sun Wukong thought. Although it has long been known that Frisia's transformation will indeed be like this. But the personal experience is still a little inexplicable. This is different from the characters in the anime world. Rather, a terrible enemy who appeared before him alive. Compared with the changes in Frisia, Sun Wukong's breath at this time gave people the feeling that there was no change. Just the skin has changed some color. The eyes also became more fierce. Every move is also full of slight pressure. Even if Frisia does not have the ability to sense combat power. However, I still feel that the current Monkey King has obvious drastic changes compared to just now. I didn't expect you to still hide your strength, SAIYAN Monkey. I can't help but admire you a little here. You can reach this level, but unfortunately, such power cannot be used by me, so let's see how much time you can hold in my hands, and let's play a simple game. On this planet, there seem to be 3 more humans, one is also a SAIYAN monkey, a small bald head, and a woman. They should all be your acquaintances. I heard them call your name before, Monkey King. P.S. It's not easy to write a book. I hope that book friends can vote for me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. Bow and thank you. 5 changes a day before going on the shelves. Hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 016. Frisia looked at Sun Wukong with interest, with a trace of coldness on the corner of his mouth. It seemed that Sun Wukong once again aroused Frisia's pleasure. Yes, but to be honest, Frisia, you have changed so much. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have almost can't believe it. Sun Wukong shook his head without saying anything, and his words were also mixed with ridicule. For him, Frisia was just a stepping stone in his life. Scions, don't be too arrogant. I said I want to make you miserable. I'll go kill that little bald head and little monkey now. I want you to watch them die. Frisia raised his right finger to Sun Wukong, and countless fingers flew towards Sun Wukong, and then his body was about to fly in the direction of Klin and Sun Gohan. Frisia, you're underestimating me too much. Your attack like this is really weak. Are you tickling me again? Sun Wukong can only stimulate Frisia with words, preventing him from easily moving the battlefield to other places. Frisia was also surprised. Sun Wukong easily blocked his attack, and did not move a bit. Directly relying on his flesh body, he abruptly blocked the light energy wave. A somewhat stunned Frisia sneered slightly, SAIYAN monkey, I really underestimated you. My attack was blocked by you like this. If you are still the same as before, this attack can already seriously damage you. Did you become the legendary Super Saiyan? If that's the case, then there's nothing to fear about Super Saiyan either. However, since you are so anxious to find death, then I will fulfill you. Fight again. And first of all, I'm not a Super Saiyan now. Why are you afraid? Your power is unlikely to hurt me at all. And what my goal this time is, I think, you should be clear by this time. Frisia. Sun Wukong looked at Frisia, who was a little stunned, and couldn't help shaking his head. Are you trying to break through the Super Saiyan? Hehe, Super Saiyan is just a lie, there can be no one better than me. Destroying your Saiyan planet is a matter of great skill for me, and I don't have much strength. Since you want me to be your stepping stone, let's see how many pounds and tails you have. Arrogant SAIYAN monkey. Frisia looked at Sun Wukong coldly. He was angry, and he was actually used as a stepping stone for a breakthrough. Although I don't know how you escaped that crisis, after killing you, I will make all the Scions disappear into the universe, and there will be no one left. Frisia, I think you must be afraid of Super Saiyan. Now that I see my current strength, do you have a better understanding of the power of Saiyan? That's why you're in a hurry to destroy the Scions, otherwise why are you bothering yourself? Sun Wukong laughed, not caring at all about Frisia, whose expression became more and more gloomy. For this battle, Sun Wukong is determined to die. Only to die and then to live. He can break through in battle. Achieve Super Saiyan. He didn't need Frisia's forgiveness anyway. His purpose is to survive in this world. Break through Super Saiyan. But what Sun Wukong said is also correct. Frisia is now increasingly afraid of the bottomless potential of the Scions. Originally, he had kept Vegeta by his side. Just so that I can see how much strength the Scions can reach. After all, a single Scion is for Frisia. There is nothing to fear. And Vegeta's strength did make Frisia a little disdainful of the SAIYANs. After all, the combat effectiveness is only more than 10,000. It does not threaten his existence at all. So he won't do anything to the rest of the SAIYANs. But today he met the Monkey King. Looking at Sun Wukong's seemingly bottomless potential, and that disdainful attitude, forced until now, he has already undergone his final transformation. This forced him to make a new judgment about the SAIYANs. Although it is very likely that the Monkey King is only a special case. But this also shows that the power of the SAIYANs can indeed reach millions. What a degree! Throughout the universe, there are not too many cosmic people with more than 100,000 combat power. So once this SAIYAN is given room to develop again, then it is not impossible to surpass him. And for the legendary Super SAIYAN, Frisia remained non-committal. Haha, you say I'm afraid of you SAIYAN monkeys? What a joke! Our frozen demon race is the strongest race in the universe. Maybe there will even be a god of destruction in the future. P.S. It's not easy to write a book. I hope that book friends can vote for me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. Bow and thank you. 5 changes a day before going on the shelves. Hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 017. After a cold snort, Frisia's body exploded violently. In an instant, he appeared in front of Sun Wukong's eyes. The right hand clenched into a fist and smashed towards Sun Wukong. He hated this arrogant SAIYAN. Hoped to solve him in one move. However, at this time, Sun Wukong's defense has been greatly improved. So even if hit without an attack with more than 84 million combat power, it is impossible to wound him at once. Instead, he was taking advantage of Frisia's approach. The body stepped on the ground. In a flash, he appeared behind Frisia. Die! Sun Wukong's eyes were cold, and his right leg swept directly like a long whip. With a powerful aura, he swept towards Frisia's defenseless spine. Bang! Frisia was stunned by Sun Wukong's attack. The body was uncontrolled, and he directly hit the hill not far away. But Monkey King is well aware that such an attack will not do any harm to Frisia. So his figure followed. Prepare to go ahead and go on the offensive. However, this unexpected attack can be indispensable. Just now, Frisia was also shocked and contemptuous of Sun Wukong's sudden action. That's what happened. But when Frisia got serious, it's not that easy to deal with. After smashing the hill to smithereens, Frisia kicked his legs on the ground. Extremely fast. Both hands went straight to break through Sun Wukong's defenses. Slammed the chest. Bang! 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 Sun Wukong did not show weakness. Punch after punch back. The sound of hitting was constantly heard throughout the sky. From the figures of the two. But as the chi that Frisia erupted became stronger and stronger, the Monkey King soon began to retreat. After all, his maximum combat power is only 3 million. It is simply not comparable to Frisia, who has now played 70% of his strength. If it weren't for the fact that his Vajra divine skill had increased his defense power by 30 times. He blocked a few moves and was about to lie down. Bang! Sun Wukong was still swept hard by Frisia's tail. Then the body dives with a huge impact. The right elbow struck on Sun Wukong's chest again like a giant hammer. Poof! For the first time, Sun Wukong spewed out a mouthful of blood. Frisia's elbow strike just now had already surpassed Sun Wukong's defense of King Kong's immortal divine skill. Sun Wukong began to lose step by step, in a short exchange. He can be said to be completely disadvantaged. Although barely able to block Frisia's attack, but often within a few moves. The Monkey King was attacked by Frisia tens of thousands of different times. Now his combat power is simply impossible to surpass Frisia. At this time, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Boom! Sun Wukong's body flew out. smashed heavily on the hill. Then it slowly fell. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Frisia, who was walking towards him step by step. The pupils locked. This Frisia's strength is indeed very strong. Up to now, at least 60% of the role has been played. Let him not even fight back. Not enough. It's not quite a bit worse. Sun Wukong actually grinned. A mouthful of teeth with a trace of blood. I can't help but feel a little miserable. However, the more so, the more excited Sun Wukong became, and the stronger and stronger his fighting intent. He now finally felt that he had broken through the Super Saiyan barrier. It seems distant, but it seems simple. A very mysterious feeling swirled in his heart. Saiyan monkey, you are quite resistant. I've used 70% of my combat power now, and you can even withstand it. Your body is indeed strong, and you still haven't hurt much, which is really unexpected. But as long as I exert 80% of my power, I can turn you into dust in the universe, don't believe it. Frisia stretched out his hands and walked slowly towards Sun Wukong. Of course, I think you may still have hidden strength, but this should not help you much. Then Saiyan monkey, you can die, I am tired of playing this game. At this moment, the sky of the entire planet Namek suddenly became like night. Dark clouds roll in the sky. It was as if something incredible, something had come out. What is that? The breath is so powerful. Frisia suddenly looked into the distance. Although he could not feel the chi, but his intuition told him. There was a powerful aura that appeared. Although it is not as powerful as the Monkey King in front of him, it is not low. Did they summon the Divine Dragon? It seems that this is indeed the case, so that the Piccolo can be resurrected. Frisia noticed the situation over there. Sun Wukong was originally happy that Klin and they had summoned the Divine Dragon. But knowing that Frisia looked over there, I felt bad when I boarded. Frisia will definitely go over there. Chapter 018. Shenlong. It must be so. Damn Saiyan monkeys, let you go for now. A look of delight appeared on Frisia's face. Immediately flew into the distance. I don't know how many times faster. At this time, Vegeta also reacted. Immediately followed and flew over. Sun Wukong can only keep up quickly. But it was a lot slower than Frisia. It's miserable this time, I just hope Klin and Gohan will be careful. Be sure to top my arrival. It seems that the temptation of immortality is even greater for Frisia, and even the Saiyans can let it go. Sun Wukong can only hope that Klin will not die so quickly, at least until he arrives. Since the system does not indicate that the task failed or succeeded, he knows that the task must continue. Klin, is the first wish to revive the Earth's Piccolo? A diminutive nemesis asked to Klin and Son Gohan. Yes, Dandy. Hurry, maybe Frisia is coming here. Klin said to Dandy. Amp, 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 amp. Dandy spoke to the dragon in name Seeing. After a while, the divine dragon emitted a flash of light and flew directly to the unknown place. Well, your first wish has come true. The Piccolo on Earth has been resurrected. Please name your second wish. Shenlong said to Dandy. But before they could say their second wish, a figure quickly arrived in the distance. You dare to summon the divine dragon with the great Frisia on your back, hurry up and make a wish so that I can have an immortal body. Otherwise, I'll let you all die. Frisia said grimly, looking at the three of Klin with gloomy eyes. It's these three imps. His wish to make him immortal almost impossible to fulfill. Dandy faces the great demon king who destroyed the home of the nemesis. Nature refuses to make a wish. Frisia didn't bother to pay attention to Dandy them. Flying directly in front of the divine dragon, he made a loud wish, I want to have eternal life. It's just that Frisia doesn't speak the language of the nemesis, and no matter how loud he is, he doesn't let the dragon fulfill his wish. At this time, the divine dragon suddenly disappeared, turning into 7 huge round stones and falling to the ground. The black clouds in the sky also quickly dissipated, returning to a clear sky. Damn it! What's going on? Little ghost, is it your tricks and feet? Frisia's gloomy eyes made Clin and the others frightened. But Dandy ignored Frisia's threat and cried with her eyes wide open. The great elder died, so the divine dragon is gone. The divine dragons were made by the great elder himself, and without the support of the great elder's superpowers, they would turn back into stone. What? Damn it, it's all you, making this king's wish impossible to fulfill. I'm going to kill you. Frisia was furious, and saw that he was about to fulfill his wish of immortality, but was destroyed by these 3 imps. Gohan, you run away with Dandy. I'll block him. Clin knew that he and the others would not be spared, so he flew directly in front of Frisia, telling Son Gohan and Dandy to quickly escape. Want to escape? Haven't asked me yet. In this universe, there is no one I can't kill. Frisia shot a powerful finger light towards Clin. He was already furious. However, the finger light was blocked by a figure. Rumble. Yes. Then I'll try it today. Clin, you guys go first. Leave it to me here. Those who dare to speak to Frisia like this have no one else except Sun Wukong. It's you SAIYAN monkey again, if you rush over and send it to death, then I will fulfill you. You're all going to die. Frisia became furious, and all his plans were ruined. Lord King of the Northern Realm, can you hear me? Taking advantage of this gap, Sun Wukong tried to call in his heart. In the original work, the King of the Northern Realm can talk to people's hearts, and Sun Wukong can only try. Goku, I can hear me. Is there anything I need help with? Sure enough, soon the voice of the King of the Northern Realm came from his heart. This is about to become the place of great war, you tell Piccolo, let him summon the dragon on Earth and transfer everyone else on the planet Namek to Earth. I stayed and fought Frisia for the final duel, and I would definitely stop him. Sun Wukong's tone was very affirmative. What? Goku, you can't stay, now you are not his opponent. As long as you continue to cultivate, you will definitely be able to defeat him in the future, so return to Earth first. There's no time, if I can't stop Frisia here. Then there will be no safe place in this universe, and the Earth will soon be destroyed by him. So, trust me, I can definitely stop him. The Monkey King finally asked the King of the Northern Realm to pass this message to Piccolo. On Earth, Piccolo immediately began to act, and he prepared to summon the Earth Divine Dragon. Chapter 019. Wu. Finally use this move. Sun Wukong's face slowly became solemn. He knew what to preserve strength was simply impossible. He can only use last resort. To stall for time. Make sure that others here are able to return to Earth. He had to use his last resort. Realm King Fist. Only this can once again improve his combat effectiveness. This is not the trump card against Frisia. This is just a means to better break through the Super Saiyan in battle. Oh? Do you really still have hidden strength? Let me see. Seeing the solemn expression of Sun Wukong, it seems that there is some last move. Frisia was also slightly surprised. Hasn't the strength of this Saiyan monkey been brought into play yet? Frisia was secretly worried. He is also more and more firm about Sun Wukong's killing intent. 20 times the Realm King Fist. The corner of Sun Wukong's mouth spit out a few words heavily. Boom. A sound. The burning red aura immediately exploded around Sun Wukong's body. Crushed dust. An even more powerful chi emerged from the body. Realm King Fist. It can comprehensively improve attack power, defense power, and speed. It is a trick that multiplies the combat power taught by the King of the Northern Realm. There are big flaws though. The load on the body is very large. It takes a long time to heal afterwards to recover slowly. So Sun Wukong didn't plan to use this trick at first. This is the last trump card. But now there is no need to do it. Frisia was already in a state of rage. Do not use the 20x Realm King Fist. He couldn't stop the other party at all. Gaku. No, you can only use 10 times the Realm King Fist at most, 20 times, you will die. At this time, Sun Wukong's heart suddenly heard the voice of the King of the Northern Realm. He was strongly opposed to Sun Wukong's direct use of the 20 times Realm King Fist. In that case, Sun Wukong's body could not withstand it. Don't worry, Lord King of the Northern Realm. My body is fine, I will definitely be able to persevere. Sun Wukong naturally had no way to explain that he had the 9 Yang Divine Skill and the Vajra Not Bad Divine Skill, which made the load on his body by the Realm King Fist not as great as in the original work. And he also has Fairy Beans. The Zhu Yang Divine Skill is even more effective in recovering injuries. Click. Sun Wukong kicked on the ground. Between Frisia's stunned. The right fist slashed a stream of light and hit Frisia hard in the abdomen. Then his body sank slightly, and his right leg smashed into Frisia's chest from the bottom up. Bang! Bang! The powerful impact made Frisia's whole person fly. As soon as Sun Wukong stepped on his legs, the chaotic stones suddenly splashed. Abominable! I didn't expect your combat power to rise so fast at once. Looking at the Monkey King who flew over, Frisia secretly said angrily in his heart. Both hands gushed out powerful energy bullets towards Sun Wukong, completely engulfing Sun Wukong's figure at once. Gaku! Be careful! Klin could only shout from a distance. The current energy fluctuations have long isolated them thousands of meters away. Dad, come on! Little Gohan clenched his fists, his eyes kept staring at the figure of Sun Wukong. Just as Frisia wanted to carefully observe the situation of the Monkey King, the cold voice in the rear made Frisia's heart sink. Frisia, don't look for it, I'm behind you. As soon as the words fell, Frisaden elbowed the rear. However, Sun Wukong's movements were even faster and faster. Tens of thousands of punches were thrown with both hands in an instant. Slashed into Frisia's head. Bang! Frisia was hit hard. In the end, he could only barely step on the ground, and his body was slightly inclined. Swoosh! Frisia's figure flew into the air again, when Sun Wukong's attack just landed where Frisia had just stayed. Boom! A bottomless hole appeared in the ground. Looking up at the angry Frisia, Sun Wukong sneered slightly. Abominable Saiyan monkey! Frisia, who had received so many attacks, the anger in his heart multiplied geometrically. He was very surprised. This Saiyan monkey's combat power has actually reached 50% of his strength. Obviously, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness has been raised to a very terrifying realm at this time. Frisia looked at the Monkey King below. The expression is hideous. It's like a deep hatred. It's no wonder that every time he thinks he can easily kill Sun Wukong. But it didn't take long for the opponent's strength to increase again, which made Frisia more and more irritated. You forced me. Frisia sneered. He has to show more strength. Certainly not 100% power. Frisia himself knows this. 100% of its strength will slowly weaken after it bursts out. It is also a certain damage to his body. P.S. It's not easy to write a book. I hope that book friends can vote for me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. Bow and thank you. 5 changes a day before going on the shelves. Hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 020. Die. In the induction of Sun Wukong. Frisia's chi was obviously more terrifying than just now. It seems that the idea of killing Sun Wukong has penetrated deep into Frisia's mind. And as soon as the words fell, Frisia turned his head down, and the figure rushed directly towards Sun Wukong. But to Frisia's surprise, though, Sun Wukong was looking at him with a sneer. In the distance, among Frisia's spaceship, Combat effectiveness 80 million, 60 million. Oh, my god! This! Almost all cosmic people looked at the numbers displayed on the screen with pale faces. How is it possible, King Frisia and that SAIYAN have such amazing combat power? But it seems that King Frisia has the advantage, and we don't have to worry much, that SAIYAN has angered King Frisia and will not end well. Turtle Pai Kigong. Sun Wukong looked at Frisia who rushed towards him. A few words came out of his mouth faintly. The hands gather powerful energy in the shape of a calyx. Then quickly push forward. A huge pillar of light shot towards Frisia. The energy in the center of the light pillar appeared very violent. Everyone can see the great power of this move. Turtle School Kigong was invented by the Turtle Immortals. The power can almost be said to increase as the strength of the individual increases. This is also the first time that Sun Wukong has officially blasted out this energy wave with all his strength. What? Looking at the huge pillar of light that cut through the space and rushed into the sky, Frisia's expression was also very ugly. He also saw how powerful the energy contained in this pillar of light was. Looking at the pillar of light that is close at hand, a hint of death appeared in Frisia's mind. Under Sun Wukong's all-out blow, Frisia was even scared. This is a shame for him. Ugh! But Frisia had no chance to dodge. Turtle Sect Kigong completely engulfed his entire figure. Boom! As if tens of thousands of tons of nuclear bombs exploded. The white clouds of the sky drifted under this might. The ground is also constantly shaking. Nearby rocks kept rolling down the ground. The aftermath has this power. It is really unimaginable to imagine the power in the energy center. It worked, Goku did it. Klin watched all this and was overjoyed. He didn't think Frisia had any chance of survival. Is Frisia really finished? Is this true? Vegeta had an incredulous look in her eyes. Phew! After such a fierce battle, Sun Wukong also felt a little tired. But he knew very well. The attack just now could not have killed Frisia. And Sun Wukong doesn't want this. He hasn't broken through the Super Saiyan yet. Abominable Saiyan, abominable! You damn it! A stream of light crossed the sky. Frisia soon reappeared in the eyes of the Monkey King. However, at this time, Frisia was a little embarrassed. There is a lot of smoke in many places on the body. The body has a faint scar, which is the damage inflicted by the Turtle Sect Kigong under the 20 times Realm King's fist to Frisia. Frisia's eyes were filled with coldness, and he sneered, "The attack just now, for a moment, I thought I was going to die. But I survived, and you should be honored that you let me use 80% of my strength to resist this attack. Next, it's my ultimate power, and I'm going to use all my power. Die, Monkey King!" Sure enough. It still has to be. Looking at Frisia's figure floating in the air, Sun Wukong said secretly. Frisia was already furious by this time. After all, since he was born, no one has been able to make him so embarrassed, or even make him feel afraid, and this shame can only be eliminated by the blood of Sun Wukong. Boom! The chi in Frisia's body completely exploded. In an instant, he rushed in front of Sun Wukong. The head slammed into Sun Wukong's chest. A huge force surged in from between his chests, and Sun Wukong didn't have time to react, and his body flew out upside down. It's impossible to fight back against Frisia now. Sun Wukong plus 20 times the Realm King fist. It is only 60 million combat effectiveness. But 100% of Frisia's performance has reached more than 120 million. Abominable! Can't break through Super Saiyan yet? Was the previous feeling wrong? Sun Wukong looked at Frisia in front of him and swung his right fist heavily. But now Frisia's combat power has infinitely widened the gap with Sun Wukong. So Monkey King's quick attack. Frisia easily dodged it. P.S. It's not easy to write a book. I hope that book friends can vote for me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. Bow and thank you. 5 changes a day before going on the shelves, hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 021. What followed was a rain of continuous offensives by Free Sana. Right fist. Left fist. Side kick. Straight to the point. Countless different attacks fell on Sun Wukong's body in a dazzling manner. Poof. Under Frisia's all-out attack, the maximum defense that Sun Wukong could withstand was breached. In an instant, almost all the bones in his body were shattered by Frisia. Fortunately, Sun Wukong put a fairy bean into his mouth at the last moment. Chew and swallow gently. The serious injuries suffered by Sun Wukong's body instantly recovered. Hey? Actually restored? What's going on? Frisia looked at the originally dying Monkey King. Between brief breaths, it became full of blood and came back to life. Very shocked. And to his surprise, the recovered Monkey King. At this moment, his combat effectiveness has faintly improved a little. Woohoo! Sun Wukong gasped. It was really dangerous just now. It still can't break through. At this moment, Sun Wukong's heart was a little anxious. He felt as if he couldn't break through the Super Saiyan barrier. Although after eating the fairy beans, his combat effectiveness has improved a lot again. But plus the bonus of the Realm King Fist, he now has a combat power of 70 million at most. In the back, the bonus of the Realm King Fist will be lower and lower. In the original book, Sun Wukong broke through the Super Saiyan. It is almost rare to use the Realm King Fist to boost combat power, because Super Saiyans originally have a lot of load on the body. Plus the words of the Realm King Fist, there is no way to control it at all. So his current normal combat effectiveness should reach 5 million. But after the bonus of the Realm King Fist, it's only 70 million. Because he has now almost reached the barrier to break through the Super Saiyan. Bang! 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 The battle between Monkey King and Frisia has spread throughout the planet Namek. Fortunately, Sun Gohan and the others have been transferred to the Earth by the Earth Divine Dragon, so that Sun Wukong can fight with peace of mind. Sun Wukong was shot out by Frisia again. Bursts of intense pain spread to the nerve endings. Sun Wukong's brows couldn't help but frown slightly. But in his heart, he couldn't stop roaring, "Breakthrough, Super Saiyan, hurry up and break through." The anger in my heart continued to burn, but ironically, although I seemed to feel a little. But it didn't take long for it to disappear again without a trace, as if nothing existed. Helplessly, Sun Wukong could only take a fairy bean again. Because 70 million versus more than 120 million combat effectiveness. Not enough to see at all. Ah, there are only 3 chances left, and there are only 3 fairy beans. Bang! Sun Wukong was once again hit hard in the air and fell to the ground. However, this time Frisia's attack did not come again. "You are very peculiar, you actually have a secret medicine that can instantly restore injuries and improve combat effectiveness. But it's a pity that even if you improve more, you are still not my opponent. If you can hand over this secret medicine, I may be able to let you go." Frisia took a fancy to the magic of fairy beans. Of course, he was just deceiving Sun Wukong. "I want him Frisia to let the Saiyans go. It is impossible. The strong do not disdain to keep promises with the weak. So for Frisia, this is also not a scam. It's beautiful to think about. But it's a pity that your greed tells me that you won't let us Saiyans go. I'm not dead yet, you may not win." After Sun Wukong recovered again, he felt that his combat power should reach 80 million at this moment. As long as he keeps going, he believes that he will definitely be able to break through the Super Saiyan. "Well, you die. I'm tired of playing this game, so Saiyan accept the final punishment." Standing in the void, Frisia was like a demon god, looking down at Sun Wukong. "Since the other party does not agree, then destroy him completely." He didn't believe it. In such cases, Sun Wukong can recover again. Frisia raised his hands. Slowly, energy projectiles with a diameter of nearly 10 meters gathered. And it's still getting bigger. Holding the grass, it's not scientific. Shouldn't he hurt me again and let me eat the fairy beans? How to put this kind of big move directly? Is there no hope? My Super Saiyan, I'm not willing. Looking up at Frisia in a sneer. Sun Wukong's right fist hit the ground hard. He was very unwilling. Since the heavens have allowed him to be reborn in this Dragon Ball world. Did he just die like this? Even the first boss can't get by. At this time, the system in my head came with a voice again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second mission and saving Klin. Reward a special draw once. Is there an immediate draw? P.S. It's not easy to write a book. I hope that book friends can vote for me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. Bow and thank you. 5 changes a day before going on the shelves. Hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 022. Lottery? What the hell, can I break through Super Saiyan immediately? Sun Wukong was very speechless about the system. At this critical juncture. What a lottery! Answer no immediately. Leave it for later. Ding, this draw is on hold for the next time. Now release the third mission, break through the Super Saiyan. Success, reward the 6 veins Excalibur. Failure, host death. Hold the grass, your uncle. You say breakthrough is breakthrough. At least give a hint, I'm going to hang up. Sun Wukong cursed the system in his mind. There was no response. I don't know what this system is going to do. Go and die, Saiyan monkey. It's over. After a short time, Frisia gathered oversized energy bullets above his hands. Then gently smashed towards Sun Wukong's position. Time seems to become long all of a sudden. In Frisia's maniacal laughter. The black energy bomb had already approached Sun Wukong. The extremely powerful coercion nailed Sun Wukong's body to the ground. If hit in this state, Sun Wukong will definitely die, and Sendu will not be able to save him. Is it really going to die? Looking at the energy bomb that was close at hand, Sun Wukong smiled bitterly in his heart. Sendu he still has on him. But now this absolute strength is different. It is impossible to resist Frisia's energy bomb by swallowing the immortal beans. At this time, he thought of various experiences in his previous life. The embarrassing life of his own life in the orphanage. With the encouragement of the orphanage teacher, he cheered up. But then he was betrayed by a friend. But he was still not knocked down by difficulties. He walked out strongly. That is, the step of this footprint. Only then did he have a wonderful and brilliant life in the next few years. It also gave him a deeper understanding of all kinds of things in society. The rules of the world are nothing more than the law of the jungle. Maybe some people are just packaging perfectly under this rule. The hesitation and steadfastness when crossing into the world of Dragon Ball. He vowed to live a more wonderful life than in his previous life. He had just been reborn not long ago. He also wants to be super strong in Dragon Ball. A strong heart overlooking all universes. At this time, infinite passion and anger poured out of thin air. It was a mockery of his own incompetence. And Sun Wukong's mind also completely woke up at this time. Whether it's for your own life in this life, or for loved ones here. He couldn't even die like this. He hasn't had a more powerful enemy. How can you die so simply? Yes, what about Frisia? He's just the first boss to start with Dragon Ball, even he can't beat him, what else can I do? I'm going to beat him. The excitement here will definitely not be without me. A ray of essence flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. That passion and anger was like wildfire. Let his whole body start to tremble. Look up at the energy bomb that is only a few centimeters away from him. Sun Wukong firmly stretched out his hands. With a dull ring. Sun Wukong's whole person slowly sank towards the ground under the power of the energy bomb. And the two arms creaked. It was as if it was going to shatter at any moment. Severe pain tormented him from time to time. Now the Monkey King is already in a very dangerous situation. Life is like a ship in the waves. At any time, the result of shipwrecking and death is faced. But his heart is fearless and unrepentant. Only thousands of pride are stirring. At this moment, his muscles slowly squirmed. Blood. Gas. It seemed to be operating with the root of the Zhuyang divine gong. It seems to have a life, constantly circulating in the body. The 5 internal organs that were originally injured were under the action of the Zhuyang divine skill. It was fully restored very quickly. Traumatic bones. Under the continuous brushing of Zhuyang true qi, becoming more and more robust. The muscles are constantly squirming. It is also the development of more and more perfect. The body seems to be undergoing earth-shaking changes. Sun Wukong could vaguely feel it. He is very different from the original. And unknowingly, he cultivated the first 3 layers of the Zhuyang divine skill to a perfect level. Recreate the body perfectly. The potential of life is greatly developed. Knock, knock. In the comfortable depths of the earth, Sun Wukong even heard the sound of his beating heart. Beat slowly. More and more intense. He felt as if his heart was about to beat out of his body. It was as if a powerful qi gushed out from inside the body. An inexplicable feeling was derived from the bottom of my heart. Roar. With a violent roar, Sun Wukong's entire body trembled continuously. In the depths of the dark underground, the Monkey King is undergoing a huge transformation. P.S. It's not easy to write a book. I hope that book friends can vote for me. The flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. Bow and thank you. 5 changes a day before going on the shelves. Hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 023. The whole earth is constantly trembling. The core deep underground has also changed inexplicably. The magma was tumbling violently and roaring. Sun Wukong opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time. A flash of essence flashed from his eyes. Then the corners of his mouth slowly pulled out a confident smile. He was already feeling the changes taking place in his body. That's right. Under the threat of death, the Monkey King, who left everything behind, has broken through to become a Super Saiyan. A huge amount of energy flowing through the body. Even the Monkey King himself. It was also a heartbeat. Compared with before, now he is 10 times, 100 times more advanced. Feel the powerful breath of Frisia. The figure of the Monkey King rushed to the ground like lightning. The battle continues. Monkey King unknowingly. There were changes that even he was not aware of. Frisia's power at this time. It was no longer out of reach in his eyes. Instead, there is a feeling of being in control. Because now his combat power is far above Frisia. Well, is that Saiyan monkey dead? Should have died. Looking at a deep round hole with a diameter of 100 meters. Frisia muttered, then laughed maniacally. A burst of laughter echoed in the sky. This is the end of going against me, Frisia. I am the strongest one in this universe. Haha, solved this Saiyan monkey. That Vegeta is also a scourge to stay. I will make the Saiyan monkey extinct in the universe. The next step is to hunt down Vegeta. In this heart-pounding battle, Frisia felt deeply threatened by the Saiyans. He had made up his mind, but Saiyans will not be allowed to survive one more day in this universe. Because of Sun Wukong's great strength. And after every injury, it is even possible to continue to increase the potential of combat effectiveness. Frisia felt the endless potential of the Saiyans. At this time, the ground suddenly shook. Began to shake non-stop. Countless mountains and rocks cracked and shattered. The ground soon cracked into bottomless cracks. Like a devouring hell. Frisia couldn't help but have doubts in his heart, and shook his head, Could it be that the power of the attack just now was not well controlled? Have I already destroyed the core of this planet? But I should have already regained my strength. Then he patted his head and said, "Forget it, that SAIYAN monkey is dead anyway. Whatever these little things do, I'd better leave this planet. It seems that this planet is about to explode." "What? This is Frisia, who just wanted to leave the planet Namek. Suddenly, I saw that the deep hole in the ground was constantly collapsing. Look intently." Suddenly, a flash of light burst out of the hole. In an instant, it has landed steadily in mid-air. Frisia looked ahead. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. The two eyes stared at the figure in front of them with some surprise. In the distance, among Frisia's spaceship. It seems that King Frisia has won, and that SAIYAN is dead. The lizard cosmic man kept tapping the button in front of him. The values on the screen are also constantly flowing. Suddenly, the broadcast emitted a shrill warning sound. The screen also trembled all of a sudden. In the eyes of the cosmonauts in the spaceship, they believed that the fighting power of the dead SAIYANs had skyrocketed. They could only stare at the changes on the screen. There was not a trace of reaction at all. It looks like he has been stunned. Boom! With a violent sound. One by one, the screens on the spaceship completely burst open. At this time, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness had already exceeded the range of machine detection on the spaceship. Because of the explosion of the core, the entire spaceship soon became a chain reaction at every corner. A series of explosions began in hundreds of places on the spacecraft. Shhhh! A boom that resounded through heaven and earth. Let some cosmic people who are lucky enough to escape are afraid. What? You're not dead? This. Frisia looked in shock at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. The Monkey King, who he thought was dead, actually appeared in front of him again. Although the appearance of this SAIYAN is very different from just now, it has been very different. But how could Frisia admit that he was wrong? No wonder Frisia was shocked. The Monkey King did not die. It wouldn't have allowed him to have such an exaggerated expression. It's the change of Sun Wukong at this time. It shook his heartstrings deeply. It's just that he subconsciously doesn't want to admit it. P.S. It's not easy to write a book. I hope that book friends can vote for me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. Bow and thank you. 5 changes a day before going on the shelves. Hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 024. At this time, Sun Wukong's body was filled with golden flames. The golden yellow color on the skin has become more pronounced. It is as if it is a god towering in the sky. Originally Sun Wukong's black crab hairstyle. Now the roots are also upside down. The originally black hair turned blonde. Even the eyebrows turned golden. The dark and deep eyes have turned light green. There is even a touch of scarlet in the center of the eye. The current Monkey King looks very resolute. But on top of the resolute face, a few more evil auras were added. What's wrong with Frisia? Aren't you stunned? To be honest, I was also frozen. I was also shocked by my current strength. I didn't expect that after the breakthrough, my strength would be so strong. The figure of the Monkey King stood in the void. He looked at the shocked Frisia with interest. Transform into Super SAIYAN roar. Sun Wukong's personality has also become a little rampant. But this is also very normal. The character of the SAIYANs is originally like this. Super SAIYAN also has a great influence on the Monkey King. Of course, the more important reason here is, having just transformed into the Monkey King, he has not yet reached the level of freedom of use. It's also natural to be affected. But the Zhuyang divine skill he cultivated had a strong restraint in this regard. Wait until he learns stronger Zhuyang divine skill secrets later. This emotion, he can control it freely. How is that possible? This can't be. What the hell is going on with you? Aren't SAIYAN monkeys just going to be gorillas? How could it become like you? Frisia still didn't seem to come to his senses. For the current changes of the Monkey King, he suddenly felt very scared. Ancient legends poured out of memory. As a result, he had completely lost his composure. Just try it. I think you're curious about my situation now. Come and continue our battle. Sun Wukong slowly fell to the ground, looked up at Frisia and smiled. Or are you no longer afraid to fight me? Abominable SAIYAN monkey, life is quite tenacious. Next, I must kill you. Frisia looked at Monkey King angrily. Then said firmly, I must let you die this time. Saying that, the figure rushed straight towards the Monkey King on the ground. Bang! The ground was shattered in all directions by a powerful energy. But Frisia's attack did not touch the Monkey King at all. Instead, he was flown away by Sun Wukong's one-handed punch. Then Sun Wukong's figure stepped forward. Wrap your arms around Frisia's retreating body. The right knee was pushed hard over. Ugh! The energy on Sun Wukong's right knee directly penetrated Frisia's body. He couldn't help but scream out. And Sun Wukong's hands were even higher in the air. Then it hit it hard with a giant hammer. The two powerful forces made Frisia scream in pain incessantly. There was no reaction when he shrunk on the ground. But Sun Wukong looked at Frisia like this. The attack did not continue. Instead, he looked at Frisia with a playful face. Hey! Frisia slowed down. The figure rolled towards the rear to open the distance with Sun Wukong. Then get up slowly. Looking at the confident Monkey King, he was surprised. Why do you have such great power? Are you a legendary Super SAIYAN? Although not quite convinced. But Sun Wukong's attack just now was too powerful. Unexpectedly, Wow did not have the slightest room for resistance. Haha, that's right. I'm now the legendary Super SAIYAN, and I really have to thank you. I didn't expect it to really succeed. Sun Wukong raised his right hand and shook it, and said with a smile. In order to repay you, I can give you a few tricks, Frisia, but I will no end to. Abominable SAIYAN monkey, I am the strongest in the universe. You're just a bunch of wild monkeys. Frisia roared angrily. With a strong offensive, it surged towards Sun Wukong. Every punch and kick carries a sharp whistling sound. Breaks through the resistance of the air. Every attack was made with full force. But what scared Frisia was, his attack could not hurt Sun Wukong at this time at all. Not to mention defeating him. Ring the bell. As if hitting the hardest card gold mine in the universe. Frisia hit Sun Wukong. It constantly makes a sound of colliding with metal. It was as if Monkey King had turned into a metal man. Are you tickling me? It's so comfortable, go ahead. Sun Wukong, who has the King Kong not bad divine skill. At this moment, the defense power is even more frighteningly strong. Casual Frisia kept attacking. None of them move. Even he yawned boredly. It made Frisia furious. P.S. Tanabata festival is coming, fight, rob, every book friend passing by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks let you go down the Tanabata festival. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all book friends a happy Tanabata festival in advance, find their sweetheart, be able to meet her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and tickets. Chapter 025. Woo! Frisia looked at the Monkey King not far away a little breathlessly. The light in his eyes was full of fear. After so many attacks. So far, he still hasn't hurt a single hair of Sun Wukong. This made Frisia feel a fear that he had never felt before. Why, don't plan to continue attacking? Tired of fighting? You are also too useless. Sun Wukong said with a slight smile. He was very happy with the state. Then it's my turn to attack, Frisia. Let you see how I have changed. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed coldly. The footsteps kicked the ground. The figure flashed to Frisia's side. Before he could react, a powerful blow with the right fist knocked Frisia away. Then his feet chiseled into Frisia's chest like meteorites. It made his whole person like a meteorite falling. Hit the ground hard. Boom! A deep pit was chiseled out in an instant. Frisia lay limply at the bottom of the pit. He was stepped on by Sun Wukong on one foot. Can't move. Bang! Monkey King smiled contemptuously and kicked Frisia out like a football. Abominable SAIYAN monkey! I want kill. Finish you. When did Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, be treated like this? He broke apart the nearby rocks with all his might. Refloat opposite the Monkey King. Hands condense a huge amount of energy. In an instant, countless energy projectiles all shot towards Sun Wukong. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The sound like thunder constantly echoed above the sky. The smoke and dust from the explosion even surrounded Sun Wukong's entire body. But Frisia didn't have the ability to feel angry at all. So just constantly attack with your eyes. Continue the attack. It's just that he doesn't know. Such an attack has no effect on Sun Wukong. What? Impossible. How could this happen? This can't be. I thought that such an attack would at least cause Sun Wukong some trauma. But when the smoke and dust that lingered around them dispersed, appeared in Frisia's eyes, is still the figure of Sun Wukong unscathed. There was a sneer on the corner of his mouth, as if mocking his indiscretion. Hey? Frisia, is this your attack, that's all? Are you really running out of strength now? I feel that you are weak and explosive, can you work harder? Nothing at all. Flicking the smoke and dust on his body, Sun Wukong smiled lightly at Frisia as if nothing had happened. Or is your strength already the strongest now? It was my turn to attack. Said with one hand aimed at the embarrassed Frisia. An invisible fist burst out of the air. Bang! Under this invisible chi attack, Frisia's figure flew out upside down, constantly rolling in the air. Of course, Sun Wukong will not let go of the next opportunity. Hit the air again with your right fist. Another punch landed heavily on Frisia's face. With a muffled sound came out. Frisia's whole person flew backwards weakly in the air like a broken kite, and it took half a sound to stabilize his body. Abominable! Why? I am the strongest in the universe. You can't beat me. Frisia, who steadied himself, became a little crazy. Sun Wukong's attack just now had shattered his self-confidence. The other party didn't even touch it. Just relying on the punches had already injured him. Even Frisia could feel it. Sun Wukong did not show much strength at all. It's like a random blow. But I just can't resist. At this time on the distant planet of the world, the Northern Realm King's entire body trembled. The two tentacles on the forehead are also shaking up and down with excitement. It's so strong. Goku is now far ahead of Frisia. Is this the strength of Super Saiyan? Our galaxy is saved, the universe is saved. Lord King of the Northern Realm, has Sun Wukong really become so strong? The three-eyed Tianjin fan couldn't help but ask. Yamcha on the side also pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Yes, now Goku has broken through the Super Saiyan. He has steadily suppressed Frisia. What? So strong? Tianjin Fan and Yamcha were shocked. They have always been Sun Wukong's closest combat partners, and they have gone through countless storms together. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, Sun Wukong had undergone such a big change on the planet Namek, and his strength far exceeded them. We'll definitely work harder, Goku, wait for me to catch up with you. Tianjin Rice and Yamcha nodded at the same time, both making up their minds. But Frisia quickly came back to his senses. Sneered at Sun Wukong, I am the most powerful, not you wild monkey, go and die. P.S. Tanabata Festival is coming, fight, rob, every book friend passing by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks let you go down the Tanabata Festival. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all book friends a happy Tanabata Festival in advance, find their sweetheart, be able to meet her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and tickets. Chapter 026. After speaking, the light of the finger in Frisia's hand flashed repeatedly. Thousands of powerful finger light energy waves once again slammed into Sun Wukong. But Sun Wukong, with his terrifying speed, these attacks were easily avoided. That's all? It seems that you have no other means, Frisia, you disappointed me. If you only have this level, don't blame me for killing you. Sun Wukong looked at Frisia, who was constantly gasping. Laughed evilly. The arrogance of the SAIYANs was slowly affecting him again. Now Sun Wukong's combat power has been beyond imagination. Of course, the other Super SAIYANs are a reference. Therefore, he himself does not know how strong his strength is. But you can play Frisia in applause. You can vaguely glimpse the tip of the iceberg. Bang! Sun Wukong's figure shook. Swinging his fist directly at Frisia's abdomen. The rioting fist pressure circled the left and right, and the streamer just stopped. Before the punch arrived, it was as if countless sharp blades were mercilessly hitting Frisia. Bang! Punch hard. Under the severe pain, Frisia's face twisted and spat out a mouthful of blood. He only felt that his internal organs kept churning. The body is like a shooting star moving at high speed. Flew upside down along the horizon. But Sun Wukong saw that the situation was not spared. After one move, Boom stepped on the ground. Again the force. At the same time that the ground suddenly splashed a large area of earth and rock, Sun Wukong's body also moved almost instantly. Appeared directly in front of Frisia. Then raise your arm. Smash your elbow down hard. Elbow bombardment is naturally a tough move. At this time, Frisia did not have the power to fight back at all. 120 million combat power meets more than 200 million. It's all about being abused. Poof! A muffled sound. The elbow hit right in Frisia's neck. Frisia's neck bent at an exaggerated angle. The whole person suddenly fell towards the ground. Sun Wukong also continued to work hard, not giving Frisia a chance to breathe. Bang! 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 Another succession of heavy bombardments. It seems that the entire planet of Namek is constantly trembling. Within seconds, the Monkey King has frantically crit thousands of times. Frisia was beaten dizzy at the moment. The armor on the body is covered with cracks. The face is already blue and swollen. You SAIYAN monkey, look for death! Frisia roared sadly. Stride forward with both feet. The tail wags out of thin air. The corners of his mouth grinned, and he stretched out his finger to aim at the void and kept shooting. In an instant, the crimson beam of light sealed into a net, firmly sealing the entire void. Burst! 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 The muffled sound tore the calm space. The purple-red arc cut through the void. It gave Frisia a break to win. But Sun Wukong had already made up his mind. Would it give him time to breathe? I saw the golden afterimage of Sun Wukong suddenly appear. Then the arm becomes a knife. With a sharp momentum, he rushed towards Frisia. Frisia's face changed wildly, and he waved his hand in a hurry, but the sharp aura hit his arm with terrifying energy. In an instant, the violent energy is transmitted into the body through the arm. Frisia was in pain. His face was severely distorted, and his arms were sore and weak. Abominable! Damn fellow, King Ben must crush your corpse into 10,000 pieces. When did Frisia suffer such a sin? Roared angrily. Although the combat effectiveness is already inferior to the opponent, But he didn't throw in the towel so easily. The great frozen demon race is actually in the North Galaxy. Beaten like this by a SAIYAN monkey. This is not acceptable to him. It was at this moment that he really realized. His own family still underestimated the SAIYAN family. I can't imagine this universe. There was even a race that could force him to such a situation. Frisia was furious, his silver-white figure standing in midair. The two blood-red rays under the eye sockets are particularly fierce. He looked around. Start thinking about what you can do to get rid of this opponent. Bang! No matter how Frisia attacks, Sun Wukong can skillfully block those seemingly violent attacks. Time passes little by little. Frisia's attacks are also increasingly powerless. At this time, a cold light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. The speed and intensity of the attack increased several times at once. Break through Frisia's defenses in an instant. The tip of the elbow flipped and struck Frisia on the shoulder. Then the feet moved slightly. Such as the skin band bounces up and contracts. Pumped hard at Frisia. Frisia, who had just landed, was instantly flown out by a violent blow. As he stepped on the ground, the figure followed closely. The right fist struck Frisia's body like a steel drill. Finally, a side kick like a powerful volley. P.S. Tanabata Festival is coming. Fight, rob, every book friend passing by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks let you go down the Tanabata Festival. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all book friends a happy Tanabata Festival in advance, find their sweetheart, be able to meet her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and tickets. Chapter 027. Squeak. Frisia's body glided on the ground for a long time. Then it slowly stopped. But the whole body is already full of marks of being hit. Sun Wukong's powerful fist pressure even shattered the bones in Frisia's body a lot. Gah! The madness in Frisia's eyes slowly subsided. At this time, Frisia's injuries caused his strength to decline further. Physical strength is also about to reach a critical point under the all-out attack. Glancing at Sun Wukong, who was not far away, Frisia's figure flickered and fell in mid-air. With blood spat out from his mouth, he still sneered arrogantly, "Gaga, SAIYAN, I admit that your strength is indeed very powerful, it can be said that it is far above me. But I, Frisia, don't want to die on you wild monkeys, I won't die like this, even if the planet explodes, King Ben can still survive in this space. But you SAIYANs don't have this ability, disappear with this planet." After speaking, a black death bullet with a diameter of about 10 meters gathered above Frisia's hands. This is also Frisia's most powerful attack. It can completely destroy the entire planet. As soon as the words fell, the death bullet carried a powerful force. Pressing towards Sun Wukong's body. The huge shadow of the death energy bomb has completely enveloped Sun Wukong's entire person. Turn into cosmic dust along with this planet, damn SAIYAN monkeys. Frisia laughed wickedly. Look at the black death bullet that slowly sinks into the ground. Soon fell into madness. No wonder Frisia couldn't help it. The shock that Sun Wukong brought him was too great. And it is accompanied by the pressure of death. Frisia's self-confidence as the strongest man in the universe collapsed in front of the SAIYANs he exterminated. This made Frisia extremely unhappy in his heart. Now I see that Sun Wukong is finally going to die at his own hands. I can't help but be so excited. Let's get out of here before the planet is destroyed, although I can survive in space, but a planet explosion will bring me a lot of harm after all. The Frisia figure just wanted to get out of here. But suddenly, the afterglow of his eyes saw a scene that shocked him incomparably. The black death bullet that had begun to slowly sink into the ground. It gradually rose again. No, it can't be. This discovery made Frisia's hands and feet suddenly become cold, and he quickly looked over carefully. Really? It wasn't long before the SAIYAN figure appeared in front of him again. And at this time, The huge black death bullet was also easily held by the scion with his right hand. Gee, Frisia, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Or do you only have this strength? How? Scared? In the end, you can only destroy this planet to save your life. It seems that you have completely lost the will to fight. What a boring battle. Sun Wukong pouted and looked at Frisia in sluggishness with an arrogant expression. The impact of transforming into a super scion is still great. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would not have become as arrogant as he is now. Dealing with enemies is not so verbose. You abominable scion monkey! Frisia said angrily, but he had no courage to refute it. Because what Sun Wukong said is the truth. Just now, he was indeed very afraid of the scion in front of him. I was so afraid that I could only rely on this shady trick to save my life. But Monkey King! This terrible super scion! But it appeared in front of him again. Several scars were re-engraved into his already terrified heart. I want you to die. Scion! Frisia quickly recovered from his trance. Looking at Sun Wukong, who was arrogantly holding a black death bullet. His expression was hideous, and his forehead was even more bruised. Monkey King's sarcasm touched his sore spot. Originally, there was no such so-called scion. He is also the ruler of the universe. No one dared to touch his tiger whiskers. He can kill freely. But it was the scion in front of him that completely shattered his self-esteem and pride. The scions he originally looked down on unexpectedly surpassed him in strength. He was furious. The fear was suddenly hidden. The eyes only have the glow of fire. One can feel how much resentment is hidden in it. Back and forth, will you only say this one? Do you have the power to kill me? But looking at your appearance, if you don't do such a bad thing, it should still be quite cute. Or come and be a babysitter. Piccolo is already an excellent daddy, my youngest son is about to be born, hand it over to you to bring, it's not bad, you look quite cute, as long as it's not so fierce. P.S. Tanabata Festival is coming, fight, rob, every book friend passing by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks let you go down the Tanabata Festival. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all book friends a happy Tanabata Festival in advance, find their sweetheart, be able to meet her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and tickets. Chapter 028. Sun Wukong suddenly remembered a joke in his previous life. After the Cosmic Forces Conference, many netizens ridiculed the king of whitewashing. Go to the Sun family to be a nanny. Piccolo is an expert. Let me be a babysitter? Go and die. Dead scion monkey. You are the babysitter, your whole family is a babysitter. Resentment replaces reason and fear. Frisia's right hand suddenly pointed at Sun Wukong. As if he wanted to kill Sun Wukong. In the face of the pointed light energy cannon that has been unknown how many times. Sun Wukong has long been less afraid. This thing tickles him about the same. A brilliant finger light broke through the constraints of space. A sharp whistling sound flew into the air. This is already the attack that Frisia can use his strongest power to hit. The speed is a significant improvement over the original finger light. However, he really wants to rely on this attack to defeat the Monkey King in front of him. It's an impossible thing. Therefore, Sun Wukong did not pay much attention to this pointing light. But something went unexpected. Hey? This is he. Sun Wukong's expression was slightly surprised. Because of the finger light that Frisena struck out with all his might. The target of the attack was not him. It was the black death bullet held high in his hand. But there was no time to react otherwise. That fast-flying finger light. All of a sudden, it hit the black death bullet that was controlled by Sun Wukong's relatively peaceful energy. Click! A faint voice sounded in Sun Wukong's ears. But it made his face change greatly. The light broke into the black death bullet. The originally stable death bullet suddenly resembled boiling water, constantly trembling violently. The surrounding air immediately became chaotic, with a hint of madness. A trace of destructive energy surged out of the death bullet. Boom! Before Sun Wukong could react, the black death bullet in his hand exploded, with a deafening screech. On the ground within 100 miles of the death bullet, it suddenly disappeared thousands of meters deep. All turned into powder. A deep hole was revealed, and the huge mushroom cloud is also floating in mid-air. Thick dust and smoke shrouded the entire battlefield. Haha, this time you are dead. Look at the effect caused by the Black Death bullet. Frisia laughed maniacally in satisfaction. He knew very well how powerful this Black Death bullet was. What's more, Sun Wukong is still at the center of the explosion. The power of the inside, enough to destroy anything in the universe. Spread out. Frisia still not completely carried away by anger. He didn't want to attack the Monkey King in the first place. Fought for so long. He naturally knew which of his attacks were useful to Sun Wukong or not. So his goals never changed. Just to hit that death bullet, harnessing the explosive power of the death energy projectile. Indirectly kill that arrogant SAIYAN. It's just that Frisia seems to be happy too soon. Perhaps he should return to the spaceship immediately and leave the ruined planet Namek. Then maybe he still has a chance. But now... Ahem. Suddenly, several coughing sounds came from the smoke. The sound is slight, but it made Frisia's pupils hanging in mid-air flash a chill. This is simply impossible. I don't believe it. I don't believe 100. How could he not be dead yet? Under such a powerful attack, Sun Wukong is not dead yet. It was so unexpected for Frisia. This also illustrates the power of even those who have just broken through Super SAIYAN. It's also extraordinary. Far beyond Frisia's imagination. Looks like I'm a little too big, cough. This energy bomb is almost a little bit, it can kill me. A chuckle came from the smoke. Then the figure of the Monkey King appeared in front of Frisia's eyes again. Although a little embarrassing, there were no major injuries on his body. It's just that Sun Wukong is in the center. It was still somewhat affected. Such a strong explosion. A streak of blood had spilled from the corner of his mouth. Frisia's strongest attack is not a waste. With the power of the Super SAIYAN now, it will still take some damage. Slowly wipe off the blood stains from the corners of your mouth. Sun Wukong's eyes looked coldly at Frisia in mid-air. Frisia had rekindled his anger. Monkey King, who originally only planned to play. Now the determination to kill Frisia. You asked for it. Frisia. Sun Wukong's body stepped heavily on the ground. The figure rushed straight up. Grabbed Frisia's head and neck with absolute strength and speed. The right knee jerked over. Bang! Frisia only felt like his whole head was shattering. It was dark in front of my eyes. P.S. Tanabata Festival is coming. Fight, rob, every book friend passing by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks let you go down the Tanabata Festival. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all book friends a happy Tanabata Festival in advance, find their sweetheart, be able to meet her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and tickets. Chapter 029. But with it came a violent blow from the right fist. Powerful force. As a result, Frisia's inner abdomen was severely damaged in an instant. A large amount of blood involuntarily spewed out from his mouth. Cool. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong's legs kicked violently to Frisia's chest. Then a flickering figure appeared behind Frisia. The knife-like attack came from the back. Bang! 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 Frisia's whole person involuntarily flew towards the diagonal upwards. At the same time, his whole person was stunned. Some subheads are groggy. So fast. So strong. That was Frisia's last thought. Turtle Pai Kigong. Gently exhale sound. But like an invisible devil. Grabbed Frisia's heart at once. Looking down in mid-air. The turtle sect Kigong wave that Sun Wukong blasted out with all his strength was already close at hand. Ah! Grandchild! Gaku, Sora, I won't. Frisia didn't even have room to fight back. Only a tragic sound echoed in the uninhabited sky. Completely engulfed by Sun Wukong's Kigong attack. There was no echo. Empty skyline. Not a single trace was left. When there is a lot of difference in combat effectiveness. Turtle sect Kigong can make Frisia feel the crisis of death. Not to mention now. Finally solved. Sun Wukong indifferently scanned the mountain stone that was constantly disintegrating. Suddenly there was a feeling of sighing. The sense of urgency to travel to the world of Dragon Ball has finally disappeared. And the end result is also as it wishes. However, Sun Wukong felt a little unhappy. Because of the strength after breaking through the Super Saiyan. Already far beyond Frisia's power. It simply cannot be confronted. Look at the hellish earth. The magma at the center of the earth has long been ejected. At this time, the planet Namek was on the verge of disintegrating. It can be destroyed at any time. Time to go. Sun Wukong immediately flew quickly towards the previous spaceship. He doesn't have the same abilities as Frisia. Able to survive in a cosmic vacuum without air. However, the planet of Namek was destroyed too badly by Frisia. Even if Sun Wukong is fast enough. But he had just entered the spaceship. I haven't pressed the command to return to Earth yet. There was an explosion on the planet Namek. Boom! It's like beautiful fireworks blooming. Although magnificent. But for Monkey King, it is extremely dangerous. Turtle Pai Kigong. To protect the spaceship. Sun Wukong can only come to the exit of the spaceship. The hands are calyx-shaped. Send out a Turtle Pai Kigong. Fortunately, he is now much stronger than the Monkey King in the original book. At this moment, the chi is still full. Moreover, he recalled the scene when the Turtle Immortals used the Turtle Sect Kigong to extinguish the Flame Mountain. Immediately die a horse as a live horse doctor. The huge energy of the Turtle Pai Kigong blasted towards the huge energy shock wave generated by the explosion of the planet Namek. Boom! Two huge bursts of energy burst down. Destroyed everything around the entire planet. Hold the grass, this time is miserable. Sun Wukong looked at the huge explosion energy wave although it was blocked back by himself. However, some residual energy shook the spacecraft. It actually shook the spacecraft out of its original flight trajectory. Even the azimuth interstellar map is broken. Can't help crying without tears. The two collide. The energy is even greater. Now his Vajra is not bad, divine skill is only in the third layer. It is not yet possible to release the gas. So naturally the spacecraft can't be protected. Alas, I can only hope that my luck will not be too bad. The current food can last for a few months, and if I can't find a human planet by then, I guess I'll starve to death. In the vast universe, there is no reference object. Sun Wukong also didn't know which direction he was going now. But at this time, a voice from the system came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Super Saiyan, and special reward for martial arts cheats 6 Veins Divine Sword. Do you want to learn? Shrimp? Is it really the 6 Veins Divine Sword? Is this thing useful? Dragon Ball refers to light energy bullets, aren't these stronger? Sun Wukong couldn't help but complain. Although this thing is a big killer in the Dragon Babu. However, it doesn't work well in Dragon Ball. But there is cheap not to earn is the king bastard. This is rewarded by the system. Naturally, I want it. Learn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the 6 Veins Divine Sword to complete this cheat. Combat power bonus tenfold without any side effects. A white light appeared from Sun Wukong's mind. Soon, the martial arts secrets of the Six Veins Divine Sword appeared in Sun Wukong's mind. Makes him delighted. This reward is so crisp. Directly give this cheat, then why were they all the first 3 layers before, and now the Zhuyang Divine Skill and the King Kong Not Bad Divine Skill are much better. Sun Wukong had a headache when he thought about it. P.S. Tanabata Festival is coming, fight, rob, every book friend passing by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks let you go down the Tanabata Festival. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all book friends a happy Tanabata Festival in advance, find their sweetheart, be able to meet her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and tickets. Chapter 030. Suddenly, Sun Wukong remembered that there seemed to be some special lottery reward before. The host completes the second task and rewards a special lottery once. Does it start immediately? Start the lottery. Anyway, I don't know where I am in the universe now. The Monkey King just came to a lottery. A circle in the shape of a roulette wheel quickly appeared in my mind. There are 12 patterns in the circle. And each pattern is different. It's like gambling on a wheel. Each pattern is marked with a variety of things. There are martial arts cheats. There are various weapons. And a lot of money. And all sorts of sundries. Even some are high-tech products. It's kind of interesting, this thing is a little exciting. Of the 12 patterns, 3 of them are martial arts cheats. 3 weapons, and there are both hot and cold weapons. 3 are money. 3 are clutter. Sun Wukong carefully observed these 12 things. He is desperate for a prop to solve the current situation. But when he saw the martial arts cheats, he almost cried out. Hold the grass, Zhuyang Divine Skill in the scroll? Is it from volumes 4 to 6? Northern Hades Divine Skill? Really fake? Tai Chi Sutra. Every volume of cheats suits me perfectly. The 3 red martial arts cheats in this roulette wheel made Sun Wukong's eyes widen. It's so exciting. Look at 3 more weapons. Heavenly Sword? Dragon Slayer Knife? Real Sword? Do you want to play such a big a divine weapon? Sun Wukong couldn't help it this time. These are all the divine weapons in Jin Yang's martial arts. In contrast, there is nothing to see with any money or jewelry. Let's look at the clutter item. Fighter detector? What the heck? It's no use, pass. Dragon Ball radar? No need. Cleansing pill? Hold the grass, good things, you can ask for it. The more you look, the more Monkey King hesitated. He wanted a lot. However, the system says that it can only be drawn once. Sun Wukong held back on the bed for a long time. Secretly calm yourself down. It was decided to start extraction. Don't have a small amount of money and jewelry, don't want weapons, and ask for the Zhuyang Divine Skill Scroll or Essence Cleansing Pill. Sun Wukong kept meditating in his heart. A cloud of light appeared on the roulette pattern. Then it starts spinning up quickly. The light spot rotates extremely fast. Spins as fast as clockwork. Finally, the speed of the light point gradually slowed down. Sun Wukong didn't breathe for a long time. Just calculate where the light point can stop. The Northern Darkness Divine Skill. Passed. Relying on the Sky Sword. Passed. Cleansing Pill. Oops, also passed. The speed of the light spot is getting slower and slower. Stop. 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 Sun Wukong shouted. Made. It really stopped. The point of light took another step forward like a snail. Came to the combat effectiveness detector. Let Sun Wukong can't help but be discouraged. It was only 1 step away from the 9 Yang Divine Skill middle scroll. Sun Wukong closed his eyes in pain. This is too torturous. Forget it, the combat effectiveness detector is not bad, at least see the combat effectiveness of others. After a while, Sun Wukong looked at the wheel in his mind again. But I couldn't help but be overjoyed. It turned out to be a spot of light on the detector. At this moment, he actually stopped at the 9 Yang Divine Skill scroll. I'm dripping a mother. This is to be sent. Finally got the promotion secret of the Yang Divine Skill. Now he has broken through the Super SAIYAN. If you want to improve your combat effectiveness, a more sophisticated practice of Qigong is required. And the Yang Divine Skill middle scroll is his best choice. Layers 1 to 3 of the first volume have already made him gain so much. I can't imagine how strong Nakamaki will make him. It is estimated that breaking through to Super SAIYAN 3 is not a big problem. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 Yang Divine Skill middle scroll. The middle scroll is more difficult than the first scroll, requiring the host to cultivate day and night, and each breakthrough layer increases the combat effectiveness by 10 times. At this time, the system's prompt sound made Sun Wukong stunned. The middle scroll of this 9 Yang Divine Skill actually had to start cultivating. It's not like a white light like the first volume. Forget it, it's good to cultivate. In this way, you can fully master your own qi and harvest every penny. Although there was no access to food and the like. But Sun Wukong was satisfied. At least there are already follow-up exercises of the Yang Divine Gong. Nothing to do. Sun Wukong had to continue cultivating in the practice room. The current 100 times gravity has almost no effect on him. Drink. Ha. Hey. After a while, Sun Wukong found that the cultivation of this external skill had a miraculous effect on the physique of the science. Coupled with the majesty and longevity of the Yang Divine Skill. In just 1 month, he was. Combat effectiveness skyrocketed again. The Yang Divine Skill of the 4th layer was almost on the verge of breaking through. Now the combat power after transformation has reached 500 million. P.S. Tanabata Festival is coming, fight, rob, every book friend passing by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks let you go down the Tanabata Festival. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all book friends a happy Tanabata Festival in advance, find their sweetheart, be able to meet her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and tickets. Chapter 031. Monkey King opened a personal page in his mind that the system was equipped with. Check your own information. Host, Monkey King. Combat effectiveness, normal 11 million. Defense, normal 10 million. Super SAIYAN, 550 million combat power, 500 million defense power. Martial arts, with the highest self-conscious skill, 10. Genki Bomb, 9. King of the Realm, 7. Turtle Pie Qigong, 7. Dance Technique, 3. After Image Fist, 5. Sun Fist, 2. Zhuyang Shengong, first 6 layers 8, the storage of qi is increased by 100 times, the recovery speed is increased by 10 times, and the 3rd layer, experiences 9,000/10,000. Vajra Not Bad Divine Skill, first 3 layers 7, defense increased by 30 times. After Zhuyang Shengong obtained the middle scroll, there was a need for experience to upgrade. And the King Kong is Not Bad Divine Skill is still the first volume, and it cannot be upgraded by cultivation methods for the time being. This made Sun Wukong wonder if these martial arts cheats could only be cultivated on their own and advanced after obtaining the middle scroll. However, he has not yet obtained more other martial arts cheats, so this idea has not been verified either. Moreover, the acquisition of martial arts cheats requires the system to release tasks before he can obtain them, and now I have not heard of any other way to obtain martial arts cheats. Even the cultivation experience is not very understood. He has been practicing the Zhuyang Divine Skill for more than a month, only to obtain 9,000 experience, and it is 1000 experience from the 4th layer, and it was also the result of his 3 days of hard cultivation before. However, in 1 month, the normal combat effectiveness increased from 5 million to 11 million, which also made Sun Wukong very satisfied. The higher the normal combat effectiveness, the higher the combat effectiveness when transforming into a Super Saiyan. Now Sun Wukong has reached the Super Saiyan realm. And the Super Saiyan realm is a very large level. It can be roughly divided into 4 levels. The first level is the level of the first Super Saiyan because of the state of anger, and the typical character is the Monkey King in the Nami Nemesis period in the original work. Since it is a breakthrough in the state of anger, the Super Saiyan state at this time is not very stable. Although it is also a 50-fold increase under the norm. But unstable. Maybe next time there will be no 50-fold increase. Is the weakest of all Super Saiyan states. The second level is the ordinary Super Saiyan level. The representative figure is Sun Wukong himself, who has become a Super Saiyan for the first time. And the Monkey King who returned from the Star of Adrit in the original book. The combat power is between 200 million and 30 billion. At this time, they have all been able to grasp the transformation state of Super Saiyans well, and have extremely powerful power, more specifically, the ability to control their own power. Discrete but not dispersed, the chi veins are through, this is the truth. This level is also the largest span in the Super Saiyan realm. It occupies the widest range in the first tier of Super Saiyan. It is also possible to continuously improve combat effectiveness. So different characters, after reaching the Super Saiyan level, showed different combat effectiveness. Even the gap is very large. The third level is the level that surpasses the state of ordinary Super Saiyan. At the level of ordinary Super Saiyan, the power has made a relatively distinct leap. So much so that it can be considered beyond the Super Saiyan in a level of its own. The representative character is Vegeta, who first came out of the Spirit Time House in the original work. At this time, the strength is stronger than that of ordinary Super Saiyan. Be able to make more powerful transformations. The combat effectiveness reaches between 300 to 40 billion. The power is probably between the mature Shiru and the complete body Shailu. And the fourth level is Super Saiyan full power. At this time, it is the strongest state of Super 1, with the combat power of up to 40 billion, and the speed and defense are all the strongest. However, this full power also needs to be explained according to the normal combat effectiveness. The higher the normal, the higher the transformation. This state looks no different from ordinary Super Saiyan, but can stay in Super Saiyan status for a long time. The Super Saiyan has overcome the weakness of the physical exertion in battle. It can maximize the combat power of Super Saiyan. Therefore, the overall combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Belongs to the peak state of the Super Saiyan level. The first to reach the full power realm of Super Saiyans in the original book are Son Goku and Son Gohan. Of course, it was also achieved in the cultivation of the spiritual time house. Except for the 4 Super Saiyan levels mentioned above, of course. The first level of Super Saiyans can also be divided into several types according to the transformation state. The first is the Mimic Super Saiyan, which is not a real Super Saiyan. The second is the usual blonde Super Saiyan. It can include the 3 levels of the above 4 levels, Beginner Super Saiyan, Ordinary Super Saiyan, and Beyond Ordinary Super Saiyan. P.S. Tanabata Festival is coming, fight, rob, every book friend passing by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks let you go down the Tanabata Festival. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all book friends a happy Tanabata Festival in advance, find their sweetheart, be able to meet her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and tickets. Chapter 032. The third is muscle form. But this is a false transformation, gaining great power while sacrificing speed, so it is not considered a success. It's like the transformation of Da Te when he fought Shailu. Although the power is stronger, but it does not hit the enemy at all. Later, when Chiru was hit by Sun Gohan in the Super 2 state, this wrong transformation was also carried out. The fourth is full power, which is also the fourth level of the above, and the comprehensive combat effectiveness is the highest. Monkey King is currently at the second level of the first tier of Super Saiyan. That is, ordinary Super Saiyan. Of course, he already belongs to a relatively high level at this level. He could use the true chi of the Jiuyang divine skill to improve his combat effectiveness. It can be said that it is faster and more effective than the original. He has always believed in these 4 levels of Super Saiyan. In fact, it is the process of transitioning from the normal 50 times increase to 100 times the increase. After reaching Super Saiyan, there are only 2 ways to continue to become stronger. The first is to enhance combat effectiveness under normal conditions. The second is to increase the strength of Super Saiyan's transformation to make it gain a greater increase in strength. Both Angry Super Saiyans and regular Super Saiyans are 50x transformation increase. And surpassing the ordinary Super Saiyan and full power are more powerful transformations. The increase in power is also even greater. Monkey King believed, when it reaches a 100-fold increase, that's when it was time for him to break through to Super Saiyan 2. First of all, let yourself reach the level of surpassing ordinary Super Saiyans as soon as possible, or you really can't deal with the rate of artificial humans. It seems that the 18th is very beautiful, and it is a waste to give it to Klin, and it is better for me to be difficult. Hehe, Klin, don't blame the brothers. You better cultivate well, as for Shailu or something, leave it to me. You can't let your son do such a dangerous thing. Sun Wukong's previous life is of course a pity that the beauty of the 18th married the short and poor Klin. Soon he set himself a goal. Be sure to break through to Super Saiyan 2 status as soon as possible. Vegeta practiced in the Spirit Tree Time House for a year before reaching the 3rd level of Super Saiyan 1. But at present, Sun Wukong has only taken more than a month. It's not that simple to reach this level. And there is also the Super Saiyan 1 full power state. But even if it doesn't reach the level of surpassing ordinary Super Saiyans, Monkey King also believes that he will not be worse than the so-called Super Vegeta. Because he is a natural state in which water is full and overflowing. With the natural sudden arrival of the Super Saiyan realm. From the beginning, he had a higher starting point than Vegeta. More affordability. That is, when Sun Wukong's ordinary Super Saiyan reaches its consummation. The power increase is almost Vegeta's level beyond the average Super Saiyan. And when he reaches the level beyond the ordinary Super Saiyan, it is basically equivalent to the full power of the Monkey King in the original work. This is because of the great efficacy brought by the Jiuyang Divine Gong. Let him have this confidence. From the beginning, the current Monkey King is half a level higher than the original Monkey King and their transformation state. There are even more advanced Qigong practices. The combat effectiveness does not exceed the original People's Monsters. Another 3 months passed. Before the spacecraft runs out of food, the Monkey King has finally arrived on a planet with signs of life. These months, Sun Wukong had already reached the 3rd peak of the 9 Yang Divine Skill. But the experience stays at 9999/10,000. You can't break through. However, his normal combat power has reached 100 million. 10 times more than before. It's also a comfort. If you transform into a Super Saiyan, at least there are 5 billion combat effectiveness. Start landing on this nameless planet. Monkey King carefully hid the spaceship. Then began to explore the situation of this planet. The ecological environment on this turquoise planet is very good. The forest is home to a variety of wildlife. Sun Wukong flew at great speed and walked around the forest for a while. After a while, I already grabbed some game meat that could increase the umami of the food. Eat bread and other dry food on the spaceship every day. The mouth is going to be greasy. Having the 9 yang divine skill replenishes its own energy needs. The Monkey King does not need to consume a lot of food to maintain his energy like in the original book. Looking at his results with satisfaction, Sun Wukong smiled and went back along the way he came. In my previous life, I was an orphan. Sun Wukong's cooking skills have naturally been practiced for a long time. Even to fill the stomach. He also went to get a first-class chef certificate. It is also a Chinese chef. Gee, I can finally solve my cravings, these are wild meat, it's so rare. Monkey King was satisfied. Then find a relatively flat piece of ground. Slap your palm to the side. A huge rock was shot into the air. At this time, he stood his fingers together and swiped a few times against the half-emptiness. P.S. Tanabata Festival is coming, robbery, every book friend passing by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks let you go down the Tanabata Festival. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all book friends a happy Tanabata Festival in advance, find their sweetheart, be able to meet her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and tickets. Chapter 033. Click. Several bright lights flashed suddenly. It's like cutting tofu. Boulders in midair are cut into cubes of uniform size. The fine debris in the corners is crushed into dust. Drifting away. This 6-vein divine sword was used by me like this, and I don't know if it is considered to insult its identity. Sun Wukong couldn't help but laugh at himself at this time. Whoops! The cut stones fell neatly to the ground. Soon a small stove was encircled. Sun Wukong secretly nodded his head at his masterpiece. And from the woods he found a few arm-thick logs. Set them up to look like a stand. As the saying goes, do it yourself, feed yourself. In the next cooking process, Sun Wukong skillfully operated. Rip and bust. Grilled on the shelf. Sprinkle with natural flavors that you carry with you. It's a very pleasant look. After a while, a wonderful aromatic fragrance that arouses people's appetites greets you. Sun Wukong couldn't help licking his tongue, and couldn't help but have a big appetite. Finally got rid of the days of eating dry food. Well, it's delicious. It seems that my craftsmanship has not changed, and it is even more rare that the animals of this planet are still pure and natural, delicious and tender. Sun Wukong was satisfied and admired while eating. In the days that followed, Sun Wukong hunted a lot of prey here. He had to prepare more food. The devil knows where the next planet with living things is. On this day, there was a sudden whoosh sound in the sky, as if something was rubbing the air at high speed. What's going on? Is someone coming? That's great. Monkey King put down the food. In his perception of Qi, quickly perceived the other party's origin. The energy of these 3 Qi is more than 100,000. And the breath is very dark. It seems that the comer is not good. This cosmic person has descended on this planet, and his combat effectiveness is extremely high. Although the other side has a combat power of hundreds of thousands. But for Sun Wukong, not at all. He just stood still. These cosmic people fought for 100 years. It couldn't hurt a single hair of his. The other side. A forest that has been scorched by the impact. The roaring flames continued to burn. Billowing black smoke spread in all directions with a pungent smell. At this time, 3 figures came out of the black smoke. Hee, Captain, this is another planet very suitable for life to live on. If we conquer this place, we can sell it for a good price when we change hands. Among the 3, a green-skinned cosmic man laughed twice, and wanted to do his old job again. Dre, these little things don't need us. You have to know that the mission we came out this time, the task of King Gula is important. This little planet will be left to someone else, if we can find the spirit tree fruit. For King Gula, it is worth more than selling 10,000 planets. At the head is a cosmic man with a blue face and purple skin. It was Gula's mecha team captain SAIYAN. He stepped on a rock and laughed coldly with an evil expression. The green cosmic man named Dre burst out laughing. I thought that the captain was thoughtful. The most important thing for them now is to find the spirit tree fruit, and everything else is secondary. It's a shame, but there doesn't seem to be anyone on this planet. Until now, we have not found any signs of human life, so we will not experience the joy of fighting. On the other side, the orange-skinned Nez licked his lips with his tongue. Sighed with some regret. After hearing this, Dre said jokingly, "Then you still pray that a few of us complete the task assigned by King Gula as soon as possible, so that you can go to find a planet worth shooting." "Haha, that's what I said." Nez laughed. What SAIYAN and others don't know is that, not far from them, a dark-haired figure had already heard their conversation clearly. "Are they? I didn't expect to meet Gura's mecha team here. What kind of spirit tree fruit are these guys looking for?" It seems that Gula attaches great importance to this, and even his own ace troops are sent. "I just don't know what the use of this spirit tree fruit is?" Sun Wukong couldn't help but be a little curious. These three cosmic people who descended on this planet. It turned out to be the ace team under Kvira the mecha troops. At this time, SAIYAN and the others came to carry out the task of finding the fruit of the spirit tree given by Gula. This mech force was formed by Gula collecting the Metroid, evil warriors. All three members are aces of trump cards. Much stronger than Frisia's team Canute. The strength of each is terrifying. Even the weakest member. Much more powerful than Kainu. A strong one who can match them. I can't really find a few in the galaxy. Gula is looking for spirit tree fruits to improve his strength. Almost all the elites under his command were taken out. The mech unit arrived in this remote eastern region. P.S. Tanabata Festival is coming. Robbery, every book friend passing by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks let you go down the Tanabata Festival. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all book friends a happy Tanabata Festival in advance, find their sweetheart, be able to meet her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and tickets. Feel that you can book friends, give some tips. The poor monk came to open a room with the master. Chapter 034. But will there really be spirit tree fruits on such a planet? Captain SAIYAN, I heard that the spirit tree usually sucks up the life energy of the entire planet, but looking at the appearance here, it doesn't seem like Dre looked around and saw that there was a spring scene everywhere, so he asked with some doubt. SAIYAN also shook his head and said, "The legend is not to be believed, maybe the rumor is wrong. Let's look here first, or we'll have to get out of here." Gura's mech team. You guys have come at the right time, and I need your cosmic interstellar map. Just when SAIYAN and others felt a little strange, a flat voice suddenly came from not far away. Who? The three of SAIYAN frowned. Look up. I saw a young man in an orange training uniform floating in the air. He was staring at them tightly with bright, cold eyes. Since you know our name, you dare to come to the door, but the courage is not small. Do you think we will give you the interstellar map? SAIYAN sat on a rock with his knees folded. Looked up. A cruel smile appeared on his handsome face. Although I don't know the man in mid-air. However, since the other party can call the name of the mecha unit, presumably there must be some identity. SAIYAN pondered in his heart, secretly guessing the origin of this person. Slowly descending down, Sun Wukong gently stood opposite the mecha team. A breeze hit. Roll up dead branches and leaves all over the ground, making a rustling sound. Since you let me meet, then your Gula mecha team will be removed from the list here today. By the way, be with a few guys from Team Canute. Sun Wukong's tone was flat, but it revealed an unquestionable attitude. What? You're going to kill us? Don't tease us, it's up to you. With such a combat power as you, even the people of the Kainuit team could not beat them, and said what killed them. Sun Wukong's words made the three members of the mecha team look at each other. Then he smiled contemptuously. Nez tested it with a detector and found that Sun Wukong only had less than 10,000 combat power. Haha, the garbage with a combat power of less than 10,000 even dares to threaten to destroy us. Doesn't he know the horror of our mech team? It's ridiculous. Nez laughed arrogantly, his tone very disdainful. Shaiza couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, and a dark aura emanated from around him. How can this low-level human understand the horror of our mecha team? It's just a frog at the bottom of the well, Nez, Dre, but treat him well. Let him understand what a strong person is. That's nature, I can't wait. Nez and Deer rubbed each other. It has long been impatiently waiting. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. It seems that these three guys didn't put themselves in their eyes at all. Hehe, I'll make you regret coming here later. Sun Wukong didn't have any expression. Looking at Shaiza, his face was cold, and the aura contained in his body was exposed. In an instant, the temperature of the air seemed to drop by about 10 degrees, and the entire air condensed. A strong sense of oppression swept through. Shaiza's face changed. My heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Underestimated, this man is not simple. The strength is not much lower than his own. Shaiza shouted solemnly, Nez, Dre, be careful, this guy's strength is at least 300,000 or more. What? Nez and Dre were taken aback. It's too late to know. The battle game starts now. Moreover, my combat effectiveness, you are not qualified to know. Unless Gula came in person, but his brother also died at my hands, but he came to die. Monkey King said with a smile. The voice just fell. A punch was punched at Dre. A powerful fist pressure rushed in. Dre didn't react at all. He was hit by this extremely powerful fist pressure and flew out. The body exploded directly in mid-air. Oops! The hateful guy actually killed Deer with one move. Under the huge strength gap, Dre didn't have the slightest way to fight back. Abominable! Golden Qigong Wave! Seeing his subordinates die like this, Shaiza immediately raised his hand. A thick Qigong wave came towards Sun Wukong. Too weak. Sun Wukong sneered. Didn't even move. Open your mouth. Blew over the golden Qigong wave in one breath. What? This can't be. Shavitsa watched as Sun Wukong made a powerful move. Broken in such a bizarre way. I was so shocked that my eyes were about to pop out. Terrible enemy. Wait, just now he said that King Frisia was killed by him. Could it really be him who killed King Frisia a few months ago? It's terrible. P.S. Tanabata Festival is coming, Robbery, every book friend passing by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks let you go down the Tanabata Festival. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all book friends a happy Tanabata Festival in advance, find their sweetheart, be able to meet her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and tickets. Feel that you can book friends, give some tips. The poor monk came to open a room with the master. Chapter 035. Shaiza was horrified. He finally knew that everything he and others did was meaningless. In the face of such an opponent, they are not even ants. Nez on the side was even more shocked and immediately flew towards the spaceship. He had only one thought. Get out of here immediately. The opponent is terrible. You think you can escape? So naive. Shang Yang's sword. Sun Wukong sneered, and a sword chi flew out. Soon caught up with Nez, who fled. Instantly blasted him into powder. The Six Veins Divine Sword was under such a powerful chi of Sun Wukong. It's powerful. It is even stronger than the Turtle Pai Qigong. And the move is faster. Not much is consumed either. So Sun Wukong was very satisfied with the effect of this six-pulse divine sword. Satisfied, blew his right index finger. Then he said to Shaozi, "You are quite smart and did not run away? If your answer satisfies me, I can let you go. Do I dare to escape? You even killed King Frisia, and I ran away, not with Dre and Nez." Faced with Sun Wukong's question, Shaozi couldn't help cursing in his heart, "This is too bullying." However, he still quickly answered Sun Wukong's question, "You said, I know the answer. What is the spirit tree fruit? What's the use? Where is Gula?" Monkey King asked 3 questions in a row. "This. In fact, I don't know what the spirit tree fruit is. It's just that King Gula asked a few of us to come out and look for it. I heard that the planet where the spirit tree is located will eventually be absorbed by the spirit tree and turn into a Death Star." Shaozi replied carefully, and the 2 eyes kept rolling, which made Sun Wukong feel a little uncomfortable. "So tough? However, your answer makes me very unsatisfied, so... Zhongchang sword." Sun Wukong raised the middle finger of his right hand, and a sword chi flew towards Shaozi again, and the powerful energy made him unable to dodge at all. "Nope. How can the mecha team be completely destroyed? King Gula will not let go." The words did not fall. Rumble. With regret, unwillingness, Shaozi was hit by a terrifying sword chi. Huge energy without any emotion. In the face of the absolute destruction of devastation, Shaozi was mercilessly crushed into dust in the universe. At this time, in the galaxy, a high-tech transformed planet, in the headquarters of Gura. At this time, a spaceman who looked like a military master stood in front of Gula and said with a hesitant expression, "King Gula, our communication with Lord Shaozi has been interrupted, and they seem to have encountered a powerful enemy." Speaking of this, the Cosmic Man was a little hesitant. Quietly glanced at Gula's face. His voice trembled and he did not dare to continue. "Hey? Communication lost? Did they damage the communication equipment during the battle, and in that remote place, there should be no enemies stronger than them, right?" An indifferent and emotionless voice sounded, and Gula sat on the huge metal throne, looking at the Cosmic Man with deep eyes. The Cosmic Man was shocked in his heart, and reported truthfully, "The subordinates will find out, and they must contact Lord Shaozi as soon as possible. Frisia was killed by someone a few months ago? The people who went with him are all dead, and now Shaozi has lost contact. Do you say it was the same person? There are not many people in this universe who dare to oppose our race. Frisia's combat effectiveness is not low. And his talent is also very high, and he has even been killed. It seems that I have to be careful too. You find out the truth as soon as possible." A hint of surprise flashed in Gula's eyes, and then his face was gloomy, and the tail behind him kept beating the ground. "Yes. Yes." The Cosmic Man's scalp was numb, and he said tremblingly. Gura's face was covered with dark clouds. A cold glow flashed in the blood-red pupils. Looking at the other attendants next to him, he said with a fierce face, "Do you think, is it possible that someone from my father's side made a move?" Several other cosmic people suddenly crawled on the ground, trembling and majestic. "Great King, we have been at peace with the Eastern forces for so many years. Besides, the Kurdish king is your father, and his subordinates feel that it is impossible for the Kurdish king to make the move. No matter how King Kurdish is, he will not kill King Frisia." And his subordinates heard that it seemed that King Frisia did not really die. Recently, King Kurdish used machinery to fuse King Frisia's body and revived him. "Oh, Frisia isn't dead yet? Father was willing to save Frisia. But, to me, it's hard to say. He was not as kind to me as he was to Frisia." Gula said faintly. The light in his eyes kept flickering. "P.S. Tanabata Festival is coming, Robbery, every book friend passing by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks let you go down the Tanabata Festival." Of course, this is a joke. I wish all book friends a happy Tanabata festival in advance, find their sweetheart, be able to meet her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and tickets. Feel that you can book friends, give some tips. The poor monk came to open a room with the master. Chapter 036. This time Sha'iza's mission is to find the fruit of the spirit tree. That thing is a secret treasure that can improve strength. For it, the Kurdish king will also turn his face with him and not recognize people. However, Gula also believes that this time it was not the hand of the Kurdish king. There are only a handful of strong people in the North Galaxy who can defeat his Gula Mecha team. The strongest team under the Kurdish king may be one. But the strongest teams haven't made any moves lately. As for Frisia's Kinnat team, it's not that Kvira looks down on them. Even if Team Kinnat still exists, can't hurt Sha'iza them in the slightest. What's more, they are the same as Frisia. All dead. Who did it? Is there any strong person hidden in the North Galaxy? Gula's heart suddenly throbbed. He was not saddened by their deaths. Because Sha'iza, they were nothing more than a pawn in his hand. As a strong man, Gula will not care about the life or death of these ants. At most, I regret that I lost a few powerful subordinates. And I just feel bad about my face. What Gula was really worried about was the matter of the spirit tree fruit will leak out. When the time comes, it will attract the attention of the Kurdish king and Frisia. Even the attention of other powerful people in the universe. That's what he doesn't want to see. Looking leisurely at the cosmic people crawling on the ground, Gula's icy voice sounded, "You guys prepare the spaceship. King Ben will personally go to the planet where Sha'iza disappeared." With a wave of his hand, Gula said again, "In addition, let the people of the Gula Legion be selected, and this king will reform the Mecha team." "Yes, king." Those cosmic people were on the verge of amnesty and left the hall sweating. Above the huge throne, Gula curled his purple lips, and a sneer flashed on his fierce face. And in the eastern region of the Milky Way, when the Kurdish king learned from the eyeliner that the Mecha troops under Gula were completely destroyed, a hint of surprise flashed between his eyebrows. "Then I drank red wine in a happy mood. How could he take this small Mecha force to heart? However, it can weaken the strength of Gula a little. The Kurdish king is still very happy. How's Frisia doing? Did he wake up?" the Kurdish king asked the attendants on the side. "Back to the great king. King Frisia has just fused his mechanical body and has not fully awakened. So we don't know who the enemy who killed him is?" the attendant replied cautiously. "Let him wake up as soon as possible. This kid has not practiced well since he was a child, and now he has almost been killed. Although he is not a weapon, he is also my son, and I must avenge him. No one can beat our family and continue to be happy." The Kurdish king angrily crushed the cup in his hand and said fiercely. On an unknown planet, Sun Wukong finally found the interstellar map from the spaceship of Shaviza and others. What surprised him even more was that there was a location route of the planet Adrath on it. So set the direction directly. After filling up with food, set off for the planet Idrit. This is where Monkey King learns to teleport in the original book. There are also all kinds of peculiar abilities out there. Attracted the Monkey King to study. Another month passed. During this period, Sun Wukong still did not break through the fourth layer of the Nine Yang Divine Skill. He couldn't help but wonder a little. What the hell is wrong with yourself? But even so, his combat power under normal conditions still reached a terrifying 120 million. Meet Frisia again. If you don't change your body, you can directly dry him down. Suddenly an alarm came from the spacecraft broadcast. The star of Yadrit is coming, please get ready. Sun Wukong got up from the practice room of 100 times gravity and came to the side of the cabin door. Through the small block hatch, he could clearly see a cloudy planet not far away spinning constantly. Whoosh! The spacecraft quickly broke through the atmosphere of the planet Adrath. All of a sudden, it seemed as if the surrounding air was burning. The red light flickered in the sky. With a heavy sound, the spacecraft landed steadily on the ground. The hatch slowly opened. Sun Wukong walked out slowly. Then look at your surroundings. The first thing that fell into Sun Wukong's eyes were countless steep mountain walls that went straight into the sky. The sky was full of clouds and mist, as if caught off guard. Compared to the earth, the environment here is more fresh. And almost grounded clouds. It makes this place even more dreamy. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. I am also very impressed by the environment of the planet Yadraith. Perhaps it is this environment that has created their ability to develop various tricks. P.S. Today is Kixi Valentine's Day, and the poor monks are here to rob. Every book friend who passes by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks draw a circle and curse you, so that you will continue to be single after the Tanabata festival. However, I still wish all book lovers a happy Tanabata festival, find their sweetheart, be able to meet her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and tickets. Feel that you can book friends, give some tips. The poor monk came to open a room with the master. Chapter 037. Hey? Someone came, and it seems that they also found me. It feels like the qi in their bodies is not too strong. The corners of Sun Wukong's eyebrows stretched slightly. He was induced from qi. I noticed that many Yadrits had rushed from afar. It seems that the movement here makes them extremely curious. That's fine. There is no need for Sun Wukong to go to the Adrated Starman himself. And Sun Wukong also understands from the original book that the Adraith Starmen are not that cruel race. Otherwise they wouldn't have so much time to study all kinds of different stunts. It is also to compensate for the lack of their combat effectiveness. It didn't take long for the densely packed Yadraith Starman to slowly appear in Sun Wukong's eyes. The star of Adrit is relatively short. The skin has a faint line engraved on the body. The head is somewhat broad. No matter where you look at it. It's more like what UFO aliens saw in Monkey King's past life movies. And the Adraith Starman also saw the Monkey King. Facing the Monkey King who was much higher than them, he felt a little scared. They didn't dare to approach first. Seeing Sun Wukong walking towards them, they all retreated. Sun Wukong smiled a little bitterly in his heart. The Adraith Starmen are also a little timid. However, on the surface, Sun Wukong still showed great kindness. There is a big smile on the corner of his mouth. Perhaps Sun Wukong's peaceful smile made the Adraith Starman relax a lot. Soon that nervousness disappeared. At this time, among the many Adraith Starmen, a more majestic elder slowly walked out, looked at Sun Wukong and said, I am Husu, the wise man of the planet Yadrit. May I ask what happened to this alien friend coming here? Hello this wise man, my name is Monkey King and I am from Earth in the galaxy. I heard that you have a lot of amazing skills here, so I want to learn them, but I wonder if you allow them? Sun Wukong said with a smile. The eyes looked at Husu clearly. He didn't have any plans. It was purely to learn the stunts of the Star of Adrit. So there is no change in the eyes. In Husu's eyes, Sun Wukong did not lie. You can hear the sincerity in his words. And Husu is a wise man of the planet Adraith. Nature has some special magical abilities. Although he can't see the future of Sun Wukong. But he saw that the Star of Adrit became very bright under the protection of the Monkey King. Sun Wukong, since you want to come and learn, I allow you to study here on behalf of the leader of the planet Adraith, but in the end, what you can learn depends on your own understanding. Husu pondered for a while, smiled casually, and agreed to Sun Wukong's request. This would have been nothing. They also don't stipulate that stunts can't be passed on. Plus the Adraith Star is kind. I can't say anything to refuse. Unless it's the kind of enemy who wants to destroy them. Then they may rise up and resist. Husu wise man, just call me Gaku. Thank you so much for your generous consent. If there is any need in the future, I will definitely do my best to help. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. For the wise Husu's person, he has some impressions from the original. Anyway, it is very helpful for Sun Wukong. Even the original Monkey King was with the help of Husu. It really stabilized the situation of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Otherwise, you will have to transform into anger every time. It's also too volatile. Alright, Gaku. Then let's go to my place first. Let me treat you well, it has been a long time since outsiders have come to our planet. Husu said with a smile. Looking at the other tribesmen around who have not yet dispersed. With a wave of his hand, everyone disperse, there is nothing to do here. Hear the command of the wise man. The other Yidrits quickly left here. They were just curious. Aliens have come to them before. It's just very rare. And most of them just use it as a temporary place to stay. This time, Sun Wukong actually came to study. This made them even more curious. Let's go. Husu said softly, and slowly walked towards his house with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong followed closely behind, while Husu had several guards beside him. However, in comparison with combat effectiveness, Husu is more powerful. Let Sun Wukong can't help but look at Husu, a wise man. The wise man does not seem to be a decoration. Although no combat effectiveness detector has seen accurate values, it can be compared slightly. Sun Wukong quickly came to a conclusion. The combat power of the most powerful people on this planet is only nearly 10,000. One can imagine how barren the battles on this planet are. In this way, Sun Wukong began to live on the planet Adraith. His new round of workouts is about to begin. P.S. Today is Kixi Valentine's Day, and the poor monks are here to rob. Every book friend who passes by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks draw a circle and curse you, so that you will continue to be single after the Tanabata festival. However, I still wish all book lovers a happy Tanabata festival, find their sweetheart, be able to meet her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and tickets. Feel that you can book friends, give some tips. The poor monk came to open a room with the master. Chapter 038. And with the understanding of the Adraith Starman, Sun Wukong also learned a lot of customs. Those guards who were by the side of the elders. Nominally a guard. But in fact it is equivalent to the first. Husu the Wise will point them out from time to time. So good opportunity naturally no one will let go. Yes or no, the key is not me, but yourself. After coming to Husu's residence, Husu explained to Sun Wukong the requirements for learning stunts. Myself. Yes. Husu raised his head, and a faint red light flashed in his deep holy green pupils. He let out a long sigh and said, "That's it, you come with me." After that, he got up and walked outside the house, and Sun Wukong also followed. Although the wise man Husu is a little divine, but I do have some skills. Jumping from the rock pillar tens of meters high, Husu led the way in front, and in about 10 minutes, everyone stopped in front of a metal gate under a cliff. It was a huge metal door about 10 meters long and wide. The surface texture is mottled, and it seems to have undergone a long period of time. Sun Wukong stopped and looked over. Huge doorways are embedded in the cliffs. The protruding cliffs on both sides are carved with lifelike totem symbols. This gate is very old. This is the first impression in Sun Wukong's heart. Go inside, the stone wall inside is carved with many of our Adraith star skills, and you can choose one of them to learn. But it's better not to do more than 2, otherwise your spirit will collapse because you can't withstand the impact. Even we Adrasians can't learn much. Husu kindly reminded. Thank you for the wise man's reminder, I will pay attention, it will not mess around. Sun Wukong is very grateful for Husu's reminder. This Yggdrasil is really a little weird. It is clear that there are countless magical secret techniques. The combat effectiveness is not high. And he lives on the tiny planet of Adrit. They never show their strength on the outside. Such a national character is very different from that of the SAIYANs. Sun Wukong had to admit that there was such a clean nation in the universe. But there is another possibility. They predict the future with their magical abilities. Knowing that this is the best way for them to survive. Ming didn't understand. Sun Wukong shook his head and didn't care about it. Shift your gaze to the huge metal door in front. Then push open the stone door and enter it. What appeared before the eyes was a long corridor that meandered downward. Winding down the corridor. It took about 3 or 4 minutes to walk. The space inside suddenly became open. A huge underground palace appeared in Sun Wukong's sight. Magnificent and beautiful. Fist-sized blue and white stones are intertwined. The texture is staggered and chic. Simple without losing beauty. Combined with the abstract and beautiful mysterious reliefs on the surrounding stone walls. Immediately, an inexplicable scene of the ancient style of Yggdrasil's star appeared in Sun Wukong's mind. Mental shock. Sun Wukong suddenly came back to his senses. Look at the different shapes on the stone walls. A relief with a glow green light. A huge wave suddenly rolled up in my heart. Looking at those reliefs again, they are just some ordinary reliefs, faintly but with a hint of mystery. This Yggdrasil star's stunt is so hidden in the texture of these stone carvings. Sun Wukong was very surprised. No wonder only Sun Wukong learned to teleport in the original work. It's not that Sun Wukong doesn't want to teach. It's this instantaneous movement. It can only be understood beyond words. Sun Wukong didn't know where to start at all. As for why Shiru and Majin Bu were able to learn, Monkey King guessed. It can only be said that their understanding and opportunity are too good. Shiru survived when he blew himself up. In a near-death state. Get a closer look at the nature of teleportation. So when it became Lightning Salu, learned to teleport. As for Majin Bu, it was really wise and foolish, and his understanding was too good. Looked at it from a distance. I learned this trick. Well, about whether Majin Bu really has great wisdom, Sun Wukong actually does not dare to guarantee. This relief is really beautiful, but where is this teleportation? Faced with so many reliefs, Sun Wukong couldn't help but have a headache. He felt that he was going to ask Husuo about Ming Xian. So look for it. I don't know when it's the head. But the pride in his heart made him unwilling to admit this. I had to walk around the underground palace first. Slowly looked for it. Sun Wukong carefully felt the spiritual impact from various stunts one by one. Then look for the secret technique of teleportation. P.S. Today is Kixi Valentine's Day, and the poor monks are here to rob. Every book friend who passes by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks draw a circle and curse you, so that you will continue to be single after the Tanabata festival. However, I still wish all book lovers a happy Tanabata festival, find their sweetheart, be able to meet her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and tickets. Feel that you can book friends, give some tips. The poor monk came to open a room with the master. Chapter 039. The stunts carved by the Yggdrasil starman are strange. There are simple techniques that are suitable for use in daily life. There are also powerful occult techniques suitable for fighting. Take a closer look. There are tens of thousands. However, most of them are auxiliary type. It doesn't make much sense. The teleportation that Sun Wukong is looking for is also within the auxiliary category. So it's still very difficult. Sweep through the relief pattern piece by piece. Sun Wukong couldn't help but sigh at the wisdom of the ancestors of the Yggdrasil starman. Finally, a few hours later, Monkey King noticed the intricate pattern on a stone wall. There was a hint of space there. Sun Wukong stared at the relief on the wall. Suddenly, I felt that there were countless strange ripples floating on my retina. Take a closer look. Another strong shock wave swept in. Well, a tingling pain acts on the nerves. The brain suddenly feels a pang of drowsiness. Sure enough, powerful. In just a few seconds, I felt mentally deficient, and this thing is really not easy to learn. Sun Wukong sighed secretly in his heart. He compares slightly. Discover that the spiritual attack of this teleportation secret technique far exceeds the attack of other secret techniques. That's not just mental fatigue. Rather, the spirit was hit strongly. But at this moment, the system voice in my head sounded again. Ding, release a new task, the host learns to teleport within a month, then the reward is 1 King's in Bodhidon and 10,000 points. If the time is exceeded, it is considered a failure. Shrimp? Play me. Learn to teleport in a month, isn't it a joke? The original Monkey King took almost a year, I only have 1 month, I depend. Also, what the hell are points? Monkey King asked the system. But he didn't intend the system to answer him. For more than half a year. He also knows a little about the system. Only tasks will be published. It won't answer any of your questions. But this time he was disappointed. The system actually answered. A month later, the system will be upgraded and the points exchange system will be opened. Points can be exchanged for martial arts cheats, various sundries, as well as weapons and armor. It's over? Nothing else? So how long do you have to upgrade? Sun Wukong did not die and asked again, but this time the system did not reply again. Well, that's just a fight. Even if you don't know what the hell this clear heart Bodhidon is, this point is always useful, and I hope that after the system is upgraded, you can exchange it for something useful. Mother, fight! Sun Wukong stood quietly for a while. Open my eyes again. This time he was full of confidence. It was only after this study that he really found out. No wonder it took Sun Wukong a year to learn in the original work. There are too many and complicated things involved in this teleportation secret technique. Just sorting out the context is not an easy task. But that's fine, it's more challenging. The more complex something is, the more valuable it is. Sun Wukong calmed down and slowly combed through little by little. He possesses the 9 Yang divine skill. High skill. Learn anything fast. It's like in the legend of the Sky and Dragon Slayer. Zhang Wuji learned the first divine skill of the Ming sect in just a few hours. It is precisely because of his profound skills. When the Monkey King started facing the teleportation, relief can only hold out for a few minutes. But with each mental shock over, take advantage of the magical recovery function of Zhuyang Shengong. He soon began to continue his studies again in the spiritual impact of relief. 1 day. 2 days. Light is spent on resisting the spiritual impact of the relief. It took Sun Wukong 7 days. Fortunately, Husua asked the guards to send some food to Sun Wukong every day in advance. It also spared him a lot of time. However, when Sun Wukong learned the secret of teleportation in the relief, the rest of the exercises are much faster. The magic of Zhuyang divine skill is even more vividly reflected. In just 20 days, Monkey King completed the task challenge of learning teleportation released by the system. Obtained pure heart Bodhidon and 10,000 points. After that, the system enters the upgrade. Sun Wukong couldn't help but feel a little depressed. But more is anticipation. Clear heart Bodhidon, enhance one's spiritual power by 10 times. Just a few words. But it made Sun Wukong very happy. This is sleepy to send pillows. Let him drool in the face of so many Idrit star stunts. Since Sun Wukong lived down, the Adrath Starman also slowly accepted this outsider. And daily combat learning. It also made the relationship between them and Sun Wukong slowly warmed up. Although it is not a brother to say. However, they have long treated Sun Wukong as an equal to the people. In this way, Sun Wukong worked hard to practice some of the strange tricks of the Adraith Starman. Build more foundations for your future. P.S. Today is Kixi Valentine's Day, and the poor monks are here to rob. Every book friend who passes by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks draw a circle and curse you, so that you will continue to be single after the Tanabata festival. However, I still wish all book lovers a happy Tanabata festival, find their sweetheart, be able to meet her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and tickets. Feel that you can book friends, give some tips. The poor monk came to open a room with the master. Chapter 040. After this period of study, Sun Wukong learned several more stunts. One of the stunts turned out to be about time pause. When starting, the time in a certain area can be completely stopped. The time limit is 3 seconds. And the greater the range of time stops, the stronger the opponent. The energy consumed is also becoming more intense. It is expected to be in its current heyday. This time pause capability can freeze targets with a combat power of less than 100 billion for 3 seconds. After that, 90% of the energy in the body will be consumed. This will be the most important hole card for the Monkey King. It will definitely not be used easily when it is not critical. The second is the ability to teleport. Short distance space movement. Although it can only move up to 1 kilometer at a time. But the advantages are enormous. It does not need to sense the direction of the gas. Spatial movement can be performed continuously. Almost instantaneously. The consumption is also not large. Perfect for use in intense combat. In addition to these, Sun Wukong also learned more than a dozen different stunts. But these are all auxiliary stunts. It doesn't have much to do with fighting. But this has already shocked Husu's Hizi. You know. Even if it's him. It is also impossible to learn more than 3 stunts. And Sun Wukong actually learned more than a dozen. It made him more convinced of his predictions. Teleport. On this day, Sun Wukong moved slightly. The figure disappeared in front of Husu and the others in a flash. It didn't take long to slowly appear in everyone's eyes. It's just that there are a few more turquoise fruits in my hand. The flowing lines on the skin of the fruit are dazzling. As if it were a living creature. When you put it on your nose, you can smell the refreshing fragrance. It also relaxes people's whole mind. Gaku, you are really powerful. It only took half a year to master so many stunts, but the blue soul fruit in your hand. French looked coveted. His eyes glowed as he looked at the turquoise fruit in Sun Wukong's hand. He was one of Husu's guards. His cheerful personality is very much in line with Sun Wukong's appetite. So after months of getting along, they naturally became friends. Gollum. The voice coming from the throat suddenly sounded all around. Several Adraith starmen next to them also looked longingly at the few blue soul fruits in Sun Wukong's hand. The relationship between these guards and Sun Wukong is also excellent. During those months in the underground palace, I didn't give food to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong also knew how strong the attraction of this fruit was to the people of the Adraith. Star. The blue soul fruit grows on the other side of the planet inhabited by the Adraiths. The star of Adraith can be said to be divided into 2 parts. One of them belongs to the place where the Adraith starmen live. The other part is the primeval forest that covers most of the planet. The forest here is huge. Just look at the fact that it covers most of the planet. And the Adraith are sparsely populated. You can see the distance between the two. So far, the Adraith starmen still have many unknown clouds about this huge primeval forest. After all, with their combat effectiveness, it is impossible to detect everything inside. Because the primeval forest is very scary. Its perimeter is covered with beasts with hundreds of combat power. Not to mention the boundless Lin Hai. There was a constant battle going on there. so it can be said that it is very hard to explore it. Of course, the adrits will not stop there. After many years of hard work, finally enter the heart of the primeval forest. But the beasts there are more cruel and powerful. Even though the Adraith Starman has stunts such as teleportation as a means of saving his life, but many people still died as a result. Because of the low combat effectiveness, the distance of teleportation is also greatly shortened, and it will take some time to prepare. Second, they can't teleport from here to the interior of the primeval forest in an instant. So everything about the primeval forest is terrible for the Adris. Of course, these beasts of combat effectiveness. In the eyes of Sun Wukong, it was not worth mentioning at all. Not even more lethal than cats. Cats can at least have cute lethality. These beasts, it can only be counted as his wild game. Under the perception of Sun Wukong, even the most powerful beast in the primeval forest, it is only less than 100,000 combat power. At this time, it is not worthy of the qualifications to do the Monkey King warm-up. It's even worse than a world of difference. Although the blue soul fruit is not guarded by this most powerful beast. However, the beasts guarding the blue soul fruit are also very powerful. Even with the help of the word stunts of the Adraith Starman, the chances of success are also very small. P.S. Kixie Valentine's Day is coming to an end, and the poor monks are still fighting here. Every book friend who passes by this chapter, leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that the poor monks draw a circle and curse you, so that you will continue to be single after the Tanabata festival. Friends who have a monthly pass, leave your monthly pass. Bow thanks. Chapter 041. And this blue soul fruit is exactly the strange fruit found by the ancestors of the previous Adraith Starman after reaching the core position. After the Adraith Starman ate it, spiritual strength will suddenly increase many times. After that, the speed of cultivation was also getting faster and faster. And who so wise is one of those who has taken the bi-soul fruit? Otherwise, how could his combat effectiveness be close to 10,000? It's just that the blue soul fruit is only useful when you take it for the first time. After the second time, it is of little use. This is also the result of the personal experience of the Adraith Starman for so many years. However, it is also very rare to obtain this fruit. Unless there is some genius. Only within the clan will experts gather to pick. After all, the beast that guarded the blue soul fruit. At least it also has a combat power of nearly 100 million. It can be said that it can be ranked in the top 5 in this forest. So guards like Frankie. If you want to get this kind of blue soul fruit, you don't have to think about it. No wonder his eyes lit up when he saw the blue soul fruit. It's a very good genius for them. Sun Wukong was also in the previous chat. I overheard French say that this fruit is in the center of this forest. That's why I will go in and get it. It is also a kind of reward for them. Take it, this is meant for you. I'll have a big gift for you later, hehe. Sun Wukong smiled mysteriously. Throw the fruit casually into French's hands. Be careful. This is the holy fruit. Frankie quickly and carefully caught the bi-soul fruit. I'm afraid I'll break them if I'm not careful. Sun Wukong looked at Frankie, they couldn't wait to swallow this fruit right away. But there is a bit of reluctance. It seems that something is being decided with difficulty. Belmaru, or you can eat it, I'll leave this one for the others. Little Sawson's talent is better than mine, and he eats it better. French finally made up his mind. Although I long for this blue soul fruit, I am very longing. But it was decided to give it to the teenagers of the clan. Hear Frankie's words. The rest of the guards also handed over the blue soul fruit in their hands one after another. They also decided to give it to someone else. After all, this bi-soul fruit was almost equivalent to a holy fruit to them. Sun Wukong saw the movements of several people and couldn't help but smile slightly. He was touched by Frankie and their actions. It is with them such selflessness. The Adraith will survive in the treacherous universe. Well, you can eat this fruit with confidence. I said that there is a big gift for you. When you're done, I'll tell you, and I'll make you happy. Sun Wukong chuckled. Soon the French four were in doubt. Ate the blue soul fruit. Sure enough, the energy in their bodies skyrocketed several times. Although nothing is visible on the surface. But the mental outlook can see some clues. Okay, now take you somewhere. Put your hand on my shoulder. Monkey King said. The French four were very curious about Sun Wukong's gift. Plus they know that the Monkey King will not hurt them. Very open, 4 hands in unison on Sun Wukong's shoulders. Grabbed, let's go. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Bring the index and middle fingers of the right hand together in front of the forehead. Then instantly catch the beast aura on the periphery of the primeval forest. Swoosh! One shaking god, 5 people appeared on the periphery of the primeval forest. Here it is. Wow, Gaku, you are so good, you came to the periphery of the primeval forest at once. From us to here, it is at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers. You this. Frankie admires the Monkey King to the extreme, such a distance, change them, without a few days of effort, they can't come here at all. Look at the Monkey King again. With 4 people. Instantly crossing hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The face is not red, the heart is not beating, and the breath is not breathing. It's really more human than human. It's furious. You know, Monkey King has only practiced teleportation for a few months. It's okay, come with me. Don't be afraid, it's safe here. Sun Wukong smiled and led the way in front. Frankie and others were afraid, though. But seeing that Sun Wukong was leading the way in front, I had to bite the bullet and keep up. Along the way, French and the others saw countless fierce beasts. And the breath on these beasts made them extremely terrified. As if a single sneeze could kill them. Seeing so many beasts appearing, Frankie could barely take a step for a few steps. Lang Lang looked at the beast tens of meters tall in front of him. Enlightenment. Gaku, this. Here. Frankie turned pale with fright, and he couldn't say the words in full. Hehe, you are so timid, this is not like you in the Husua family. Don't be afraid, this guy is called Dehei, and I have tamed it these days. If you don't believe it, you call Dehei. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Move it. Chapter 042. Sun Wukong smiled and said, he went to the primeval forest this time, naturally to solve this big problem for the Adraith Starman. And the combat effectiveness of this giant bear. In this forest, it can also be ranked in the top 3. It is one of the biggest obstacles in the way of the Baihun fruit. Sun Wukong beat this big guy down a few days ago. It took days to tame it. Let it understand who is the boss. Sure enough, with Frankie's call, the giant bear quickly lowered the bear's head. Look directly at this diminutive Adraith Starman. But Dehei is still very well behaved. Not like Frankie, they were educated from childhood. Very fierce and terrifying. Of course they know. I'm afraid this is all the credit of Sun Wukong. Only he can train the fierce giant bear to be so obedient. In the future, Dehei will be the guardian of this road leading directly to the blue soul fruit. Through it, you can go directly to the place of the blue soul fruit. Don't worry, I have made a deal with it, as long as you get it something to eat regularly, it will protect you. The fierce beast there in the blue soul fruit was also dealt with by me. You can pick 100 blue soul fruits a year, as long as it doesn't disturb the snake's sleep. Also, in other parts of this forest, don't break in, and the fierce beasts in some places are unreasonable. I can kill them, but I still can't get them to back down. So try not to go anywhere else in the future, just follow the path I have created for you. Sun Wukong took Frankie and them all the way to the location of the blue soul fruit while explaining to them. In order to open this road, it took him half a month. Not every ferocious beast will be frightened by his combat power. Many of them would rather die unyielding. There was nothing he could do. You can't go on a killing spree. Came to a central location. Frankie and others discovered. There are hundreds of blue soul fruit trees here. Each tree bears many blue soul fruits. It really makes their eyes shine. With the appearance of several of them, the giant snakes guarding these blue soul fruit trees also appeared. This giant snake is 4 or 5 meters big. The body is more than 100 meters up. Plus that bloody mouth. And that high combat power coercion. It's scary. As soon as the giant snake appeared, just stared at the French four. As if I wanted to eat them directly. The atmosphere condensed for a while. It was as if at an impasse. Yo, little thing. Not well behaved so soon? At this time, Sun Wukong's voice broke the deadlock between Frankie and the others and the giant snake. And as soon as the giant snake saw Sun Wukong, the originally bloodthirsty eyes suddenly became panicked. The whole body swayed violently. I just want to back off. Eileen, what are you afraid of? I won't eat you. I don't like snake meat. Seeing that the giant snake was so scared that he wanted to escape, French and the others were shocked. This giant snake can be described as the biggest obstacle for their clan to obtain the blue soul fruit. For so many years, no few people died in its mouth. But I didn't expect to be afraid of Sun Wukong like a dog. Give me back. Sun Wukong's right hand is in the shape of a claw. Suddenly, a large translucent shaped hand appeared at the tail of the snake. One grabbed the giant snake's tail, which was 2 or 3 meters in size. Then pull and pull. He dragged the giant snake back in front of him. Forgot yesterday's lesson again? You want me to stew, don't you? Sun Wukong was very upset with the giant snake. After dragging back one foot on the giant snake's big mouth, the giant snake did not dare to move this time. This girl is terrible. Just a movement of the void. It can't escape. The giant serpent seems to have acquired spirituality. Hearing Sun Wukong finish stewing it. Quickly shake your head. A pitiful look was revealed. Don't pretend to be pitiful, I saw you like that just now. Forget it, give you a little lesson to know how awesome. After speaking, Sun Wukong didn't care about the pitiful eyes of the giant snake. Grab the snake's tail. Directly came a whip acrobatic show. Bang! 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 There was a loud noise in the primeval forest. Huge smoke and dust were rising in all directions. The giant snake was thrown hundreds of times by Sun Wukong. The rows of trees in the forest were all overwhelmed by the body of the giant snake. Originally lush and dense woods, instantly refreshed. At this time, French and others finally understood. Why do you see rows of trees broken on the way here? They were still guessing what was going on. Dare to love is caused by Sun Wukong and the giant snake wrestling. The giant snake was also knocked out. A pair of snake eyes gurgled and spun around. Are you honest this time? Do you dare not be honest? Sun Wukong showed a gentle smile at the giant snake. After some deep education, the giant snake did not dare to make a second time. He just didn't notice the existence of Sun Wukong for a while. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Move it. Chapter 043. Under the hard education of the Monkey King. The journey of the Adrath Starman to pick the blue soul fruit in the future was finally completed. Giant snakes and giant bears have become their other protectors. It's just that they also have to give some benefits to these two big guys every year. For example, some food, and so on. But this deal has already made the Adrath Starman happy. It's all trifles for them. However, because of this, it is safe to obtain the blue soul fruit every year. This is for them. It's a great deal. For this reason, the leader of the Adrath Star, Suba, personally came to Husa's home to meet with Sun Wukong. Thanks to the Monkey King for solving tens of thousands of years of problems for their family. A day later. In a lake thousands of feet in size within a primeval forest. The crystal clear water light is constantly rippling. Like snowflakes shining with ice crystals. A faint mist drifted above the lake. It brings a lot of mystery to this lake. The breeze gently blew through, blowing away the mist on the surface of the lake, and a figure was floating in the water, his brows wrinkled slightly. It was Sun Wukong. This lake was discovered while wandering in the primeval forest of the Monkey King. When I first discovered this lake water, Sun Wukong also jumped directly with joy. But who knows that the temperature of this lake is simply unreasonable. Obviously there is no ice. But after going down, almost didn't freeze Sun Wukong directly. He speculated that the temperature of the lake was at least -60 degrees. If anything else, it freezes into ice almost instantaneously. Die immediately. However, this is a good place for Sun Wukong to cultivate. His body, which had been constantly tempered by the 9 Yang divine skill and the Vajra not bad divine skill. Its toughness has long exceeded imagination. In the past half a year, Sun Wukong has been wanting to break through the third layer of the 9 Yang divine skill. But it hasn't had much effect. Pure Heart Bodhidon is also only for the spirit. This weird lake just solved his urgent need. Such a cold place. It happened to be an excellent place to break through the Zhuyang divine skill. One cold and one hot. Cultivation works best. Its icy and biting lake water constantly permeates the skin of Sun Wukong. Then slowly enter the internal organs. Of course, this is also deliberately done by Sun Wukong. Otherwise, with the power of the Monkey King, these ice colds cannot enter the internal organs at all. It will be blocked by the muscles on his body immediately. Not to mention the powerful qi. However, although the icy cold qi entered Sun Wukong's body, it was true, but did not harm the internal organs. There was a 9 Yang divine gong true qi in his body protecting him. You can also use this icy cold qi to stimulate the operation of the true qi of the 9 Yang divine skill. After a period of exercise, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness has also increased a lot unconsciously. At this time, his normal combat power had reached as much as 150 million. What pleased him was the Zhuyang divine skill, which had been unable to improve, had been practiced for several days. At this moment, it finally began to move. The time for a breakthrough has finally come. At this time, the cold lake suddenly shook continuously. The tumbling room is like a tsunami of big waves. Fix your eyes. The lake is undulating though. The loud clap is deafening. But where the Monkey King is? But it was a pool of stagnant water. At this time, most of Sun Wukong's body was immersed in the lake. Only a small half of the head floats on the surface. But his calm face suddenly burst into ecstasy. That's right, Monkey King already feels that the power of restraint has disappeared. The true qi of the Zhuyang divine skill began to slowly advance towards the fourth layer. There are 3 bottleneck periods in Zhuyang Shen Gong. 3rd layer. 6th layer. 9th floor. Every way to break through is difficult. But once the breakthrough passes, the gains behind are enormous. And the cultivation after that is much smoother. Stabilize the state of ecstasy. Sun Wukong's face gradually turned calm. Take a deep breath of icy air. Then the mouth opens slightly and slowly spits out. Under the contact of the air, it slowly turned into a white mist and quietly integrated into the surrounding environment. Sun Wukong's heart has been quietly placed in his body. Observe the slightest change. Suddenly, a powerful force rushed out from the body. Sun Wukong's face turned red in an instant. The forehead is bruised. That's a change caused by the sudden rush of blood in the brain. Boom! A monstrous sound sounded around Sun Wukong. The surface of the lake was blown up to great depth. The flow of water suddenly stopped flowing. It was only after half a ring, it slowly poured out, wanting to cover the large area of water shortage. At this time, Sun Wukong's internal organs were under that powerful 9 Yang True Qi. It's constantly changing. The impurities in the body are slowly cleaned up, seeping out from the pores of the body. With the washing of the surrounding lake, slowly disappeared. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Move it. Chapter 044. And the originally cold lake. Under Sun Wukong's body, it gradually became boiling. The temperature of the lake is constantly rising. It's as if you've encountered hot lava. And so time passed little by little. The originally high sunlight has gradually changed to a yellow glow that emits the afterglow. The sky was hazy with orange. Like a veil of mystery, it soothes everything on the earth. Drink. Softly exhaling a turbid breath, Sun Wukong slowly opened his closed eyes. A piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. A short stretch of light stretches out for a few inches. It took a few breaths before it returned to faint black pupils. But take a closer look. Faintly you can find the faint red light. Sun Wukong's body was much whiter at this time. The huge changes in the internal organs have slowly disappeared. But it's still tenacious. Sun Wukong had finally broken through to the fourth layer of the 9 Yang Divine Skill. This level is the watershed of the Zhuyang Divine Skill. Since then, his Zhuyang Divine Skill can really be regarded as an entry. The Qi also became more and more powerful. Haha! Finally broke through, what a refreshing feeling! Is this the fourth layer? Sure enough, it is very strong, and now my normal combat power has reached at least 1.5 billion. If you transform into a Super Saiyan, wouldn't it be 75 billion? More than the full power of Super Saiyan 1? Joyful laughter echoed above the empty lake. The Monkey King slowly floated. The solace of the arms and feet waved slightly. A sharp sound of breaking the sky slowly sounded. When I threw my fist, the wind swept by. Sweep out with great power. Now the strength of Sun Wukong's body has been many levels stronger. In the case of the same combat effectiveness, there is no opponent of him at all in the 7th universe. Perhaps only Jillian of the 11th universe and Hith of the 6th universe can have equal combat power. And he has a dozen. It's not just his physical strength. It is also the result of a comprehensive comparison of all aspects of the body. The laughter slowly disappeared. Sun Wukong's heart disappeared above the surface of the lake as soon as he moved. The use is the ability to teleport. The crystal clear surface of the lake has eased again. At this time, it had been almost a year since the battle between Sun Wukong and Frisia on the planet Namek. It's time to return to Earth. If memory serves. This time, Frisia and the Kurdish king should have already begun to set out for Earth. However, before leaving, Sun Wukong went to the stunt underground palace again. Because he previously discovered a very interesting auxiliary stunt dream Dafa. You are free to enter anyone's dreams. But you can't do any damage to the other party. This is also a stunt created by the ancestors of the Idrits in boredom and has no effect. Sun Wukong once guessed. Could this be what the creator used to scare children? Or to show affection to which girl? He learned this just to report a letter to a friend on Earth in his dream. Because he had previously rejected the divine dragon's practice of bringing him back to Earth. He still doesn't know how to face Kiki, the wife of the original Monkey King. It's a good idea to get in a dream, at least get familiar with it first. Learning this dream method is very simple. In less than a day, Sun Wukong learned. Gaku. You're leaving so soon. Frankie and others were a little reluctant to Sun Wukong. He did a lot for their Yggdrasil starmen. In particular, a passage was opened for them to safely pick the blue soul fruit. This one means more to them. Yes, I should go back too. After so long, my family missed me too. And my hometown is about to face a big disaster, I go back to solve it. Monkey King said. Then I wish you all the best of luck. You will always be a friend of our Adrits. Husu, the wise man, said. Goodbye, friends. On the spaceship, Sun Wukong began to try the magic of this dream entering Dafa. This dream Dafa was able to cross the distance of space. Directly let him meet with friends of the Earth. It's remarkable. With his current strength, even if you want to teleport back to Earth, none of them can be done. According to his guess, he has to be at least Super Saiyan 3 or above. In order to move freely in the 7th universe, he first met Son Gohan in a dream. Explained to him. He will soon return to Earth. Let him and Kiki not worry. Son Gohan has grown a lot during this time. Although only 6 years old. But already very sensible. Say that he will take good care of his mother. Let Sun Wukong rest assured. Then, he entered Kiki's dream again. In Kiki's dream, he felt Kiki's strong longing for him under the seemingly brutal situation. It's just that he didn't know how to express his feelings for a while. After all, he is not the original Monkey King. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Move it. Regarding Super 4 and Super Blue, please give some comments. Chapter 045. In a previous life, he was an orphan. Not married. So for Kiki's love. Son Gohan's affection. Sun Wukong did not dare to touch. It's just that there is always an end to the road. He's going back to Earth. It is inevitable to come into contact with them. For feelings. He somehow took it. Before for Son Gohan. That is the deepest blood feeling in the heart. Let him enjoy this feeling. I also unconsciously entered the role of a father. But for the role of the husband, he still resisted. He couldn't accept a woman he didn't love. Or rather, that's not the kind he likes. But after entering Kiki's dream, he just felt. It turns out that Sun Wukong is Kiki's heaven. It's her land. The Monkey King can make her happy. Let her cry bitterly. It is her greatest support. No way. Sun Wukong had to escape Kiki's dream. He felt like he couldn't accept it for a while. Next. The Monkey King entered one that was important to him. But there are some strange women's dreams. It was from him that this woman debuted. Bulma, who has been accompanying him on the planet Namek. In the original book, Bulma first likes Yamuti. Only later with Vegeta. Trunks was left. But in a past life, Sun Wukong felt that Bulma was really wronged. Yamcha is very handsome though. But began to fear women. Later, it became very careful. Not enjoying the romantic pleasures of a woman at all. And Vegeta doesn't know romance at all. Just a cultivation maniac. There is little joie de vivre. Since you don't know how to cherish it, let me take care of Bulma. From my debut, we have been the best CP. So, let me start first. At this time, Bulma should not be with Vegeta, and Yamacha is still afraid of women at this time, and it is estimated that he and Bulma have not even held hands. Just go to Bulma's dreamland. When Sun Wukong boarded, he made up his mind to go to Bulma's dream to see. As soon as you enter Bulma's dreamland, Sun Wukong suddenly felt like he had entered a fairy tale world. It's almost all pink in the world, full of romance. And the owner of this dream, Bulma, is happily driving a speeding car. Hey, Gaku, why did you come to my dream again? Hate, people have said, don't let you run into my dreams in the future. Bulma looked shy, but still drove to Sun Wukong's side. Hee, don't care, you show up anyway, then accompany me to the beach to play. After speaking, he pulled Sun Wukong and walked towards the beach. Sun Wukong was also very cooperative, and his right hand was actually naturally placed on Bulma's waist. As if it should be done. Hee, you're not honest again. It's just that why can you do this to me in your dreams, but in reality you can't understand my feelings for you at all. It's annoying, how do I say it? Forget it, anyway, you are just in my dreams, it doesn't matter if you say it. Let you be the man of my dreams. Why did you choose Kiki? Why didn't I confess to you earlier? Bulma suddenly fell into a state of confusion. He looked at Sun Wukong with a stupid smile. Touch your little hand to Sun Wukong's handsome face. Sun Wukong originally wanted to avoid. But after hearing Bulma's heart. But he was stunned. He didn't expect that to be the case. Hey, your skin is very smooth and tender this time, and it's a little different from before. Better than mine. Saying that, he still took Sun Wukong's hand and put it on his arm. It seems to be verifying that his skin is not as good as Sun Wukong's. The two played in their dreams for a long time. Gradually, Bulma's mood became a little low. Gaku, my dream is waking up again. This time is really the final goodbye, we can't meet here again in the future, I can't like you anymore. Do you know? I really tried to like Yamacha, but I couldn't really fall in love with him in the end. At first, I was too young to think that I liked to be handsome, but when you grew up and appeared, I realized that I had always been you in my heart. However, you are actually with Kiki. I envy Kiki, I envy her, and I admire her. She is so brave and confesses directly to you, unlike me, who can only talk to you in dreams. You have Kiki, you have Gohan, and I have nothing. For your sake, I ran to the planet Namek, where I was so afraid. But then you came, but before I saw you, you called Gohan and Klin to protect me and left. I really wanted to talk to you at the time, but we seemed to be getting further and further apart. It seems that you and I will never be like when you first came out, we were the closest partners. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Move it. Regarding Super 4 and Super Blue, please give some comments. Chapter 046. Son Goku has been listening to Bulma talking about the bits and pieces of the two of them looking for Dragon Balls together. For a while, he was fascinated. It was as if he and Bulma had experienced the scene of that past again. The two are in Bulma's telling. Gradually leaning together. Sun Wukong naturally hugged Bulma and stood by the sea. Watch the ebb and flow. Looking at the rainbow in the sky. Everything is so beautiful. I really wish it would always be like this, but unfortunately you are already Kiki's husband, and I. Kiki and I are good sisters, and I can only give up. Bulma kept talking. And Sun Wukong has been listening. All he did was hug her gently. Give her comfort. Make her feel better. Gaku, goodbye. From now on we are just friends, I will not meet you in my dreams again, we are over. Woo. Bulma finally whimpered. For her first love. This is how the simple first love ended. Due to their own insensibility. Due to the various arrangements of fate. She and Sun Wukong met and knew each other at various stages. But unable to love each other. In Bulma's opinion, it's all doomed. So she has been burying this feeling in her dreams. Only in dreams. She can be so with Sun Wukong. Don't worry about anyone. Don't worry about who hurts. Everyone has their first love. Sometimes unrequited love. Some are just a very innocent love. Although not necessarily to get love. You just let go? Really stop ignoring me after that? Just when Bulma was about to say goodbye to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, who has never spoken out. Such a sentence suddenly appeared. But it startled Bulma. The whole person fell backwards. Be careful, don't fall. Monkey King said softly. He has long been touched by Bulma's self-talk. Just afraid to disturb her. Until she chooses to let go. I couldn't help but speak up. Held by a princess of the Monkey King. Bulma couldn't help but blush. But it was followed by a shout, you! How can you speak, and you will still be like this? Because this is also my dream, of course I can speak. Otherwise, how can I hear your heart? Sun Wukong said with a bad smile. You! How did you become like this, you usually? Usually is usual, in your and my dreams, of course, it is different. It's just you and me here. After speaking, Sun Wukong kissed him directly. This is the case. Only one family can understand everything here. Although in a dream. But this kiss is extremely real. It took a long time for the two to separate. This time, you won't want to leave me again. Sun Wukong said softly, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. He knows. In the kiss just now. Bulma's previous decision has long since gone up in smoke. You. But. And Kiki, and Gohan. We are impossible. Bulma is a modern new fashion girl. Naturally, his own man is not allowed to be so careful. I don't want Sun Wukong to change his mind. After all, Kiki is her best sister. Gohan is also something she loves. Why can't it be, you and Kiki serve me together? Is it necessary to keep us from being together because of that attachment in our hearts? If we miss it, we have to make it up, not continue to run away. Sun Wukong spoke very lightly, but his tone was full of domineering. He is a powerhouse in the 7th universe. And experienced the influence of countless soap operas in his previous life. It's natural to catch this situation. Looking at the Monkey King in front of him. And feel his domineering. Bulma gradually got lost. She felt a sense of happiness. Not talking about anything. Bulma could only squeeze her body into Sun Wukong's arms. As if acquiescing to everything he said. That's it, when I return to Earth, you will dump Yamcha. You are from my grandson's family. Monkey King emphasized again. Got it, what a domineering man. Yamuti is also your partner. Bulma muttered. Partner, partner. Women can only be their own. Hee, one more fragrant. Out of Bulma's dreams. Monkey King is finally much more comfortable. He didn't expect that he would take Bulma so smoothly. In the time since. Monkey King, in addition to training, keep going into dreams and dating Bulma. The two drunk in their dreams. Do everything. The two naturally began their first time in their dreams. Although it doesn't feel too real. But in the end, it is also natural. The relationship between the two warmed up faster. Completely eliminate the previous barrier. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Move it. Regarding Super 4 and Super Blue, please give some comments. Chapter 047 After a month of flight, Sun Wukong is finally about to enter the solar system, and he can't help but feel excited in the face of the Earth that is about to return. Only suddenly he felt that millions of kilometers ahead, a spaceship was flying towards the Earth at great speed. Could it be Frisia them? Are they ahead of schedule? No, this spacecraft has the symbol of the universal capsule, it should not be Frisia them. And this spaceship looks like it's running for its life, go over and see. Sun Wukong felt a little strange, and after setting the direction of his spaceship himself is a teleportation. Come to the universal capsule spaceship millions of kilometers away from you. With his current abilities, teleporting millions of kilometers is not difficult. Hey, Bulletin. Oh no, you're not Bulma. Are you Tais? Sun Wukong almost thought that the beauty in front of him was Bulma. However, this beauty is somewhat similar to Bulma. But it was short blonde hair. And also more mature. Soon he knew from the original Monkey King memory. This beauty turned out to be Bulma's sister, Tais. It was when Monkey King met Tais once at Bulma's house a few years ago. Later, I heard that she had traveled to outer space. It seems that I still want to be a great novelist. I haven't been home in years. I didn't expect to meet her here. Ah, you. How did you get in here? You. You seem to be a little familiar. The first time I saw the figure of Sun Wukong. Tais exclaimed. But I feel that there is no malice in Sun Wukong. Soon felt that Sun Wukong was a little familiar. I'm Monkey King. A few years ago, Bulma once took me to your house, and we met once. Monkey King said. Oh, yes, you've grown a lot taller and become handsome. It's that your hairstyle is still the same old and cool. Makes me very familiar. Tais relaxes and finally meets an acquaintance. This hairstyle is okay, by the way, why do you look flustered? As if someone is chasing you? Sun Wukong asked. He had just seen in another distance. There's a spaceship looking for something. Ah, I almost forgot. My friend Gark, the galactic patrolman, told me that the Kurdish king of the frozen demon race had taken Frisia to Earth to kill. I followed them outside the North Galaxy and was discovered, and they chased me all the way here. It's that I'm too useless to help at all. Tais felt a little guilty. She wanted to report to the humans on Earth in advance, but was unexpectedly discovered by the enemy. Seeing his future sister-in-law so honestly admit his mistakes, Sun Wukong naturally won't blame her. And she doesn't know how strong she is now. Gaku, I've heard Gark say that Frisia was almost killed last year. If we can find the mysterious man, maybe the Earth can be saved. Tais said suddenly. She was still panicked. After meeting acquaintances, finally remembered this opportunity to save the planet. It's just that she didn't think of why Sun Wukong appeared at the edge of the solar system. In her impression, Sun Wukong is already just participating in the competition of the world's first martial arts association on Earth. Of course, that kind of competition seemed very windy to her before. Just look at it now. But it feels very naive. The combat effectiveness of every galaxy patrolman is at least tens of thousands. In contrast, there are only a few hundred of those on Earth. Even dozens of combat effectiveness. It's really not enough to watch. I don't think it's necessary, these guys Frisia are not very powerful. Not very powerful? You don't know the toughness of their clan, and the entire galaxy has been turned upside down by their clan. And they do a lot of evil, you haven't seen them. What they do, they are simply scum. Let's hurry back to Earth, we can't save Earth, but we can take my parents and sister with us. Or let Shenlong transfer us to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, maybe this can save some people. Tais didn't believe Sun Wukong's words at all. In her opinion, Sun Wukong is stronger. Cultivating on Earth is at most a combat power of more than 1000s. And she heard that the combat power of the Frisia father and son is at least tens of millions. The gap is too big. People blow a sigh. This Monkey King died somehow. Seeing that this future sister-in-law didn't believe in herself so much, Sun Wukong could only smile bitterly. He couldn't just say that he was the mysterious man who killed Frisia. It is estimated that he said so. This future sister-in-law thought he was crazy. I can only shake my head and smile bitterly. It can only be left to prove everything. After returning to Earth, everything will be clear. After figuring it out, Sun Wukong didn't say anything either. Directly Entice accelerated and flew back to Earth. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Move it. Regarding Super 4 and Super Blue, please give some comments. Chapter 048. This ties is 2, facing the sudden appearance of the Monkey King. I didn't even ask how he got here. So he took Sun Wukong and flew back to Earth. At this time, the Kurdish King's spaceship radar also discovered Sun Wukong's spaceship. But they are still more than an hour away. And the direction is also towards the Earth. Frisia, is that SAIYAN monkey's ship? Shall we just go and kill him? Why go to the asteroid of the Earth? A direct blow can destroy the Earth. In the main control room of the huge spacecraft, the Kurdish king, who was sitting in the main position, said with some doubts. Even though he is seated, the Kurdish king still has a height of nearly 3 meters. It is more than a meter taller than the mechanical body in front of Frisia. Dad, I have been resurrected, and after this period of cultivation, I am already stronger, and no one can compare with me. But I want to make Sun Wukong, a SAIYAN monkey, more painful. Destroying the Earth is very simple, but this will not eliminate the hatred in my heart. I will kill all of Sun Wukong's relatives and friends, make him miserable, and finally kill him. Frisia said through gritted teeth. He hates Sun Wukong to the bone marrow. How could he die so easily? And Vegeta, that traitor is also on Earth. I must kill all the SAIYAN monkeys, there is no place for them in the entire universe. I heard that there are also divine dragons on the Earth, and maybe you can make a wish to restore my original body. Oh, there are dragons on Earth? It seems that we can try it and get the divine dragon to give me the immortal body. This trip to Earth is very fun, so let's get to Earth and summon the dragon. The Kurdish king was a little excited. The immortal body was his dream all along. I didn't expect to be on this asteroid of Earth. There is such a magical divine dragon. Any wish can be fulfilled. How this did not surprise him. At the moment they are tens of millions of kilometers away from the Kurdish kings on Earth. Since Frisia and King Kurdish entered the solar system, the Piccolo in the celestial temple immediately sensed the arrival of an evil aura from a distant place. A huge sense of oppression descended from the sky. This breath seems to have been seen somewhere. This seems to have been felt by the king of the northern realm. Is it Frisia? It is impossible that he is still alive. The king of the northern realm said that Frisia is dead. But this powerful evil aura is obviously the chi from Frisia's body. Piccolo since the resurrection. The dragon transferred the people of the planet Namek to Earth. He unexpectedly found Niru, a fellow clan who was about to die. After the two fused, the combat effectiveness of the Piccolo directly reached 1.4 million. It can be said that it is much higher than Vegeta. At present, Piccolo is arguably the most combative person on the planet. Naturally, he was also the first to feel this evil aura. Soon, Vegeta, Klin, Son Gohan and others all felt this powerful and incomparably evil aura that was speeding towards the Earth from outer space. Without saying a word, Piccolo flew directly from the heavenly temple in the direction where that breath landed. And Vegeta, who lived in Bulma's house, also flew directly to that side without saying a word, making Bulma inexplicable for a while, so she had to drive a plane to keep up. In the distant Gaixian island, Klin, Tianjin rice. Yamcha and others also flew directly over, and they were very strange about the owner of this breath. Could it be that Frisia is resurrected again? That horrible guy! Klin couldn't help but think of the scene when he was almost killed by Frisia when he was on the planet Namek. Frisia's power is unforgettable. It's a big deal, Goku worked so hard for us. Shenlong said that he would rush back. Even if we all die, we will drag down this scoundrel Frisia. Tianjin rice has grown a lot from the king of the northern realm, and his current combat power is no longer after Klin's potential has been developed. Yamcha is the same, although he is the weakest of the several, but this does not stop his sense of justice. On the other side, Son Gohan put down the unfinished homework, directly said a word to his old mother Kiki, and flew away directly, making Kiki almost cry. Gohan, you're the one who wants to be a scholar. You can't always fight and kill, you come back. I have to say that this Kiki's thoughts are very strange. The earth is about to be destroyed. All she wanted was for Gohan to study hard. It seems that he can save her. There is only Sun Wukong. Only he could get her back from this pathological behavior. The original Monkey King is also too heartless and lungless. Let your wife behave more and more sickly. As a result, his wife and children are in a state of being abandoned. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Move it. Regarding Super 4 and Super Blue, please give some comments. What do you think of Veget, and do you want him to appear? Or a bakey meal? Hey! Chapter 049. Phew! When returning to the vicinity of the moon, Sun Wukong simply pressed Taiza's shoulder. Directly back to Earth with teleportation. Wow, that's cool. Goku, you learned teleportation from the Adraiths. I went there with Gluck a few years ago, and the abilities of the Adraith are amazing, no wonder you can suddenly appear in my spaceship. Taiz has indeed seen a lot of the world. Even the star of Adrit knows. It seems that her journey to the universe was not in vain. Just returned to Earth. Sun Wukong felt several familiar breaths gather somewhere on the Earth. It seems that they all feel Frisia's breath. Although these frozen demon races are powerful. But I don't know how to restrain my breath. So far apart. You can feel it. However, Sun Wukong's strength is too strong. But converged at all. This is even more powerful. No wonder Taiz misunderstood him. It's really that he is too ordinary now, too ordinary. There is no coercion of a master. It was different from the patrolman she had seen in the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. At least people can feel the coercion of that very strong chi. It's a pity that Taiz doesn't know that there is still a return to basics. To the combat effectiveness of the realm of Sun Wukong. It can even be pressed like this. So that everyone could not perceive his chi. That's the most remarkable performance. It's a pity that she is not a martial arts person. How can you understand this? Let's go, take you somewhere. Your sister, as well as many Earth warriors, are there, and it is estimated that they have also felt Frisia's breath. I haven't seen it for more than a year, and everyone's combat effectiveness has grown so fast. Sun Wukong faintly felt that the chi of Piccolo and Vegeta was no worse than when he first arrived on the planet Namek. That is, their combat effectiveness now exceeds 3 million. This made him feel a little relieved. And Tianjin Rice, Yamcha, Klin, and others also have hundreds of thousands of combat effectiveness. However, Sun Wuhan's breath made Sun Wukong feel very shocked. His son's aura was only weaker than Vegeta's. It seems that Gohan has not wasted his time this year, and he has improved so quickly. I think Vegeta knew he must have been even more surprised, but this would make his Saiyan prince's face fall. Sun Wukong couldn't help but think secretly. And a little excited. Wow, it's flying. Your flight is much faster than that of Gok and them, and it seems that our Earth's flight skills are much more advanced than theirs. Tais exclaimed excitedly. It doesn't matter if I'm wearing a miniskirt right now. I want to fly in the sky. It made Sun Wukong's face red. Although he knows a lot. But in this regard, it is still the first brother. Except in the dream and Bulma already that. For temptations in reality. He hasn't had it yet. Bump underneath. Sun Wukong finally took Tais to the place where Piccolo and Son Gohan and the others were already waiting. Uncle Piccolo, will Daddy be back today? This breath is so evil, can we hold out until Dad comes back? Son Gohan has always been close to Piccolo. This was also the most important factor in his influence on Piccolo. Shenlong said today, and that is today. It doesn't matter if he comes back, here I am. I won't let Frieza hurt you, I didn't participate in the last fight, but this time I'm going to let Frieza know how good I am. Last time due to the strong dispatch of Sun Wukong. Piccolo does not appear on the planet Namek as in the original. However, this did not prevent him from making progress on Earth for more than a year. He has the confidence to face Frieza. Che, don't talk big. Although your current combat power is very strong, you are definitely not Frieza's opponent. He is mine, and I will definitely defeat him. Vegeta had seen the battle between Son Goku and Frieza up close. At that time, the energy fluctuations were no lower than his current situation. So he knows. With their current combat effectiveness, it is not comparable to Frieza at all. Kakarot, you must come back soon. I can only delay for you a bit. Abominable, really abominable. It's been a year, and I haven't even broken through Super Saiyan. Vegeta has lived on Earth for more than a year. Although his superficial concern for Bulma and the others is not the same thing. But the heart is slowly accepting these Earthlings. So for whatever reason, he had to drag Frieza down. Until the Monkey King returns. And he also wants to know how to break through the conditions of Super Saiyan from Sun Wukong. This is more important to him. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me have a monthly pass PK, bow and thank you. Move it. Regarding Super 4 and Super Blue, please give some comments. What do you think of Veget, and do you want him to appear? Or a bakey meal? Hey! Chapter 050. Just when Vegeta and Piccolo were having their own thoughts, two figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Hi guys, long time no see. They missed me, I'm back. After Sun Wukong flew to the place of Vegeta and the others. Offered to say hello. Just a few words. But it contains a lot of feelings. He's back. Goku. That's great. You're finally back. What made Vegeta and the others strange was that the first one to pounce on Sun Wukong was not Sun Wuhan. Instead, it was Bulma. But soon Bulma reacted. Quickly stop your body. But it was the people around him who saw Sun Wukong. Marvel again. Sister? Are you finally back? Great, Daddy and Mommy must be happy. This time she could finally continue to pounce. And Son Gohan also threw himself into Sun Wukong's arms. Dad, you're finally back. I didn't disappoint you, I'm strong now. I can take care of my mother too. Son Gohan met Son Gohan several times in his dreams. Therefore, I have been practicing very hard. It doesn't look like the original. Under Kiki's oppression, he gave up cultivation. Well, I know that you are already a real man, and you will definitely be able to take care of your mother. Now that I'm back, rest assured, this enemy can't make any big waves. Piccolo, hard work on you, has been helping me take care of Gohan. Sun Wukong is still very grateful to Piccolo. This guy looks cold and awkward though. But it's excellent for Gohan. Vegeta, long time no see, it seems that you are very comfortable with Earth. This pink casual dress is very suitable, this is right, you don't have to hold back in cultivation all the time, you have to learn to relax. Monkey King smiled at Vegeta dressed in pink. This more awkward Saiyan prince. It really gave him a headache. But he didn't expect Bulma to be able to cure him well. But he still won't give Bulma to someone else. This is a matter of principle. His woman. No one wants to touch it. Cut. Boring, if it weren't for waiting for you to tell me the secret of Super Saiyan, I wouldn't be so nice to talk to. I'm here to bring down Frieza, not to protect the planet. Vegeta is still so arrogant and awkward. At this moment, Tais, who had just been reunited with the Bulma sisters, heard Vegeta's voice, and she looked in the direction of Vegeta. Hey, little brother. It's really you, I really didn't expect to see you here. Tais actually knew Vegeta. And look at her expression and tone of voice. It seems that he is still familiar with Vegeta. Are you? You shameless woman, always love to wear such revealing clothes. Vegeta's face changed drastically. Immediately replied. It made Yamcha, who had been with him for most of the year, very curious. Sister, do you know each other? Bulma also came over at this time. Seeing the attitude of his sister and Vegeta, can't help but be a little strange. Sun Wukong also looked curiously at Tais and Vegeta who were standing opposite each other with curiosity. These two guys are so much fun. A cold iceberg. Obviously he cares but pretends not to care. A passion like fire. Don't care about Vegeta's attitude at all. Still hot face pasted. Wait, this looks a bit like the plot of Bulma and Vegeta in the original book, how come it is now Tais and Vegeta? Could it be that my change led to a change in this matter? Will there be any Trunks later? Sun Wukong suddenly remembered a question. I couldn't help but be a little curious. But he's not worried about Trunks or anything. This is not his child again. It has nothing to do with him. Yes or no? None of them affected him. Anyway, the coming enemy. He can easily solve it without changing his body. Tai's next move almost made Yamcha and Klin faint. I saw that she actually put her hand on the top of Vegeta's head. As if measuring something. She actually touched Vegeta's head with her hand? What a terrible woman! Klin was flabbergasted. Yes, I remember last time a woman tried to touch his head, but he kicked him and flew out, almost didn't die. Yamuti is also palpitating. Afraid that Vegeta would kick Bulma's sister out. But to everyone's surprise. Although Vegeta was very upset that his head was touched. But did not do anything to Tais. And also showed a very helpless look. Little brother Bei has grown a lot taller, almost taller than his sister. After a few years, you have become a lot more ruthless. But I like it, hee. What are you going to propose to me? It's amazing. Everyone who originally felt that this Tais was stronger than Bulma. Once again, there is a definition of Tais' boldness. The woman of the Bulma family. Each one is so tough. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me have a monthly pass PK, bow and thank you. Move it. Regarding Super 4 and Super Blue, please give some comments. What do you think of Veget, and do you want him to appear? Or a bakey meal? Hey! Chapter 051. Woman. It's time for you to put your hands down, otherwise don't blame me for being unkind. Vegeta's voice was still so cold. But the effect is obvious. Useless. Tais seemed to know Vegeta well. Not only did not let go. Instead, he took Vegeta into his arms. Contact with the big sister on the chest and Vegeta. Wow, talent! Oh no, it's scum, it's like this. Have the ability to come at me. Yamcha felt unfair. Vegeta, this ice cube, can still have this treatment. Even Klin looked at Vegeta in Tai's arms. With envy. This treatment is not something that ordinary people can enjoy. Vegeta even blushed. I don't know if it's shyness. Still embarrassed. But there was no more struggle. It made Sun Wukong secretly despise. This guy got cheap and sold well. Act as if he's at a loss. But also incredible, the openness of this sister-in-law. This is really ripe. At this time, Sun Wukong suddenly felt that a powerful chi appeared. But it didn't come from outer space. As if cutting through the space. Suddenly appeared the same. And this chi is the same as that of the Saiyans. Not as evil as Frieza was. Okay, be quiet. Someone came, it seems, still an old friend. Sun Wukong put Sun Gohan on the ground. Said softly. Someone coming? Friends? Could it be Frieza? But his chi is still outside the earth, and it hasn't reached yet. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Piccolo and others were shocked. They didn't feel any breath of anyone coming at all. Over there. Sun Wukong pointed ahead. Everyone said and looked. But I still didn't see anything. But they knew that Sun Wukong would not lie to them. That can only be said that people are very powerful. I was able to hide it from them. It's just that they think wrong. It's not that people will hide their energy. It is that the other party has just opened the door of time and space. It's not out yet. Only Sun Wukong has such a strong strength. Only when the other party breaks through the door of time and space, you can sense the presence of the other person. Since you are here, then come here, here are your seniors. Stop hiding, Trunks. Sun Wukong suddenly said loudly to the front. The voice came forward. At this time, Trunks, who had just landed the space-time spacecraft, was shocked. He never expected it. As soon as he landed, he did. Someone knows they exist. And also called out his name accurately. However, he soon felt the breath of Piccolo and others over there. It was his predecessors. So he ended up flying over there. It's just that he still has a lot of questions in his mind. How would these seniors know that he would come? And also know his name? After a while, Piccolo and the others finally felt that powerful aura. Then they all turned their heads to look at Sun Wukong. Abominable. It turned out to be the breath of a Saiyan, isn't it right? Aren't there only 2.5 Saiyans left in this universe? Kakarot, where did this guy come from? Vegeta gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Because the breath of the coming person is much stronger than him. What's more? It turned out to be a Saiyan. This made him, a proud Saiyan prince, embarrassed. This is another Saiyan who surpasses him. Soon everyone finally saw who was coming. This is a 17 or 18-year-old youth. Short blonde hair. The sword eyebrows are sharp. Carrying a long sword. There is a faint smell of a battlefield on his body. Trunks. Looking at the comer. Sun Wukong was a little afraid to admit it. This Trunks' hair turned blonde. And he remembered that it was clearly blue in the original work. However, some shadows of Vegeta can be vaguely seen between the eyebrows. Let him himself not recognize the wrong person. Mr. Monkey King? Are you really Mr. Monkey King? But aren't you going to land on Earth an hour later? Why are you now? Trunks was wondering who knew his name. Come and take a look. But it turned out that according to history, this person should have appeared an hour later. Unexpectedly appeared in front of his eyes in advance. I couldn't help but be stunned. Monkey King heard Trunks' question. I couldn't help but rub my nose. He didn't know how to answer for a while. It can't always be said. Labor and management have crossed over from another world. Know how things are going. So I came back early on purpose. Sun Wukong had to say, I met ties outside the solar system, so I can only use teleportation to rush back. I was also worried that Frisia would do something bad, and I could feel that there was a powerful aura around Frisia, and if I wasn't mistaken, it was Frisia's father, King Kurd. The two of them came together, but it's a pity that another Gula didn't come, or this time it could be served in one pot. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me have a monthly pass PK, bow and thank you. Move it. Regarding Super 4 and Super Blue, please give some comments. What do you think of Veget, and do you want him to appear? Or a bakey meal? Hey! Chapter 052. However, Trunks stopped Sun Wukong's words. But it was a shock. Turned his head in Taiza's direction. Mommy? Really, Mommy? She's back at this time? Suddenly, Trunks' eyes reddened slightly. The nose sobbed a little. The tone murmured softly. The sound is small. In addition to the Monkey King and Piccolo, hardly anyone else heard Trunks talking to himself. I won't. Trunks turned out to be the species of Ties and Vegeta, holding grass, and this time playing big enough. But looking at Taiza's actions just now, and Vegeta's attitude, this is indeed very likely. No wonder Vegeta listened to Bulma's words so much in the original work. It is estimated that he also met Ties before, and subconsciously obeyed Ties' beauties. Even Ties' mommy is more polite, everything has been solved, and there is really only one truth. I'll go. Sun Wukong immediately guessed the private relationship between Vegeta and Ties. But what made him curious was how Vegeta was hooked by Ties. Or what happened to Ties and Vegeta. He didn't even kill Ties. There are even these strange feelings. Vic is not much less shocked than Sun Wukong. This Ties and Vegeta are so joyful. But look at the attitude of the two. Not impossible. But after all, Trunks has experienced a lot in the future time and space. Quickly controlled his feelings. Nothing is being revealed. But from time to time he looked into Vegeta and Ties' eyes. A trace of respect and tenderness flowed. These are his biological parents. Ah, what a handsome little brother. Come, come and give me a hug. Ties didn't know why. There is a very familiar feeling to the Trunks that has just appeared. As if he were a part of her. Make her feel familiar. The tower. Auntie, oh, no, sister. Trunks naturally will not miss the opportunity to hug with his biological mother. Very gentle past. Let Ties hold it. Vegeta didn't know why. A sense of anger at Trunks and Ties' intimate behavior. As if his own things had been snatched away. Dismissive of Trunks. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a Super Saiyan. I really can't beat it. He had already stepped forward to fight. At this time, he did not understand what kind of emotion it was. Boy, where are you from? It turned out to be a Saiyan, and he was able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Do you know Kakarot? Vegeta is naturally angry that Trunks can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Hearing Vegeta's questioning, Trunks let go of Ties' embrace. Whispered, that. Where I came from, I need to keep it a secret for now. I also can't say why I know the person of the Monkey King, many things, I can't explain. In the face of his father Vegeta's rebuke, Trunks seemed very honest. Vegeta is an idol he has always admired since he was a child. Countless times in the age to come, he heard his mother Ties tell about Vegeta's great deeds. Seeing Vegeta ask sternly, Ties was upset. She has a very peculiar feeling for Trunks. It seems that I can't help but flood the motherly love in my heart. Hey, little brother, how can you be so fierce? What to do if you scared Trunks? You are still so reckless, not well behaved at all. You were very well behaved, let me help you. Tais didn't finish speaking. He was interrupted by Vegeta's annoyed words. What's so well behaved? Damn exposed, if I hadn't been injured, I wouldn't have been threatened by you. Don't think that you saved me, you can talk nonsense. Vegeta was furious. Those days were an eternal pain in his heart. It's just that what he doesn't know is, this memory has always been very nostalgic in his heart. He didn't want to admit it. Trunks is maintained by Tais. The eyes must show that kind of nostalgia for parents. It made everyone feel a little strange. But at this time, it was Sun Wukong who came forward. Relieved for Trunks. Be careful, Frieza, they've already started to enter Earth. They're going to land near us, let's go. Old friend, always have to see and see, Trunks, if there is something, talk about it later. The Monkey King interrupted Trunks' idea of talking to him alone. He felt that he had sent these eye-catching guys away first. With the strength of the Monkey King. Want to find out where Frieza and others landed? It's a breeze. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me have a monthly pass PK, bow and thank you. Move it. At the suggestion of book lovers. From here the Piccolo was renamed Vic. The poor monk is here to say. The protagonist is not a breeding pig. If you see one, you will receive one. Just have a few likes. Chapter 053. Wait, Goku, Frieza and the others are very terrifying. I guess it's better if we hide first. My friend Galaxy Ranger Gark said that no one in this universe is a match for the Frieza family. Otherwise, let's hide quietly and take us away with the Dragon Balls. Tais said anxiously. The joy of meeting just now made her forget that there were Frieza and other things to kill the Earth behind. Now that I think about it, they can only hurry up to the Monkey King, and they will temporarily avoid Frieza's edge. But after stopping Tais's words, no one thought about leaving. Klin said, Tais, we're here to deal with Frieza. Originally, we were a little worried, but now that Goku has returned, I don't think Frieza is anything at all. Vegeta also said, woman. If you are afraid, you can hide behind me. Frieza was nothing at all, there was Kakarot. Don't worry, I will protect you, and I can also transform into a Super Saiyan in the future. As if to emphasize his image in front of Tais. Vegeta repeatedly emphasized. I can definitely break through the Super Saiyan myself. Perhaps this is the charm of women. Let this awkward Saiyan prince also sink. Others didn't say anything though. But firm attitude. Let Tais know that self-persuasion is useless. At this time, Bulma went over and took Tais' hand to comfort her. Whispering about what happened on the planet Namek before. And when it was heard that it was Sun Wukong who killed Frieza before. Tais couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand. Then he looked at Sun Wukong with an embarrassed expression. Sun Wukong can't help it. I had to spread out my hands. I said it on the spaceship. Frieza is nothing remarkable. It's just that Tais doesn't believe it. If none of Kakarot could kill Frieza, I think, there wouldn't be a safe place on Earth. So instead of dying, it's better to fight. In our Saiyan dictionary, there is no word for escape. Although Vegeta's tone was a little cold, he still paid attention to comfort Tais. Miss Tais, don't worry. I'll protect you too, it's okay. Mr. Monkey King's strength is very strong. This is Trunks also interjected. Cut, boy. You still haven't said where the hell are you from? Don't think you're a Super Saiyan is amazing. Vegeta just didn't like Trunks. Yes, I'm really nothing remarkable. Your strength will surely break through Super Saiyan soon. Trunks is still respectful to Vegeta. There was no excuse for Vegeta to want to be angry. You can only skim the beginning. Ignore it anymore. Soon, Sun Wukong and his group came to a clearing. Trunks also took out a refrigerator universal capsule. He came prepared. Trunks had great respect for Tais and Bulma. One is a biological mommy. One is my sister-in-law. After Tais' death, always took care of him. Build him a time shuttle. For Son Gohan, the future teacher and older brother. Trunks is even more respectful. The attitude is like a schoolboy facing a teacher. Soon, a huge spaceship entered the Earth like a cover in the sky. It was as if a roaring flame had been lit towards the place of Sun Wukong and the others. The spacecraft is still a long way away. But the extremely powerful aura of Frisia and the Kurdish king rushed to him early. Vegeta, Piccolo, Tianjin Rice, Klin, Sun Wuhan, Yamcha and others were stunned by these two powerful auras. They had felt these two powerful auras before. But it was still far from Earth at that time. But now after entering the Earth, they just found out. These two breaths are far more desperate than they imagined. Vegeta and the others were suppressed by the distant aura of Frisia and the Kurdish king, and their bodies could not move. Slightly weaker Yamuti and dumplings. The body even began to tremble. The upper and lower teeth are constantly trembling. Always play Vegeta and Piccolo who defeated Frisia. At the moment, his forehead was full of sweat. They felt that Frisia was far more powerful than they thought. It's terrible. Vegeta and Piccolo looked at each other. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes. However, Bulma, Tais, and Pool were not suppressed by too strong a breath. Sun Wukong protected the three of them with his own chi early. As for the others, he hopes that Vegeta, along with Piccolo and Son Gohan, will burst out from Frisia's sense of oppression. That's the only way. Only then can they have the heart of a strong man. This is a cosmic powerhouse. As for Trunks, his combat power is even a little higher than Frisia's. It was not affected. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me have a monthly pass PK, bow and thank you. Move it. At the suggestion of book lovers. From here the Piccolo was renamed Vic. The poor monk is here to say. The protagonist is not a breeding pig. If you see one, you will receive one. Just have a few likes. Outside, this book is on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday, I hope all book friends will know. Ready, I hope to have more than 800 for the first order, and thank you infinitely to all book lovers. Chapter 054. Woohoo! The huge spaceship landed head-on. Countless mountains and rivers have been caused by such a powerful aura to collapse and the rivers have stopped flowing. It seems that an earthquake of more than a dozen magnitudes has occurred in the entire area. Graham, Klin. You are fighting with such a powerful enemy on the planet Namek? Too, so terrible. Yamcha trembled before finishing his words. The pressure that these two breaths gave him was too great. Before he and Tianjin Fan, they were both the king of the northern realm. The horror of Frisia has not had much impact yet. Now it's different. The distance is so close. That sense of oppression is just too strong. Even if we can't fight, we have to fight. Do we stand here and wait for death? I'm not willing. Vic spoke in a very calm tone. It seems that he does not take his life and death to heart. Frisia is getting stronger, and it seems that it will be stronger. Son Gohan's genes are worthy of being very good. Soon something deeper was felt. The little face was full of solemnity. The two eyes looked at their father Sun Wukong. There was a hint of fear. Sun Wukong shook his head at Sun Wuhan. Gently patted his back. Gesture not to worry. Don't be afraid. Cockroach, the strength of Frisia's breath seems to be no longer as strong as when you broke through the Super SAIYAN. Abominable, fight if you don't want to die. Vegeta suddenly felt a little confused about the future of the SAIYAN. It seems that even if he breaks through the Super SAIYAN, it doesn't necessarily kill Frisia. Sun Wukong smiled at this time, and smiled very happily. Vic and the others all looked at Sun Wukong with some surprise. I don't understand what he laughs at. You can still have such a strong desire to fight after knowing the strength of Frisia. How can I, as your friend, watch you die? Vegeta, if you think Super Saiyans are just that, that's what disappoints me. The limits of Super Saiyan are far beyond your imagination, so let's take a look at some of my current powers first. Sun Wukong sneered. For this dismount of Frisia and the Kurdish king, he was upset. The woman who almost scared him. Drink. Give me down. What's the point of swallowing slowly? Sun Wukong casually extended his right hand to the huge spaceship that was landing in the sky. As his right hand turns into a claw-shaped. Then tug gently. Those two powerful and heavy oppressive auras immediately disappeared. And the huge spaceship seemed to have lost control. It becomes wobbly. What's going on? The Kurdish king was furious in the spacecraft. This Mawei suddenly became like this. Let his face go wherever he goes. Back to the great king, the spaceship is out of control, it seems to be pulled by some force, and it cannot be controlled. A cosmic man quickly answered. Abominable. Who is it? It was able to break through the coercion of our father and son. I thought it might be that Sun Wukong came back, but I didn't expect him to run ahead of us all of a sudden. Fortunately, it saves some effort. Get ready to drop it down. Frisia sneered. Even if it falls directly, it won't hurt him in the slightest. After a few minutes, the huge spaceship finally landed in a rock. The first to come out was Frisia, an old acquaintance of Monkey King and Vegeta. But at this moment, Frisia is almost only a mechanical body. Only a small part is the original body. However, the combat effectiveness has directly increased much more than the original. Perhaps it was influenced by Sun Wukong's super combat effectiveness. At this moment, Frisia's combat power is much stronger than the 140 million in the original book when he came to seek revenge. According to Sun Wukong's perception of the breath on his body, this guy has at least 200 million more. It is worthy of being a genius of the Frozen Demon clan, and he has grown so much in such a short time. It seems that it is not false that he has reached the gold level after 4 months of serious cultivation. Sun Wukong admired Frisia a little. No wonder the old bird is forced to whitewash Frisia. This talent. Gee. However, this is still not enough to see. Now the normal state of Monkey King has more than 1.5 billion combat effectiveness. To such a low combat power as Frisia. Didn't care much at all. Immediately followed by a purple skin, more than 3 meters tall. A guy almost identical to Frisia's second form. No need to guess. Sun Wukong also knows that this will appear later is Frisia's father, King Kurd. It is said that the strength is stronger. Normality alone has 120 million combat power. Stronger after transformation. Many people believe that the Kurdish king will not transform. The combat power is weaker than Frisia. But Sun Wukong couldn't help but scoff at these. Just those powerful energy fluctuations on his body. To say that he can't transform is simply a pit daddy. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me have a monthly pass PK, bow and thank you. Move it. At the suggestion of book lovers. From here the piccolo was renamed Vic. The poor monk is here to say. The protagonist is not a breeding pig. If you see one, you will receive one. Just have a few likes. Outside, this book is on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday. I hope all book friends will know. More than 10 changes on the first day of shelf. I hope there will be more than 800 for the first order, and I am infinitely grateful to all book lovers. Chapter 055. It's just that Trunks said a word in the original book. I won't be as merciful as Sun Wukong, I will fight quickly. So Trunks, who transformed into a Super Saiyan, did not give the Kurdish king a chance to transform at all. Directly bang bang a few times. Got him done. And the Kurdish king is mainly too arrogant. He thought that Trunks' strength was only because of the sword. I don't know. It was just a slightly sharper sword. As a result, it is clear that he was killed by Trunks before he transformed. Became the Super Soy Sauce Party in Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong, I didn't expect us to meet again. Isn't it surprising that I'm still alive, surprised or not? I don't know how you returned to Earth before us, but I will work a little more at most. I will kill all these friends of yours one by one. Let you try the taste of pain. Frisia saw the Monkey King as soon as he got off the spaceship. Although stunned for a moment. This one was a bit unexpected. But he was very confident. And didn't think too much. I depend, although I have long predicted your appearance, but I am really surprised to see you. I didn't expect that my turtle sect Qigong wave, plus an explosion like the planet Namek, didn't kill you. You are really Xiaoqiang's life. I have to say, I really admire the hardness of your frozen demon clan's life. Sun Wukong is telling the truth. In that case, he couldn't guarantee that he would survive intact. But Frisia just survived. And it can also improve the combat effectiveness so much again. I really have to say. This guy's talent is terrifyingly strong. You can break through so much just by cultivating. No wonder the original river was able to reach the Golden Frisia in 4 months. And the Super Blue Scions can play up and down. You're still so sharp-toothed, I'll see if you can still say that. Vegeta is also there, it's okay, save me the effort to hunt you down again. Today I will let you Scions exterminate. Although Frisia doesn't know what Xiaoqiang is. But in the mouth of Sun Wukong, it must not be a good thing. Vegeta was certainly upset with Frisia. It's just that the shadow of the perennial under Frisia has not yet dissipated. Clenched fists at the moment. The eyes widened. Cut, you guy who is mostly mechanical. Just because you want to kill us Scions too? Stop dreaming. Sooner or later I will surpass you. Vegeta said through gritted teeth. Seeing that Sun Wukong was able to break through the Super Saiyan. His heart is now full of hope. Frisia, you ruined our planet Namek's feud, I must settle it with you. Vic stood up and said. Oh, I didn't expect to see the nemesis again. It seems that you are not extinct yet, great. It seems that there is hope for Dragon Ball, and my body can recover. Frisia was immediately overjoyed when he saw Bike's appearance. In this way, he was more confident. Oh, he's the nemesis? Then we can't kill him. Catch him so we have a chance to get that magical Dragon Ball. A deep voice sounded. But it was the Kurdish king who spoke. He is more interested in Dragon Ball than in killing the Monkey King. He only came to accompany Frisia to take revenge this time. It seems that you are the Kurdish king. Frisia, you are really a child, if you lose, call your parents to fight. It's not funny without a bit of ambition. Did I kill you, and then some king will come out to take revenge? I remember that your frozen demon clan seems to have another one named Gula. Why didn't he come? What a pity. Sun Wukong said with a smile. And didn't take the 3 of them seriously. It's just that he doesn't know if there are really only 3 of the frozen demon race. It won't be long before some pop up again. That's a bit of like the Saiyans. Vegeta always believed that only he and Son Goku were purebred Saiyans. But I didn't know that there was Broly, a real Super Saiyan. A monster that can increase its combat effectiveness without cultivation. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, the combat effectiveness has increased by more than 100-fold. Don't be proud, even if I am the only one today, I can kill you all. Others, who don't want to die, will tell the secret of Dragon Ball. Frieza is naturally confident. His current combat power is much stronger than that of Sun Wukong on the planet Namek before. Trunks, Frieza will leave it to you. Be careful, his combat effectiveness is no lower than yours now. The Monkey King handed Frieza over to Trunks to deal with. He also wanted to see how strong Trunks, a futuristic Saiyan, was. He planned to train him under 1-888. Let him deal with the 17th and 18th of future spacetime can also be simpler. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me have a monthly pass PK, bow and thank you. Move it. At the suggestion of book lovers. The poor monk is here to say. The protagonist is not a breeding pig. If you see one, you will receive one. Just have a few likes. Outside, this book is on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday, I hope all book friends will know. More than 10 changes on the first day of shelf, I hope there will be more than 800 for the first order, and I am infinitely grateful to all book lovers. Tomorrow the day after tomorrow 8 more, like friends, don't forget, leave me some flower evaluation tickets monthly pass, bow thank you. Chapter 056. Wait. I'll come first. Frieza and I still have some accounts that we haven't settled. Even if I'm not an opponent now, I'm going to fight him. At this time, Vegeta suddenly spoke. Seeing that Vegeta was going to strike, Trunks had to step down. He Lao-Tzu wants to do it. He could only back down. Sun Wukong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. But he knew the pride of Prince Isaiah. If you don't let him do it, it is estimated that he will be hated later. Go to extremes. Then he pulled Bulma, Son Gohan, and ties back tens of meters together. Give up the battlefield to Vegeta and Frieza. Others backed away. Vegeta, do you want to die so much? Well, then I will fulfill you, I will definitely kill you and let you know what despair is. Frieza's goal is only the Monkey King. He was also not afraid that Sun Wukong would escape. It just so happens that these opponents are going to come one by one. He was happy and relaxed. Who loses and who wins, not necessarily. Come on, Frieza, and show you my progress. Ha! No flinching. He was a proud Saiyan prince. There was a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. A crazy fighting intent surged in his heart, and his whole body was full of blood. At this time, the battle factor from the depths of the Saiyan bloodline seemed to be activated at once. Bang! Vegeta kicked the ground, and the figure flew towards Frieza at great speed. He wants to get the chance to strike first. Kind of interesting. It seems that in more than a year, you have made great progress. Looking at the figure coming at a gallop, a hint of surprise flashed in Frieza's eyes. The corners of his mouth condensed into a cruel smile, and said, "Let me see how your combat effectiveness is." Dunima, measure Vegeta's combat effectiveness. Dunima on the side answered. Immediately test with a large detector on board the spacecraft. Soon, the results of the detector had already appeared, and Dunima looked at the data above, his pale golden eyes tightened sharply, and said in disbelief, 5 million. King Frieza, Vegeta's combat power has reached 5 million. 5 million combat effectiveness. Looks really good. Frieza chuckled, rolling his eyes slightly. Constantly looking around captured Vegeta's figure. Every grass and tree around him is under his eyes. Bang! Vegeta began to attack. A punch containing immense force was aimed at Frisia's chest. But at the moment of the attack, a hard claw firmly grasped his wrist. What a speed! Vegeta's heart tightened, and when the first attack failed, he immediately harnessed his strength and prepared to escape. But it was already a step late. Frisia snorted coldly. A huge force gushed out from between the claws. Threw Vegeta out suddenly. Suddenly, Vegeta's figure shot out like a cannonball. Soon it turned into a little black dot in the sky. Vegeta, you're not Frisia's match yet. I hope this will make you understand the gap with Frisia and don't fight reluctantly. Monkey King looked at Vegeta's figure flying out. Said softly. I don't think he'll give up. If he gives up, then he is not Vegeta. At this time, Tai said with a smile. However, the beautiful eyes nervously watched Vegeta's figure flying out. That's right, he's just an awkward guy. The more he is not allowed to do it, the more he has to do it. At this time, Bulma also said with a chuckle. After more than a year of getting along, she also learned a lot about Vegeta's character. In short, a very awkward guy. Bulma picked up Son Gohan, who was only 6 years old, at this time. His eyes were staring at Sun Wukong with tenderness. It seems that the three of them are a warm family of three. Yo, you three, it's really like a family of three. So envious. Tais had long seen the ambiguity between Bulma and the Monkey King. Can't help but quip. It can be seen. Although Vegeta is now in the downside. But Tais is at least not as worried as she was before. She saw that Sun Wukong still looked indifferent. Just guessed that this did not surprise him. Stop! Vegeta was in the sky, trying to stop. But Frisia's power is so great. I couldn't stop for a while. In the end, I could only hit a hill. In an instant, even the hill shattered into countless stones. Ugh! Vegeta froze. Then carefully observed the surroundings. Be on full alert. Suddenly, a bloody aura was approaching him. Vigilantly turned around, only to find that Frisia had appeared behind him at some point. Oh, Vegeta, you're good enough to block my blow. You can see that you have made a lot of progress, but you are still not enough. Frisia. Vegeta was furious. Rushed over again. Chapter 057. I see how long you can hold out. King Ben doesn't like it very much, or clear it as soon as possible. My opponent is not you. As soon as the words fell, the cold wind was biting, and everything was silent. The sky suddenly changed color, the clouds disappeared, and the gloomy atmosphere was full of oppression. Underneath, the cosmic people who followed the Kurdish king were all trembling. The breeze blows, rolling up the sand, and the dead branches and leaves flutter with the wind. Frisia's body was racing wildly. Immediately launched a fierce attack on Vegeta, who rushed over. For a time, the sound of fists and feet hitting each other was endless, and two blurry figures kept flying, and the wind swept and carried out extremely fast attacks. However, Vegeta's strength is not comparable to Frisia. The speed is also nowhere near keeping up with Frisia's rhythm. The so-called world's martial arts are indestructible, only fast and unbroken. Speed is a prerequisite for combat. In each brief encounter, Vegeta used almost all his energy. On the other hand, Frisia seemed to be playing. It's easy. But Rao is so. Vegeta is also constantly downwind, while Frisia still looks light. Not even the slightest change in breathing. Grit your teeth. Vegeta suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, and a new wave of fighting began again. Frisia. Come again, cool. Although Vegeta knew that he could not beat Frisia. But he won't throw in the towel so easily. Bang! Thundered. The air was still filled with a sour smell. The thin clouds divide the blue sky into two parts, which are as beautiful as a dream. Poof! A mouthful of blood swords spewed out, and after Vegeta and Frieza collided several times, his body flew upside down again like a cannonball. Intense friction with the surrounding air makes a rapid sound. Thundered. Where the shock wave passed, forests and rivers were blocked one after another, and countless trees and vegetation were cut off and swept into the air. Frieza was trying to continue the pursuit and kill the past. But I saw a strong finger light from a distance for an instant. The energy contained in it is very strong. Even the invincibility of it made him feel a pang of horror. Frieza, you've won. Vegeta is no match for you, so why kill him? Besides, I'm here, there's no way you can kill him. Come over anyway. Sun Wukong's voice came faintly. Let Frieza pause. The blow just now made Frieza feel as if he was still unstoppable. This feeling is very unpleasant. However, he did not attack Vegeta, who was already lying underground. This Saiyan prince is not qualified to be his enemy. At this time, Trunks' figure flashed. Picked up Vegeta, who had passed out. Returned to the Monkey King. At this moment, Vegeta was already seriously injured. Dying. After Trunks put down Vegeta, staring at Frieza with angry eyes. If it weren't for the Monkey King asking him to wait, he has already killed it. Don't worry, you can't die, I'm here. Sun Wukong said softly. Fortunately, after Sun Wukong's 9 Yang divine skill reached the 4th layer, the power has increased a lot. Although it is not possible to restore Vegeta at once, but putting his life in danger is not a problem. Your eyes make me very uncomfortable, why do you want to try my strength? I can fulfill you. Frieza was interrupted by Sun Wukong. It was in anger. See the look in Trunks' eyes. Naturally, he couldn't wait to kill him. This time it's my turn, you destroyed our planet Namek and killed so many of our people. I'm going to kill you and avenge them. Trunks just wanted to make a move. Unexpectedly, he was preempted by Bic. This is also his predecessor. I can only retreat helplessly. Oh, you want to be killed by me sooner? However, don't worry, I won't kill you, and I will use you to find the dragon. Your nemesis abilities are amazing, and thank you for it. Frieza said coldly. The Kurdish king on the other side looked at Frieza and had already played. Simply let his subordinates move a chair out. Sit and watch Frieza do it. However, his eyes stared at Sun Wukong from time to time. The blow just now. He was also very jealous. I don't know if it's Sun Wukong's strongest attack. So he was going to let Frieza do it first. Detect the reality of the other party. Soon Vic and Frieza began to fight together. I have to say that the combat effectiveness of Vic and Nero has improved a lot after fusing. Plus Frieza had scruples. There was no dead hand. And Vic is a nemesis. Its resilience is super strong. Constantly knocked down. But it keeps recovering. The Kurdish kings watching the battle couldn't help but show a little shock. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me have a monthly pass PK, bow and thank you. Move it. Those who have money hold a money field, and those who do not have money hold a personal market. Outside, this book is on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday, I hope all book friends will know. More than 10 changes on the first day of shelf, I hope there will be more than 800 for the first order, and I am infinitely grateful to all book lovers. Today and tomorrow 8 more up, like friends, don't forget, leave me some flower evaluation tickets monthly pass, bow thank you. Chapter 058. Rumble. Vic was shot out again. Then stretch out your hands again and stop in midair. His aura at this time was much weaker than before. He gasped, his eyebrows showing a bit of fatigue. In stark contrast to him, Frisia still looked relaxed and natural. There is no fatigue at all. Frisia smiled evilly, and slowly floated over with his hands behind his back. Came to a place just over 10 meters away from Vic and looked at him with interest. A naturally powerful frozen race like Frisia. Due to the powerful energy of birth. Therefore, I especially like to see the life and death struggle of other lives. This makes them feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. Shout! Frisia's figure disappeared again. A kick towards Vic in the chest. Vic immediately crossed his hands across his chest. Catch Frisia's kick. But while blocking that kick, Bike's face changed abruptly. Frisia's explosive power is not so easy to remove. Vic was kicked out from a distance. If it weren't for Frisia's men, it weren't for the mercy. Plus his own physical strength is also strong enough. Otherwise, the kick just now will kick off both of his hands. What a strong force! I felt that my whole hand was still numb. Vic gritted his teeth and insisted. Resistance will not work, you can only seek other ways. Vic is smart. As soon as his thoughts passed, a layer of silver-grey light covered his eyes. Fought for a while. Vic knew he wasn't Frisia's match at all. Only by making a trick at the bottom of the box can you have a chance. Magic light killing cannon. The huge energy condensed by Vic's fingers suddenly attacked. An energy burst through the space with a spiral of energy. With a slight screech, mightily flew towards Frisia. King Kurdish, this green weirdo's energy combat power has reached 20 million. King Frisia there. The cosmic people who have been observing the battle. Suddenly, his face changed drastically. Like the Kurdish king report. No need to fuss. This combat power can't hurt Frisia. The Kurdish king waved his hand. Boom. Frisia didn't dodge. Directly let Vic's magic light kill cannon hit himself. In an instant, a powerful white light passed through Frisia's figure. Fierce smoke and dust rise. The white light quickly passed through Frisia's position. Pierced the countless mountains behind it. Oh yes, Uncle Bike's light-killing cannon hit Frisia directly. He will definitely be seriously injured. Son Gohan was full of confidence in Vic. It is believed that the power of Vic magic light-killing cannon can increase the combat effectiveness several times. Klin and Yamcha are also great joys. It is believed that this intensity of energy can at least injure Frisia. But Vic wasn't at all happy. His eyes were still fixed on the figure in the smoke. And Tianjin Fan's third eye was also concentrating on Frisia's figure. He could vaguely see. Frisia didn't seem to have anything going on. The expression quickly froze. Sun Wukong watched from a distance. He also shook his head and said, "It's still not okay, this level of energy can't hurt Frisia." Trunks, do you see where Frisia's limits are? Sun Wukong's words made Bulma and Tais, who were originally excited, stunned. Although they are not martial artists. But I also know how powerful the blow that Vic just gave was. But now hearing it still can't hurt Frisia. The two couldn't help but look at each other. There are also some concepts of Frisia's power. Don't worry, there you are. Seeing the two women's worries, Sun Wukong comforted with a sunny smile. Mr. Monkey King, this Frisia is stronger than the original, and he is almost no longer under me. It seems that a lot of aberrations have happened that I don't know about. Trunks' face became solemn. In his original memory. After he returned to his previous time and space. With his combat effectiveness, they can easily help Vegeta and them solve Frisia's archenemy. But now everything has changed differently. The Monkey King came back early. His own mother also returned to Earth. And Frisia's combat effectiveness turned out to be much stronger. Don't take everything before for now, and what you know here, will change differently. So, don't be surprised, don't worry, just do what I say. Sun Wukong naturally knew what Trunks meant. His crossing led to a lot of things changing. Especially now. Frisia's combat effectiveness. It is no longer directly killed by Trunks like the original. But Sun Wukong he is stronger. For Frisia, they are even more indifferent now. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Once upon a time, a book friend gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his singleness. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me have a monthly pass PK, bow and thank you. Move it. Those who have money hold a money field, and those who do not have money hold a personal market. Outside, this book is on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday, I hope all book friends will know. More than 10 changes on the first day of shelf, I hope there will be more than 800 for the first order, and I am infinitely grateful to all book lovers. Today and tomorrow 8 more up, like friends, don't forget, leave me some flower evaluation tickets monthly pass, bow thank you. Chapter 059. Well, I see, Mr. Monkey King. Trunks calmed his mood. Respectfully said. Gee, your magic light killing cannon is quite powerful. But it's just tickling me, it seems that I'm too soft-hearted. Although I won't kill you, though, I have to teach you some lessons. Frisia's expression suddenly became angry. Looking up at Vic. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The icy tone made Vic also feel terrified in his heart. You did a very good job, very good. Now it's up to me. Frisia was furious. The figure flashed. The right fist slammed into Vic with a powerful blow. A powerful aura surged out. Bang! Under the impact of the powerful force, Vic was fiercely entangled. Dense green tendons appeared on the forehead. More beads of sweat kept appearing, and the corners of his mouth suddenly opened. Blood spurted out, forming a blood mist that slowly disappeared. The body is slightly arched like a shrimp. The body is in a rising state. However, Vic still wanted to reluctantly throw his right fist to attack Frisia in front. He didn't want to be defeated by the other side. Humph! It's ridiculous that the ants still want to block my attack. Frisia smiled coldly. Hands outstretched. Chang Claude grabbed Bike's right hand. The powerful force made Vic feel as if his entire arm was pinned by steel needles. The slightest movement is invincible. With Frisia's constant force, the grabbed arm began to take on a sauce-red state. It depends on the situation if you don't fight back. Vic, this right hand is considered to be wasted. SHHH. The sharp pain made the corners of Vic twitch slightly. However, Vic's left hand had already been temporarily destroyed by Frisia during the battle just now. It's easier said than done to fight back. Suddenly, Vic brought a burst of energy in his right leg. Kick towards Frisia. Trying to get Frisia to let go of his arm. But how could Frisia be hit by Vic so easily? He had already noticed it when Vic attacked. At the moment when Vic kicked out his right leg, the hands on Vic on his right arm jerked to the ground. At the same time, Frisia's body also fell to Bike's side. In this way, Bike's long-awaited attack failed under the pull of Frisia. It didn't hurt Frisia at all. Instead, the body was completely restrained by Frisia. Boom! Vic slammed his back the hard ground. Rocks splashed. And his whole person was trapped at the bottom of the pit. Frisia's anger wasn't easy to quell. This right knee slammed over. Steadily fell on Bike's body. The powerful force made Bike's entire body sink a little more. The surrounding land is also cracked in all directions. Poof! Several clouds of blood spurted out of Bike's mouth. Received these fierce attacks from Frisia. Vic was seriously injured. The pupils of the eyes were bloodshot, as if they were about to pop out. If he could turn his body over, Bike's back would have been broken, and a trace of blood had seeped into the ground. It can be said that now Vic has lost his ability to fight. You can only let the enemy slaughter. Okay, you can lie down over there for me. You are not my opponent at all. Frisia spoke at the same time. A dazzling energy bomb gathered in his hand. Right hand aimed at Bike. At this time, a trace of shock also appeared on Vic Chen's face. Who is not afraid of death? It's just that everyone reacts differently before they die. But Bike's facial expression only changed and changed. In the blink of an eye, calm returned. For the energy bomb in Frisia's hand, there was no fear just now. It seems that he no longer cares about life and death. Ugh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. A powerful green energy struck out from Sun Wukong's hand again. Humph! Just know you're here again. A tall figure flashed. But it was the Kurdish king who stood in the way of the finger light. He has long been observing Sun Wukong's sneak attack. Frisia seemed to have known that the Kurdish king would help him block Sun Wukong's sneak attack. Didn't bother at all. But unexpectedly, as soon as the Kurdish king touched this green energy wave, the whole person was penetrated. There was no blocking of this energy wave at all. What? How is this possible? How is this so strong? The Kurdish king endured the pain. What the hell is this? Green energy waves are extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the Kurdish king's body. Caught off guard, Frisia was repelled by Gaku. The energy bomb gathered in his hand just now also disappeared out of thin air. Frisia also noticed the Kurdish king's situation. He didn't dare to meet this energy wave at all. Cut, what energy waves? I didn't see it. This is Lao Tzu's six-pulse divine sword. How's that? The effect is good. Let you pretend, think that this can be blocked by the body. Sun Wukong blew the middle finger of his right hand. Disdainful said. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me have a monthly pass PK, bow and thank you. Move it. Those who have money hold a money field, and those who do not have money hold a personal market. Outside, this book is on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday, I hope all book friends will know. More than 10 changes on the first day of shelf, I hope there will be more than 800 for the first order, and I am infinitely grateful to all book lovers. Today and tomorrow 8 more up, like friends, don't forget, leave me some flower evaluation tickets monthly pass, bow thank you. Chapter 060. Trunks flew to Frisia's side again. Carry the severely injured Vic back to Sun Wukong. Then face Frisia. This time it was his turn to fight Frisia. Frisia, you want revenge and bring down the boy in front of you again. After all, I am the boss now, and Feng Shui should also take turns. If you can't win, then I can't help, good luck. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. That smug smile made Frisia itch his teeth with hatred. However, at this time, he must not raise his spirit to face the trunks in front of him. Don't worry, I'll kill him soon. No one can stop me from killing this time. Frisia sneered. Stop talking big, beat me and talk about it. I'm not going to be merciful. Trunks said disdainfully to Frisia. The figure shook. Instantly leaped in front of Frisia. The combat effectiveness of the two is not much different now. Frisia is already much stronger than the fighting power in the original book. It's also unlikely that Trunks wants to beat him easily. Soon the two fought together. The figure flashes very fast. Even Tianjin Fan's third eye could not see the movements of the two. It is currently possible to see Frisia and Trunks fighting. Only the Monkey King and the Kurdish King. A relaxed smile. One sneered. It's a very stark contrast. Shout. A flash of light flashed, and Trunks suddenly disappeared from the spot. Attack Frisia with lightning speed. Frisia immediately began to attack quickly. Snap! Punch by punch replacement appeared. Both of them gave their best. The power fluctuations that erupted at this moment were dozens of times greater than those of Vegeta and Vic before. It's just that the level of the two people is comparable, one attack and one defense. The attack and defense are decent, and the move is sharp. The sound of thumping battles resounded in the sky. The whole earth is constantly shaking. Let Tianjin Rice, Yamcha, Klin, and other faces change greatly. Such a battle is simply not something they will be able to participate in. I can't help but understand the strength of Biker and Vegeta a little. Vic, who was rescued by the Monkey King. At this moment, he looked at Frieza with a gloomy face. He didn't expect Frieza to be so strong. Just now, it was like I was playing with him. Abominable. Frieza turned out to be so strong. Vic was unconvinced. But there is nothing to be done. Don't worry, Trunks' combat power is stronger than Frieza's, it's okay. Sun Wukong's words seemed to comfort Bike. Again a consolation to Tais and Bulma. I saw Trunks' body dive, rushing straight towards Frieza like a missile about to hit its target. The latter's face was cold, and a feeling of danger suddenly appeared in his heart. Find death. Damn Saiyan monkeys. Just as he was about to make contact, Frieza clenched his iron fist and slammed into Trunks. Retreat. See clearly the weight of the other party's iron fist. Trunks' face changed. When the opportunity reacted decisively, his body lightly avoided Frieza's counterattack, and he did a dozen backflips backwards with both hands on the ground. Humph, Saiyan monkey, it's too late for you, it's too late. The icy voice sounded in the ears. Frieza's dark red figure appeared in front of him. Trunks' face changed slightly. Be amazed at the speed of the other party. Compared to the previous temptation, the power that Frieza is now exerting is simply like two people. At the critical moment, Trunks' eyes flashed. And he quickly moved his posture, his arms clasped and crossed in front of his chest, and he struggled to prepare for Frieza's heavy blow. Bang! Like a heaven-shaking thunder, the body trembled slightly, and a strong whirlwind radiated from the impact point to all around, immediately rolling up violent winds and waves. Hiss! A weird smile crept up his face, and Trunks gulped, leaning over, his hands clawed to the ground. Tom Tom! Laugh it! 10 fingers poked into the ground, and the hard heavy rock was immediately grabbed out of 10 tiny holes. At the same time, he turned his body on his side non-stop. Feet straight. Kick hard at Frieza with all his might. Can't hard connect. Frieza's face changed, and it was too late to dodge. Bang sound. The rocky area of the gripper turned into fine dust, and Frieza was hit hard in the chest, and the whole person was kicked high in the air by a huge force. Hurry! Joyfully. Trunks laughed, his heart was surging, he rarely fought so easily. The battle just now made his blood boil. The power displayed by Frieza is no different from his. It gave him a rare experience. And this experience has benefited him a lot. Bang! Trunks was as fast as the wind and attacked Frieza again. Only to hear the thumping sound, Trunks' attack beckoned meat. For a while, Frieza was beaten to the point of being powerless. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Outside, this book is on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday, I hope all book friends will know. Today and tomorrow 8 more up, like friends, don't forget, leave me some flower evaluation tickets monthly pass, bow thank you. More than 10 changes on the first day of shelf, I hope there will be more than 800 for the first order, and I am infinitely grateful to all book lovers. On the first day of listing, 10 more. 10 more. 10 more. Say important things 3 times. Chapter 061. But Sun Wukong can also see it. Although Trunks had the upper hand. But want to win Frieza. But it's not such an easy thing to do. Frieza is worthy of being a genius of the Frozen Demon clan. Previously combat experience was not too rich. He is generally directly crushed with strength stronger than his opponent. But at the moment in the battle with Trunks, the combat effectiveness actually began to grow a lot again. And Trunks, on the other hand, in the future space-time, the enemy is strong. I don't know how many times I have fought with cyborgs. Combat experience is naturally incomparably rich. It's just that his use of chi is relatively crude. Although these are stronger than Frisia. But it's not much better. It seems that their battle is not over so soon. Bulma, do you and Tais want to get into the spaceship and rest? It's also quite boring to watch them fight. Sun Wukong said. He felt that it was better to leave the matter of fighting to men. Anyway, they don't have much combat effectiveness. There is no figure of the two people in this battle at all. He also thinks about the two of them. No thanks, I'd better stay here. For some reason, I had a very familiar feeling about this teenager. Tais shook her head stubbornly. And Bulma on the side is holding Sun Wukong's left hand. The attitude on her face already explained her decision. Okay then, whatever you want. But I'm also going to fight, to end this pointless battle as soon as possible. Next, we have more troublesome things. Monkey King shrugged. Then he said to the Kurdish king, hey, you followed Frisia to Earth, you won't just take a look. I think it's our turn too, how about it, do you want to transform a little, otherwise it will kill you, and you will not be convinced. Oh, since you know the name of King Ben, it seems that you are not an idle person. You are the Monkey King who almost killed Frisia, you know the end of offending our frozen demon race. The Kurdish king stood up calmly and looked at the Monkey King in front of him. There was not a trace of emotion in the cold and piercing pupils. Like the gods on high. Not a single human being is taken seriously. His voice was flat. But people unconsciously feel a cold. It's like being in the ice and snow, and I can't help but shiver. Sun Wukong smiled indifferently. A whirlwind rose from under the feet, dragging the body into the air, staying at the same height as the Kurdish king. King Kurd, since I dare to kill, I naturally have something to rely on. To be honest, with your little bit of strength, I haven't put it in my eyes. You frozen demon race, in my eyes, are no different from clowns. The Monkey King said sarcastically to the Kurdish king. Very good, very good. Whether what you say is true or not, dare to do this to Frisia, and say such things to King Ben, it shows that you are very bold. Maybe it's because you are lonely and don't know the horrors of this king, but you have to pay for your ignorance. The Kurdish king's face became even colder. An awe-inspiring murderous aura erupted, pulling the surrounding temperature down below freezing in an instant. Then he showed a hint of a smile, like a poppy with a dangerous aura. Those who dared to speak to King Ben like this before have all been sent to hell by King Ben, and you are no exception. Sun Wukong shook his head. The breath on the body burst out directly. Suppress the breath of the Kurdish king back. Not far behind him were the two daughters of Bulma. Of course, it has to be protected. Failing to see the strength of the enemy at a glance is your mistake. It seems that you are destined to be a super soy sauce party. Since you don't want to transform, then don't change. What a qualified soy sauce party. Sun Wukong smiled softly. After saying this, he raised his right hand and poked through the air. In an instant, a blue light suddenly appeared. Then a brilliant flash cut through the void. The target is precisely the chest of the Kurdish king. Hey, what's going on? Looking at the brilliant blue light that suddenly appeared, the Kurdish king's face couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Immediately, a danger signal rose in the bottom of my heart. Will die. Strong warning. Let the Kurdish king suddenly feel a smell of death. Immediately at the moment when the light fell, the Kurdish king's body flew upwards at a rapid pace. Dodged this blue light of the Monkey King in a millimeter. Shout. Blue light penetrates the past. Directly hit the huge spaceship. The ship did not explode. Instead, it becomes two halves along with the space. Poof! Flesh and blood splashed, and bright red liquid rained down from high in the sky. Along with the blood fell a large flesh-colored tail. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Outside, this book is on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday, I hope all book friends will know. Today and tomorrow 8 more up, like friends, don't forget, leave me some flower evaluation tickets monthly pass, bow thank you. More than 10 changes on the first day of shelf, I hope there will be more than 800 for the first order, and I am infinitely grateful to all book lovers. On the first day of listing, 10 more. 10 more. 10 more. Say important things 3 times. Chapter 062. How can it be? Obviously. The Kurdish king was in pain for a while, and his face became distorted. Damn, what the hell is going on? The Kurdish king let out a roar of pain and tyranny. The opponent's attack is extremely weird. If he hadn't moved fast enough just now, maybe it has been cut in half by the other party's blue light. Such a horror, even with the strong vitality of the frozen family, it is unwilling to die. Even if the Kurdish king has a combat power of 150 million under normal conditions. But such combat effectiveness is still not enough for Sun Wukong. Not yet waiting for him to exert his full strength. It's probably dead. Just now, if he hadn't dodged fast enough. Maybe he was really killed by the other party. If that. It was too humiliating to die. Dunima, hurry up and test the other party's combat power for King Ben. The Kurdish king roared angrily. Because of the loss of a tail. This made his mood very irritable. Fortunately, the tail of the frozen family is like the tail of a gecko. It can also grow back with transformation. Yes, King Kurdish. The cosmic people who had just escaped a catastrophe responded urgently after receiving the command. Immediately order his subordinates to turn on the planet's large energy probes. It's just that he hasn't waited for Dunima to pass over the opponent's battle values. The Kurdish king began to prepare for his transformation. He knew that his normal state was no longer the opposite of the human being. It's late, just let you transform, unchanged. Now how could I let you transform so easily? Even if you transform, have fun. Laughed softly. Sun Wukong's body moved quickly. With blurry afterimages, a series of straight lines are connected. Sun Wukong suddenly came to the Kurdish king. Quickly reached out and grabbed the 2 horns on the top of the Kurdish king's head. Then pull hard. The Kurdish king's face suddenly became alarmed. But a hard palm like steel. It was like iron tongs holding his horns firmly. It simply can't be shaken off. Only a boom was heard. The black horn Huo Ran was broken into 2 sections by Sun Wukong with one hand. Severe pain is transmitted to the brain through nerves in the top of the head. Ah! I'll kill you! The Kurdish king was immediately dumbfounded. Let out a roar of grief and indignation. He was very angry with Sun Wukong. Well! So strong! This is Goku's progress. He hasn't transformed like Trunks, is he already that strong? Klin sees that the Monkey King has not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan like Trunks. The hair is still black. Dengshi was shocked. At least on the planet Namek, he had seen the Monkey King like that. And it seems that there is no need to transform into a Super Saiyan to fight against the Kurdish king. And with ease. Suddenly, I felt a lot calmer. Sun Gohan's little face was full of excitement. Clenched small fists. Dad, come on! Vic and Tianjin Fan stared at Sun Wukong with their eyes tight. As a former adversary, they don't seem to feel where the limits of Monkey King are now. I couldn't help but sigh in unison. I feel that the gap between myself and Sun Wukong is getting farther and farther away. But both are proud people. Especially Vic K. The heart secretly swears. Be sure to catch up with Monkey King again. After breaking the double horns of the Kurdish king, Sun Wukong obviously felt that he was still not happy enough. Then he beat the Kurdish king like a sandbag. Only a continuous bang-bang sound was heard in the air. The Kurdish king simply did not have time to return to his senses. He was beaten again and dizzy. The brain is like a mush. Suddenly there was a pop of tom. Sun Wukong's iron fist slammed into the abdomen of the Kurdish king. Clicking cracking. Let the Kurdish king's bloodshot eyes bulge outward. A hollow in the abdomen that was smashed. The back is raised high. The white sandy armor cracked throughout. Strewn with fine cracks. Ah, abominable! The smashed Kurdish king wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had never been beaten like this. At the same time of grief and indignation, a strong sense of humiliation arose in my heart. But Sun Wukong didn't seem to have any intention of killing him at this time. Instead, it ravaged the Kurdish king even more ferociously. Boom! The Kurdish king's body suddenly looked like an arrow shot out, rubbing the ground and flying out obliquely. Strong force scrapes up a thick layer of soil. A deep trench tens of meters long was excavated. While throwing the Kurdish king out, Sun Wukong was even faster. Hey! Suddenly appeared next to the Kurdish king, flying parallel to the Kurdish king's body for a while. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Outside, this book is on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday, I hope all book friends will know. Today and tomorrow 8 more up, like friends, don't forget, leave me some flower evaluation tickets monthly pass, bow thank you. More than 10 changes on the first day of shelf, I hope there will be more than 800 for the first order, and I am infinitely grateful to all book lovers. On the first day of listing, 10 more. 10 more. 10 more. Say important things 3 times. Chapter 063. Only then did he raise his foot and kick up hard. Kick the Kurdish king high as if he were playing a football game. Violent energy poured in from the Kurdish king's body again. Wanjun giant force instantaneous. Ugh! The Kurdish king screamed. Turned into a huge rocket rising from the sky. Soon it accelerates to extreme speed. Because the speed is too fast. Even its top has glowed red. At this moment, the thin clouds were pierced in an instant. It becomes a seemingly non-existent ripple in one ring. Swish! Sun Wukong's figure came beyond the atmosphere at some point. Then aim at the oncoming red dot. Raise your fist high. Go down to Laozi. Bang! Punch down. The Kurdish king's facial features suddenly burst with blood. Falling like a meteor again. Booming loud noise. The huge impact was like a nuclear explosion of tens of tons. The hard, diamond-like star was struck by a huge force. Directly through a pitch-black pit that does not know how deep. The splash of sediment radiated out in an instant. Yikes! The fine gravel accelerated like a projectile. Everything along the way was punched into tiny holes. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, a huge impact crater with a diameter of 1,000 meters was revealed. King Kurd. The cosmic people were shocked. Hurry up, immediately turn on the energy detector and see how strong that guy's combat power really is. In the distance, Dunima, who was in a state of consternation, came back to his senses. Instructions were immediately given angrily. Yes, yes. The cosmic people below also came to their senses. One by one, they were busy operating the large equipment on the side. Looking at the vast land that has turned into scorched earth, Dunima felt an unprecedented uneasiness in his heart. In the blink of an eye. In their eyes, the great Kurdish king was severely ravaged by the other party. This is something he never dared to imagine. No one in the entire galaxy has been able to do this. It was as if a devout god had suddenly been knocked off the platform. For believers who are faithful to the gods. It was a blow that shattered the sky. Could it be that the unassuming SAIYAN could really be a more terrifying being than King Kurdish? No, no, the power of the king is invincible in the universe. How can the SAIYANs be comparable to the Kurdish king? But what was in front of him made Dunima feel suspicious. So he urged his cosmic people sharply, "Isn't it okay yet? Quickly turn on the energy detector. Lord Dunima, it will be fine soon. Quick, let's see how much combat power that SAIYAN has." The electron flashed a few times. The energy of the Kurdish king and the monkey king, who are fighting in the distance, is shown on the big screen. The combat power of that SAIYAN. 500 million. The cosmic man operating the energy detector suddenly felt that his soul was already trembling. The voice of the report was trembling. 500 million. How could it be so high? Look at the data displayed on the screen. Dunima didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. The combat power of our Kurdish king is only 150 million. But this SAIYAN turned out to be 500 million. Dunima glared wide-eyed. Other cosmic people are similar. The moment I saw this incredible data, I was all frozen. The scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. After a long time, the chattering discussion began to sound. Everyone's hearts are filled with an emotion called frustration. Hurry up! Look at how much combat power the king has now. Dunima hurriedly shouted. Yes, look at how much combat power the king has. Yes. So a technician quickly shifted the detection target. Soon a series of highly volatile data appeared on the big screen. That's a data that changes rapidly from low to high. It also means that the Kurdish king's combat effectiveness is constantly improving. 150 million. 200 million. 500 million. The Kurdish king's combat effectiveness rose rapidly like a rocket. Seize the opportunity to start transforming. So the speed of improvement is also fast. In the blink of an eye, the value of the Kurdish king has risen to more than 500 million, and then it continues to climb. On the big screen, the Kurdish king's combat effectiveness is temporarily fixed at 500 million. It's just a change in 2 or 3 seconds. In this instant, all cosmic people seem to be riding on roller coasters. Suddenly jumped from the bottom of the valley to the sky. The fluctuations in the heart can be described as intense. Great, the Kurdish king's combat power is actually 500 million, and now that SAIYAN monkey is dead. There was a cheer from the Kurdish king's men. Because if the Kurdish king fails, these cosmic people are afraid that they will not be able to protect themselves. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Outside, this book is on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday, I hope all book friends will know. Today and tomorrow 8 more up, like friends, don't forget, leave me some flower evaluation tickets monthly pass, bow thank you. More than 10 changes on the first day of shelf, I hope there will be more than 800 for the first order, and I am infinitely grateful to all book lovers. On the first day of listing, 10 more. 10 more. 10 more. Say important things 3 times. Chapter 064. Hehe, it's not a loss to the Kurdish king, it's so powerful that it's trembling. And he hasn't completed all his transformations yet, I'm afraid it will be stronger later. In the distant battlefield, Sun Wukong stopped in midair, looking at the bottomless pit in the ground from afar. Feel the powerful aura rising around you. He didn't intervene to stop it. Instead, it gave the Kurdish king time to exert his full strength. The great king is almost finished transforming. When a person falls from heaven to hell, I don't know how it feels to feel. Sun Wukong licked his lips and thought. For the evil frozen family, it is not enough to simply ravage from the body. He wants to destroy the Kurdish king with all his heart. Under the deep cracked abyss, the Kurdish king is constantly transforming with a dark face. because I am afraid that the other party will attack again. So the Kurdish king took an emergency transformation. The state of dismantling the transformation is not complete. There is also a large part of the energy that has not been released. No need to rush. Take your time, I won't bother you this time, you can transform with peace of mind. Against you, I don't even need to become a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong shook his finger. The Kurdish king is not seen at all. Abominable. Damn Saiyan, I won't let you go. I knew I should have let Frisia kill you all. With a hard bang, the Kurdish king finally completed his transformation form. At this moment, the rich energy puffed up scattered smoke. After the energy dissipates, an even taller figure appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Sure enough, you can transform. I just said this guy can't be that simple. However, hee. Looking at the tall body of the Kurdish king, Sun Wukong smiled. You Saiyan actually gave me time to transform, I will tell you, this will be your biggest mistake. The Kurdish king smiled evilly. Perhaps because of the great power in the body. His tone became calm and elegant again, without the previous anger and corruption. Don't need to continue transforming? It seems that this is not all your power. Monkey King asked. It's enough to deal with you a Saiyan monkey. The Kurdish king said in a confident tone. Sure enough, arrogant enough, it seems that you frozen clans will never be able to fix this problem. Sun Wukong shook his head and said. The same applies to Saiyans. It seems that as long as it is a powerful race in the Dragon Ball world, there are more or less such problems. The Kurdish king did not speak, turned his head to his subordinates and said, Dunima, how much combat power is this Saiyan? The Kurdish king floated in the sky with his hands folded in his chest. Manners are elegant and calm. The meaning of a strong man's contempt for Kang Sheng could not be more obvious. At this time, he was as powerful as a god. King Kurd, that Saiyan has a combat power of 500 million energy. 500 million? This is not a small number, no wonder Ben Wang is not an opponent under normal conditions, but you will soon have to pay for your stupidity. The Kurdish king reached out and rubbed his chin. With scarlet eyes. There was a disgusting aura of darkness all over his body. Sun Wukong frowned, he didn't like the aura exuded by the Kurdish king. It's really crooked on the upper beam and the lower beam, no wonder Frisia is as shameless as you. Your performance like a jumping beam clown is really disgusting. Forget it, anyway, in the end, it will kill you, and it will not give you time to perform. Sun Wukong said and prepared to start. Yes. Let me see how powerful you are, don't think that you are also 500 million combat power, you can be my opponent. The Kurdish king burst into laughter. The energy in the body continues to climb. Because of the conversation just now, it was enough for him to untie all the shackles on his body. Boom, lightning, and thunder. In the blink of an eye, up to 600 million energy was unleashed. A vast and icy aura enveloped the entire planet in an instant. The originally blue sky turned dark in an instant. Crystal arcs of electricity shuttled through the clouds. And then keep chopping straight down. The whole earth seems to have entered the countdown to the end of the world. In the distance, countless earth humans began to panic. They don't understand what terrible things have happened. They all walked out of the house. Feel terrified. See that the Kurdish king has completely unleashed his power. Sun Wukong was silent. After a long time, he burst into laughter. The whole body immediately rose up with golden brilliance, as if it was burning with a terrifying flame. Super Saiyan transformation. In an instant, the pitch-black head turned golden yellow. A pair of dark eyes also immediately turned a calm turquoise green. There is not a trace of emotion in the calm pupils. The calm turquoise of the lake, full of coldness. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Outside, Off-board, this book will be on shelves after 12 o'clock tonight. We hope you will support us. Infinite gratitude. More than 10 on the first day of shelf. In order to be able to get recommendations, the poor monk hopes that the book friends can help, so that the first order of the poor monk can have more than 800. Infinite gratitude to all book friends. On the first day of listing, 10 more. 10 more. 10 more. Say important things 3 times. Chapter 065. As Sun Wukong transforms into a SAIYAN form, his combat effectiveness has also changed drastically. Instantly, more powerful changes appeared. Electric flash. Sudden change. The majestic energy was like a mountain directly pressing on the Kurdish king's body. At this moment, the Kurdish king once again felt uneasy. How did it turn into blonde hair? How could there be such strong energy fluctuations? Could it be that Super Saiyans were really so strong? The Kurdish king was shocked. At this time, the energy detector in the distance actually exploded directly. After a burst of black smoke exploded, dozens of cosmic people almost all died. What? This can't be. How much combat power does he have, and how could he let this large detector explode? The Kurdish king, as well as Frisia in battle, were shocked in unison. This large energy detector can detect up to 1 billion combat powers. But at the moment, it turned out to be Death Energy Beam. With a bang, the Kurdish king pushed forward with both palms. Suddenly, countless crimson energy projectiles flew out. Like arrows holding up a long tail belt. Towards the Monkey King not far away, he rushed towards him. At the same time, the Kurdish king is also ready. The body turns into a stream of light. Dash out into outer space. Because the vast majority of life in the universe cannot survive in a vacuum. Just go into space. His hopes of survival will greatly increase. This is the purpose of the Kurdish king. Frisia, on the other side, also began to look for an opportunity to get rid of Trunks. He knew that this journey of revenge was a complete failure. He still has to continue cultivating to have a chance to take revenge. But Trunks also saw Frisia's intentions. The attack became more intense. Hold Frisia steady. There is simply no way to distinguish God for other actions. Abominable. How can there be other Super Saiyans? This is impossible. You must know that I should have killed them all back then. Damn boy. Frisia now regrets that he didn't kill these Saiyans back then. Now I can't protect myself. Frisia, don't do senseless struggle. Mr. Sun Wukong is so strong, you can't have a chance to escape. Trunks was in a very happy mood. Seeing such a powerful Monkey King, he was more confident in his purpose. Goku is so strong. He was able to force the other party to escape, and depending on the situation, this Kurdish king was stronger than Frisia. I really don't know how Wukong cultivated. Klin said with some envy and some frustration. Seeing that his classmates are getting stronger and stronger. And he himself can't catch up. The mood can be imagined. But even more depressed and unwilling are Tianjin Rice and Bic. They were originally in the golden stage of being indistinguishable from the Monkey King. But now they can only helplessly watch Sun Wukong getting stronger and stronger. It seems that it is time to reunite with the Tenjin, and only then can I become a Super Namenex. I won't give up, Monkey King. Vic had already thought of how to continue to improve his strength at this time. Originally, he didn't want to merge with the celestial god. But now the pressure that Sun Wukong brought him was too strong. I had to advance the plan. On the other side, the Kurdish king finally escaped from outer space. My heart was overjoyed. Damn Saiyan monkey, let's see what you can do this time. You don't have the talent to fight in a vacuum. No matter how strong you are, you can only watch me leave. The Kurdish king never imagined that he would one day be so happy to be able to escape from someone else. It is estimated that he never dreamed of escaping. You're so naive. I don't think you have any more chance to take revenge. Let me send you to hell. Just when the Kurdish king felt that he had escaped, a voice that sent him chills. I don't know how it reached his ears. In fact, where the power is strong to a certain extent, with excellent control of qi, many living beings can achieve things that seem perverse. Just like in the original book, when Sun Wukong just set foot on Nami Nemesis. Just touching Klin's head to know what happened on Nami Nemesis. Of course, we can also think that this is Akira Toriyama who made a mistake when painting. But after Son Goku himself came to the world of Dragon Ball, combined with actual feelings to know. In fact, the Monkey King in the original book read the signals of brain waves with a powerful sense of qi. And now he is also transmitting energy by manipulating the fluctuations of space. This then releases energy to agitate the eardrums. Achieve the effect of transmitting sound to the ears of the Kurdish king. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Outside, off-board, this book will be on shelves after 12 o'clock tonight. We hope you will support us. Infinite gratitude. More than 10 on the first day of shelf. In order to be able to get recommendations, the poor monk hopes that the book friends can help, so that the first order of the poor monk can have more than 800, infinite gratitude to all book friends. On the first day of listing, 10 more. 10 more. 10 more. Say important things 3 times. Chapter 066. This is actually created by him, modeled on the thousands of miles of transmission in the martial arts world. Even the vacuum world. The same is able to spread sound in the past. This is also an extension of his ability to use the space ability in teleportation. Sure enough, the Kurdish king suddenly heard his voice. The body stiffened sharply. Then stiffened his body and turned back in disbelief. But he saw that the Super Saiyan shining with golden light was easily floating not far from him. You? How could you? Can you survive in a vacuum? The Kurdish king opened his mouth. I can only intermittently express the surprise in my heart. Hey! A blurry afterimage flashed. When it reappears, the Monkey King was already less than a meter away from the Kurdish king. Turquoise cold pupils. Seeing it made the Kurdish king feel a chill in his heart. The body suddenly trembled. A fear sprang up from the bottom of my heart. Suddenly, a huge force came from the tail. But Sun Wukong grabbed the Kurdish king's tail. It began to flick from side to side like a leather whip. Bang! 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 Countless hard meteorites in space flew at great speed. There was a huge collision with the Kurdish king's body. Then it was smashed by this hard body. Some of the slightly larger ones were shot in half. The harder ones were slapped out. Because the Monkey King, every time he threw the Kurdish king, it even divided a part of the gas to strengthen those flying meteorites. So whenever the Kurdish king smashes down, it's as if you're being slapped on a hard karma gold ore. Soon, the Kurdish king was beaten by the Monkey King and screamed continuously. After a while, he was already beaten to the point of blue skin and swollen face. The whole body bulged one big bag after another. Blood flowed from both the nose and lips. Just like the state under the previous normal. The Kurdish king was once again ravaged without fighting back. This time it was more serious, he was like an ant fighting with a giant. Constantly being abused. AAA. The Kurdish king was grieved and was insulted like this for the first time in his life. Poof! Another huge force flung down. The Kurdish king actually flew out of his whole body. Actually broke free and flew away? This guy is really willing to short tail for the second time. Haha. Sun Wukong looked at the purple-red figure that ejected out. I only feel a light hand. Looking down, a huge tail was still held in his hand. Kurdish king's tail, abandon the car to protect the marshal? Kind of interesting. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. Suddenly, a mass of crimson qigong waves rose. Turn the entire tail into ashes. After cultivating the Jiuyang divine skill, the qigong waves he emitted turned crimson. Has some breath of flame inside. Shout. Only a vague afterimage of Sun Wukong was left in place. He flew again towards the Kurdish king. Abominable. King Ben has never been so humiliated. I will definitely come back with revenge. The Kurdish king kept cursing in his heart. The corners of his mouth were bitter. The king of the universe himself. It will be thrown around like a dead dog. Constantly ravaged. This is in the past. Only he would do it when he dealt with those weak races. But Feng Shui takes turns. The frozen demon clan has also fallen into such a situation. Damn Super Saiyan! Could it be that what the ancestors said was true? Super Saiyans are our nemesis? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Like the roar of the abyss demon. The Kurdish king's blood-colored eyes were filled with hatred. He vowed if he could escape this time, this hatred will be returned in full. At the same time, he faintly regretted it in his heart. If he had asked Frisia to cut the grass and remove the roots, maybe there won't be today's encounter. No, it's all Frisia's fault. If he had killed all these Saiyan monkeys earlier and eliminated him while he hadn't woken up yet, there wouldn't be the situation he is in now. The corners of the Kurdish king's mouth trembled, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. King Kurd, where are you running? Aren't you ready to die obediently? You can't run away. Monkey King's nightmarish voice sounded again. Oops! How could he be so fast? The Kurdish king showed a hint of panic. I don't care about the pain on my body. Hurry up and fly towards a star-entwined asteroid belt. As long as you hide in the meteorite belt of the asteroid, the other party will not find themselves. It is indeed possible to treat others with oneself. But the Kurdish king did not know. His opponent actually has the ability to sense the breath. Even if he hid on the edge of the universe. As long as Sun Wukong remembered his breath, you can find him at any time. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Outside, off-board, this book will be on shelves after 12 o'clock tonight. We hope you will support us. Infinite gratitude. More than 10 on the first day of shelf. In order to be able to get recommendations, the poor monk hopes that the book friends can help, so that the first order of the poor monk can have more than 800. Infinite gratitude to all book friends. On the first day of listing, 10 more. 10 more. 10 more. Say important things 3 times. Chapter 067. A bright light streaked through the dim starry sky. Looking at the approaching asteroid belt, the Kurdish king showed ecstasy. A swift dodge quickly ducked behind an asteroid. Because with your back to the sun, it's a dark place. As long as there is no burst of intense energy rays, Kurds need to be confident that no one can find themselves. Humph, it's finally safe now. I can't imagine that King Ben will have such a embarrassing day. Don't be proud. After I go back, I must cultivate well. It only takes 2 years. No, it only takes a year for me to surpass him. Then it's time for me to take revenge. The Kurdish king clenched his fists and swore fiercely. This time he was really afraid. I really made up my mind to continue to cultivate well. The sharp pain from the wound on the severed tail behind him made his entire face become hideous and distorted. The talents of the frozen demon clan are very good. Although the Kurdish king is not as good as the 2 brothers Frisia and Gula. But just give him a year. He believes that he can reach the level of the Monkey King. At that time, revenge will only be a matter of time. But how did he know? Sun Wukong has reached a combat power of 1.5 billion, just under normal conditions. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, it has steadily reached 75 billion. So the Kurdish king is still far behind. even for 10 years. It may not be able to surpass the Monkey King. Moreover, the current Monkey King will only be stronger than the original. He didn't have the slightest chance. Just take advantage of the present to be proud. That's all you have to chance. The Kurdish king said hatefully. But at this moment, an accident happened. I saw a flash of colorful crystal clear light. Like a thin cicada wing. Swept from thousands of kilometers away. Poof! Thousands of kilometers of meteorite space turned into little dust. Huge meteorites were not physically damaged. But it is divided in two at the spatial level. Also swept away by this colorful light was the Kurdish king. He looked at his chest in disbelief. Looking at the dozens of holes in the chest like machine gun fire. The body was instantly dressed into a sieve. Only dozens of wounds remained. Scarlet blood splattered out. The Kurdish king was almost cut in two by such an attack. Are you so naive that you think you'll be able to avoid me? Sun Wukong's voice came again. King Ben's body has actually been penetrated. This. How is this possible? He found me. Or luck? Yes, it must be luck. I don't believe he can find me. The Kurdish king froze. This was followed by severe pain coming from the nerve endings. Ah! The Kurdish king let out a heart-rending scream. I can't hide my figure anymore. The energy waves in his hands swept around indiscriminately, venting the pain in his heart. Hey, found you. How? Don't hide, how fun, let's play peekaboo. Shang Yang sword. A cold and indifferent voice came. Sun Wukong appeared in front of the Kurdish king expressionlessly. Hands up. A force containing the destruction of heaven and earth shot out. From a distance of thousands of meters, Frisia's lower body was directly destroyed, without even leaving a single cell. King Kurd, your time to die has arrived. Dead heart, you don't have a chance. With the cold pronouncement of the sentence, Sun Wukong glanced at this extremely bright villain soy sauce character in the original Dragon Ball. It can be said that the role of the Kurdish king is the most overestimated. Originally thought it was strong. But it was solved by Trunks several times. If he hadn't transformed the Kurdish king, it is estimated that no one knows his true strength. However, the ending has not changed. Immediately, Sun Wukong's hands were calyx-shaped. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly began to gather in his hands. Soon a crimson brilliance was generated. Under the action of powerful energy, the surrounding space began to become distorted. Ben! How could King Ben die at the hands of you, the SAIYAN monkey? I'm not willing. The Kurdish king's head is surging. Both eyes were bloodshot, and a mouthful of blood splattered from the corner of his mouth. Resist the person in front of you. Turtle Pai Qigong. With Sun Wukong's loud drink. Push your hands forward. The crimson Qigong wave suddenly shot out. With a terrifying might, he went head-on. King Ben can't die. The Kurdish king twisted and roared. Death jet. Blood-red energy sprayed out desperately. A large piece of dazzling energy began to churn like a pot of boiling water centered on the Kurdish king. The central pressure increased sharply. A giant ball of energy soared into the air. Rush forward with a raging momentum. P.S. Oh, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter and leave flowers. Outside, off-board, this book will be on shelves after 12 o'clock tonight. We hope you will support us. Infinite gratitude. More than 10 on the first day of shelf. In order to be able to get recommendations, the poor monk hopes that the book friends can help, so that the first order of the poor monk can have more than 800. Infinite gratitude to all book friends. On the first day of listing, 10 more. 10 more. 10 more. Say important things 3 times. Chapter 068. Boom, boom. The tyrannical energy is like an electric snake swimming away. Instantly penetrate the void. Two energies capable of destroying heaven and earth met in an instant at the meteorite belt of the asteroid. The scorching chaotic energy immediately became entangled. In a very short time, the original balanced order was destroyed. Push all meteorites out far. Poof! The Kurdish king's death spray bomb was instantly defeated by the huge impact of the turtle faction Qigong. The Kurdish king looked crazy. Begin to exert my strength to breastfeed. But it's still useless. On the other hand, Sun Wukong is still calm. A relaxed and pleasant look. Suddenly, the energy in his hand suddenly strengthened. In the Kurdish king's horrified expression, crimson energy engulfed it. A colorful explosion erupted in the asteroid belt strewn with meteorites. Everything was like the beginning of heaven and earth, falling into chaos and uncertainty. Fix it, you're always destined to be just a soy sauce fighter. The Monkey King repeatedly determined that the Kurdish king was dead. This is ready to return to earth. It's better to go back quickly, you can't exert your full combat power in space. It seems that the SAIYANs still have many weaknesses, and they have to become gods to remove these weaknesses. At this time, Sun Wukong thought of becoming a god. Become the god of Super SAIYAN. But in that case, the improvement in strength is not the same again. It can be said that evolution is a different way. One is the Ultra Blue series. One is the Super SAIYAN Bloodline series. Two roads. It was a little difficult for Sun Wukong to choose. Forget it, don't think about it first, I haven't even reached the full power of Super 1 now, let's go back first. Something unaccustomed here. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong immediately flew towards the earth. Back on the ground, he found that Frisia had been cut into dozens of pieces by Trunks. The battle is long over. Hold the grass, it's over so soon. Frisia is also too careless, it seems that Dr. Gro's computer has obtained Frisia's cells, which is a pity. Forget it, let Shrew come out, otherwise the plot will not be perfect. Shrew, I should be able to break through Super SAIYAN 2. Maybe you can also let Gohan break through Super SAIYAN 2 together, which is a very good trial stone. Sun Wukong looked at Frisia's mechanical fragmented body thoughtfully. At this time, Vegeta had also woken up. Worthy of being a SAIYAN prince. After waking up this time, Vegeta's combat effectiveness has increased by a large amount again. At least 10 million already have combat effectiveness. This made Sun Wukong suspicious. Does his own Zhuyang divine skill still have the effect of improving the combat effectiveness of others? Otherwise, how can you increase your combat effectiveness so much at once? Boy, who are you now, right? Why did you come here? Vegeta seemed to be on the bar with Trunks. As soon as I woke up, I questioned. Poor Trunks. Facing his own father. Don't dare to speak at all. Only promises. Didn't say a word for a long time. Okay, Vegeta, don't push him. I want to talk to him and you'll know what's going on later. Sun Wukong saw Trunks embarrassed. Hurry up and come out to relieve the siege. Or with Vegeta's personality, he really could fight Trunks. That's when it was a mess. Kakarot, do you know something, why can't you say it now? Of course. Vegeta was very unhappy with Sun Wukong's tricky and mysterious attitude. I've told you later, you still don't want to know the secret of the Super SAIYAN. See Vegeta, this guy is endless. Sun Wukong directly threw out the last resort. Sure enough, as soon as Vegeta heard the secret of the Super SAIYAN, he said. Immediately stopped and continued to ask. In his heart, only Super SAIYAN is the most worth pursuing. Sun Wukong took Trunks to a place hundreds of meters away from everyone. Then he said softly, I know you have a lot of questions, such as how do I know your name, right? Trunks stared at Sun Wukong and nodded very seriously, yes, your current situation is a little different from what I know. No, not just a little, but a big discrepancy. How did you know my name, and it seems that you know I'm from. Speaking of this, Trunks hesitated. From the future, right? You really know? But that's impossible, right? How would you know this? Trunks was taken aback. Quite simply, when I was on the planet Adret, the wise men there helped me predict some future events. I see you from the future, and Frisia who will come to seek revenge. Even, that wise man let me see the future chaos of artificial humans, number 17 and number 18. Sun Wukong naturally can't say that he crossed over. It can only be pushed to the mysterious Adrath star wise man. It's impossible for them to ask anyway. Yes, I am indeed from the world of the future. There, artificial humans kill and destroy the earth, and no one is their opponent at all. My father Vegeta, Bike, Tianjin Fan, and Klin were all killed, and after Vic died, the Earth's dragon also died, so no one could be resurrected. A few years ago, brother Son Gohan was also killed by them, and I alone was not their opponent at all, so I wanted to go back in time and find Mr. Son Goku, hoping that you would find out the weaknesses of artificial humans so that I could eliminate them. Trunks said almost the same as in the original. But the more so, the more so. Instead, it surprised Sun Wukong. What about me? I won't be killed by androids too. Sun Wukong was shocked. Why didn't this Trunks say anything about him? Is he really like the original? Died of viral heart disease? It's impossible. He is now practicing the 9-yang divine skill. The body is very strong inside and out. It stands to reason that a heart attack like the original one will not happen again. Could it be that time and space forcibly reversed the changes that occurred after I appeared? It won't be that I was erased by the rules of time and space before then, otherwise, I would not have had this viral heart disease again. The Monkey King fell into deep thought. P.S. It's finally on the shelf. I ask for the first order of 800, I hope all book friends will help. Infinite gratitude. 10 more on the first day. 10 more. 10 more. Chapter 069. Mr. Monkey King did not participate in the battle, you had a viral heart attack before the artificial man appeared. This kind of heart attack can't even be done by a mortal being, and because your energy is too strong, even Shenlong can't cure your heart disease. Trunks said regretfully. He felt helpless that Sun Wukong could not appear. Otherwise, with his current combat effectiveness, that will not happen in the future. No, Shenlong can't help it. I also want to make a wish that Shenlong will cure this heart attack. Sun Wukong was suddenly speechless. He thought of a story. Once upon a time, there was a guy who practiced iron cloth shirts, knife and gun. But he died anyway. Because he had appendicitis. The doctor couldn't even cut open his skin. In the end, he had to die alive. Won't I be like this? King Kong is not bad, the divine skill defense is too strong, and the energy of the divine dragon can't break my defense, so there is no way to heal me. I rely on it, this thing has disadvantages. Monkey King can't help this. He can't disperse the Vajra not bad divine skill. Besides, he didn't know if that was the reason. And he crossed into the body of the Monkey King. The likelihood of viral heart disease is very high. Just when Sun Wukong was trying to find a way to eliminate the hidden danger of this heart attack, Trunks seemed to see Sun Wukong's doubts and said, Mr. Sun Wukong, please rest assured. Although Shenlong cannot cure your heart disease, in the future time and space, we humans have developed special drugs to cure viral heart disease. This is the main reason why I returned to this time and space, and I want to put this in your hands so that you can get through this when you have a heart attack in 3 years. Only you can save the planet. After speaking, Trunks took out a small medicine bottle. Pass it to Sun Wukong with your own hands. The expression is very serious. This is his best hope. This thing is a special medicine? Can it be useful? Sun Wukong took the small medicine bottle. I couldn't help but mumble in my heart. He had an intuition that this viral heart disease should increase with his strength. To his extent, intuition is generally accurate. So he can only take the special effect medicine at the same time. Make up your mind. Be sure to find other ways. Otherwise he did not die at the hands of others, but died in this heart attack. That's not fun. Don't worry, I'll put it away. I am ready for emergencies, and the future is wonderful, how can I be missing? Sun Wukong said very seriously. This is his life. Then Mr. Sun Wukong, I am ready to go back to the future time and space, see you in 3 years. After Trunks handed the medicine to the Monkey King, the task has been completed. He also met his father, Vegeta. Even met his mother, Tais. Already satisfied. Won't you say goodbye to Tais and Vegeta? No, my father is very proud, he must want to continue to ask me about things. I don't know how to answer him, it's better to go straight back. Mr. Monkey King, don't tell my parents the truth about me first, I am afraid that history will change and there will be no me as a person. Trunks gazed deeply at Tais. A little reluctantly said. Don't worry, you are also one of the few Saiyans among us, and I won't let you disappear. And I will give you a big surprise in the future. Wait for it. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. Surprise. Trunks was stunned. Since it's a surprise, it definitely can't tell you for the time being, and after 3 years, you'll know when you come. Sun Wukong smiled mysteriously. Well, okay then. Then I'll go first, you help me say goodbye to everyone, little ant. Trunks smiled mischievously. Then head towards the distant spaceship. The Monkey King also returned to the place of everyone. But Vic was staring at him strangely. The Monkey King knows the special structure of the Namex people. His conversation with Trunks did not hide from Bike. Just signaled for him to keep it a secret for the time being. I know what to say, no need to bother with an I. Vic gave Sun Wukong an angry look. He is not an ignorant person. Cockroach, what about that guy? Sure enough, Vegeta wanted to continue to question Trunks. It's really interesting for father and son. He has already left first, don't you see? Don't force him, when the time comes, you will naturally understand, now what you have to do is break through the Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong waved goodbye to Trunks in the space-time machine that was about to leave the Earth's atmosphere. Seriously said to Vegeta. Forget it, then let him go this time, and have the opportunity to find him again in the future to settle the account. Damn it! That said. But Vegeta somehow waved at the time shuttle Trunks was riding on. Goodbye, little handsome. Don't say goodbye next time. Tais screamed. Sister, can you be a little more reserved, your Vegeta will be jealous. Hee hee. Bulma saw Tais dancing and waving. And Vegeta on the side saw this. His face changed a little. The waving hand was also lowered. Who cares about him, hee hee, who makes him less handsome than a little handsome guy? Tais smiled wickedly. Cut, little brat. Damn women, I'm going to kill you. Seeing this, Vegeta turned his head. Ignoring Tais and Bulma's teasing. High in the air, Trunks muttered. Mom and Dad, goodbye. I will come back again. I hope that we will see you who are getting along with each other. Trunks' eyes were red. At this time, no one was around. He can release his inner emotions. Soon Trunks disappeared high in the air. However, everyone else thought that Trunks had left Earth. Only Monkey King and Vic know. Trunks is a return to future space-time. However, Sun Wukong has learned to teleport. So there is still some understanding of the fluctuations of space. This is the fluctuation of time and space? Sure enough, unlike teleportation, the laws of time contained in it are more profound, and there is an opportunity to study and study. P.S. It's finally on the shelf, I ask for the first order of 800, I hope all book friends will help. Infinite gratitude. 10 more on the first day. 10 more. 10 more. Chapter 070. Sun Wukong suddenly became very interested in this kind of space-time law at this time. But this kind of thing is currently only available to angels. And they will not be very deep. Maybe only the great priest and the dragon god. Even the king fully possessed such abilities. At this time, Vic began to help Sun Wukong explain what Trunks said just now. In the next 3 years, there will be several artificial humans on Earth, and they are very powerful. 3 years later, Goku died of a heart attack, and then we also died at the hands of artificial humans. The Earth will be destroyed by these artificial humans in the future, so we must cultivate harder in these 3 years. If you don't want to die, fend for yourselves. I'm going to fight these artificial humans for life and death anyway, and I will definitely defeat them. Vic said coldly. He was haunted by the loss to Frisia. Vowed to kill all the artificial humans in 3 years. What? According to you, Goku will not be able to participate in the battle against androids after 3 years, won't it? It's over, it's over. Clinton felt as if the end of the world was coming. I was a little overwhelmed for a while. Goku's body is so strong, it doesn't look like he has a heart attack. Aren't fairy beans able to treat all injuries? You can ask the Karin Immortal to get some fairy beans. We can even make a wish to Shenlong to cure Goku's heart attack. Yes, Shenlong will definitely be able to do it. Let's go collect Dragon Balls. Yamcha also immediately thought that making a wish to the dragon was the best and most effective solution. It's useless. Goku's energy is too strong, and Sendu and Shenlong can't cure Goku at all. Tianjin Rice naturally knows the ability of the Earth Divine Dragon very well. Removes the heart disease virus on Sun Wukong's body. It simply can't be done. So what to do? Did you watch Goku die 3 years later? Klin said worriedly. Son Gohan and Bulma on the side also nervously grabbed Son Goku's arm. A worried look. Don't worry too much, Trunks brought me some newly developed specific drugs for viral heart disease. As long as I take it when I get sick 3 years later, I will soon recover from attack. Sun Wukong touched Sun Wuhan's head. Said softly. Then gently stroked Bulma's long blue hair. Signaled that she didn't have to worry. Yamcha, I want to tell you about my relationship with Bulma. Sun Wukong felt the need to explain it to Yamcha at this time. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yamcha. I'm fine, in fact, this year, from the attitude of Bulma towards me, I know that there is no possibility between me and her. Until now, my old problem of being afraid of contact with girls has not been solved, and if it continues like this, it will also delay Bulma. But now that Goku has figured it out, Bulma has been waiting for you for years, and I have always been clear. Yamcha said sincerely. He really wasn't very interested in girls now. The inertia of fear of beautiful women in my bones cannot be eradicated. So he decided to work hard to practice in the future. Yamcha, I'm sorry. It was only later that I realized that I used to like Goku. So I'm sorry, I've decided that I want to be with Goku. After speaking, Bulma snuggled her body into Sun Wukong's arms. And Sun Gohan still doesn't understand what this means. Tilting his head to look at Sun Wukong and Bulma. I don't know what they mean. Gohan, I'll be your mother in the future, okay? Bulma took the opportunity to have a good relationship with Sun Gohan. Also brought him some drinks. Then after Aunt Bulma becomes my mother, what will my mother do now? Little fool, it's your mother too, but you have 2 mothers who hurt you. Bulma patted Sun Gohan's little head. Then don't, 2 mothers forced me to study, it's terrible. As soon as I think of this. Sun Gohan's little head hurriedly swayed. It seems that Kiki has a bad impression on him. It's okay, I'll communicate with your mother about this later, don't worry. She won't force you to study anymore and do whatever you want. We are all scions, where we need to read books to change our destiny. Sun Wukong stroked Sun Wuhan's head. Comfort him. This situation can be said to be largely caused by the original Monkey King. Although the spirit that the original Monkey King pursued in martial arts is very admirable. But this ignores the family. It feels too paranoid. So the current Monkey King decided. Such mistakes must not be allowed to continue. He wants to change Sun Gohan's fate. In fact, being an excellent daddy is more superior. The premise is to have great strength. Okay, I don't care about the relationship between you, you can tell me how to break through the Super Saiyan. What are these other secrets? Vegeta is not interested in things between Son Goku and Bulma and Yamcha. He just wanted to know about breaking through the Super Saiyan. Hear Vegeta say that. Vic and Tianjin Fan and others also began to prick up their ears and pay attention to Sun Wukong. It's just that Sun Wukong didn't speak. Instead, he looked around. Suddenly, the fingers continuously emitted dozens of six-pulse divine sword chi towards the surroundings. Really, these nanoscale robots are really annoying, they are everywhere. As the words fell, several explosions suddenly sounded around the crowd. What? Robot? These? At this time, Vegeta and Vic and the others were not at ease. His face was shocked. They never expected such a thing to happen. Alas, it's too late to remember. It is estimated that both Frieza and Vegeta's cells were collected by these robots, and the remaining ones are estimated to be just monitoring us. I was delayed by the Trunks matter before, but I didn't think about this matter and made a mistake. Forget it, if this is not the case, how can there be Shailu? The hero behind me can't save the beauty and can't be implemented, just let Shuru come out, anyway, it's a small dish, I still don't believe it, I can't beat you like this. P.S. It's finally on the shelf, I ask for the first order of 800, I hope all book friends will help. Infinite gratitude. 10 more on the first day. 10 more. 10 more. Chapter 071. Come to think of this. Sun Wukong was in a better mood again. Put the viral heart disease thing aside for a moment. These are the tiny nanorobots made by Dr. Gro, who made artificial humans that Trunks said were used to spy on us. Most people don't notice these robots about the size of bees, I just gave it a try, I didn't expect that there were so many around us. It seems that this Red Ribbon Legion is really a scourge, dead and not stiff. Sun Wukong found an excuse to send Vegeta and the others. Anyway, they don't know the truth of the matter. This is still the truth that Shuru personally told Vic 3 years later in the original book. At that time, Vic knew that he and the others had already been surrounded by countless robots monitoring them. Abominable artificial people, after 3 years, I must personally destroy them. Dare to spy on me? Vegeta became furious. He was a proud Saiyan prince. But these guys who fought 5 scumbags were secretly offending him. He really wants to wipe out all these guys now. All of this aside, now I'll tell you about the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyans are the unique transformation form of our fighting nation Saiyan, and this is also the most powerful foundation for us to become a strong person in the universe. And every 1,000 years among the Saiyans, there will be a legendary Super Saiyan, and whether this Super Saiyan is the same as my current situation, I can't say. But from my experience in this transformation, in order for a Saiyan to transform, he must first be extremely angry, so as to burst out the strongest power in our body, so that he can have the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan. Monkey King transforms himself into a Super Saiyan. Then said slowly. That's all right? So simple? Vegeta was a little incredulous. The same goes for Vic and others. Such an explosion. As if everyone can do it. Nonsense, of course, it's not so simple, it's all said that that's the first condition. Listen to me, there are many more points here. Sun Wukong was suddenly speechless to this group of anxious guys. In fact, the first person to reach the level of Super Saiyan is not me. Super Saiyan is not just a legend, the first Super Saiyan god of our Saiyan Samoxi. This is what I know from the predictions of the Star of Adrat, and it is not that anyone who cultivates and adds anger can transform into a Super Saiyan. If you want to transform into a Super Saiyan, you first need a certain number of S cells in the Saiyan body, and then burst into S cells through anger and other situations to transform. In fact, all Saiyans have a little S cell in their bodies, but there are not many of them, so many Saiyans cannot transform into Super Saiyans. Sun Wukong said without hurry. Instead, Vegeta and Son Gohan listened carefully. But S cells can also be increased in other ways, and the most important thing to increase S cells is to have a stable heart, but this is difficult for the vast majority of Saiyans. Due to the influence of the environment, Saiyans are usually grumpy, and the living environment of the earth is more suitable for increasing the S cells in the Saiyan body than Vegeta Star, so after living on the earth for so long, I can break through to the Super Saiyan faster than you. It's not just a matter of talent, Vegeta, if you want to break through to Super Saiyan, you have to adapt to life on Earth. Otherwise, your chances of breaking through Super Saiyan will be much lower. And the most classic Super Saiyan, its combat effectiveness is more than 50 times that of the normal. How much can be played, depends on our own accumulation under the normal. So, Gohan, you can't be lazy, you have to practice well. After listening to Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta didn't rush to ask. He fell into deep thought. He knew that what Sun Wukong said was actually true. Because of the year of living on Earth, Vegeta felt that his combat power had improved much faster. At first he didn't know what the reason was. After Sun Wukong's explanation, now Vegeta finally understands what is going on. Then Sun Wukong said several stages of Super Saiyan 1. It is also good that Vegeta and Son Gohan can reduce some detours. As for the latter, he didn't reach it. It's not enough to be persuasive. It depends on the personal understanding. That's just right, Vegeta can continue to live in my house. And my sister also happened to come back, and she could solve this matter while cultivating. Bulma took the opportunity to invite Vegeta to stay. She could see that there seemed to be some special connection between her sister and Vegeta. It's time to be an adult. Then Vegeta will stay. Anyway, Frieza is dead. If you want to find artificial humans, they will have to wait 3 years later, and now no one knows where they are. Don't you want to fight with the strong? You can compete with me here, and there are so many strong opponents in 3 years. Sun Wukong said lightly. He couldn't let Vegeta go. As soon as he left, that Trunks is not going to disappear. Cut, who wants to give you a cut? In my dictionary, there are only real battles, and every time I will give it my all. Let's go, exposed, I'll take you back, you shouldn't know the way. After Vegeta finished speaking, he grabbed ties and flew towards Zidu. So, guys, practice hard, we'll see you in 3 years. Do you want to join me? Vic Gohan, too, needs your guidance. Vic originally didn't want to be with Sun Wukong. He hasn't reconciled with Sun Wukong yet. Just as soon as I heard Gohan's name, I heard it. And he fell. I had to agree to Sun Wukong's invitation. Then we will also go back to Turtle Immortal Island. I will continue to cultivate harder. See you in 3 years. Tianjin Rice and Kellen, Yamcha, and others also said goodbye. They can't afford to delay any time. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong and Bulma were left. Vic and Son Gohan went home first. Let's go, Bulma. I'll take you home first, then marry you, and then you'll be my woman. Sun Wukong laughed softly. Seeing Sun Wukong's smile, Bulma felt both sweet and a little shy. Pinch Sun Wukong. You want to be beautiful, you don't propose, I won't agree, you want to hug left and right, it depends on whether you can solve the matter between me and Kiki. P.S. It's finally on the shelf, I ask for the first order of 800, I hope all book friends will help. Infinite gratitude. 10 more on the first day. 10 more. 10 more. The first order before 10 p.m. is 800, plus 2 more, thank you very much. Chapter 073. After worry-free. Sun Wukong began to practice with Sun Wuhan. And Vic is naturally together. Soon half a year passed. Under the guidance of Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan is growing fast. It has actually been sent to the level of mimicking Super Saiyan. Just go a little harder. Breaking through Super Saiyans is not a problem. And Vic has grown tremendously. It was able to fight with the mimicry Super Saiyan Sun Gohan. It really made Sun Wukong marvel that the talent of the Nemesis warrior was not bad at all. And the other side. Through Bulma's message, Sun Wukong also knew. Vegeta eventually bonded with Tais. And Vegeta has also reached the mimetic Super Saiyan state. It only takes one step to break through Super Saiyan. What's more, Tais is pregnant. Coincidentally, Vegeta had long since named the child Trunks. At this time, Vegeta finally figured it out. Why does the Monkey King say that he will understand everything when he comes to it? But he didn't have much interest in that. Continuing to practice is his goal. It's just that according to what Sun Wukong said, Vegeta is not in her practice. Will also enjoy some life on earth. Accompany Tais shopping. A gentle husband. In the course of half a year, the Monkey King has barely grown. Because he was faintly uneasy. His Zhuyang divine skill had reached the edge of a breakthrough in the 4th layer. But this time he felt a toxicity in his body. And the location is exactly near the heart. This is the source of viral heart disease. This toxicity is so strong, it can affect my combat effectiveness. My normal combat effectiveness should have dropped a lot, and now it is only 1.4 billion at most. No wonder Sun Wukong almost died in the original work. Once this viral heart attack occurs, it is really too fast, and it can kill people all of a sudden. The reason why Sun Wukong was able to detect this virus in advance. It still accounts for the blessing of the Zhuyang divine skill True Qi. Zhuyang divine skill could have dissolved all toxicity for viruses in the body. Naturally, it can be discovered very quickly. It's just that he has only now cultivated to the 4th layer. It has not been possible to resolve the virus. Now Sun Wukong can only slowly use the true qi of the Zhuyang divine skill to delay the outbreak of the virus. I don't know if his strength has improved too much than the original. So this virus has a faint possibility of an early outbreak. And he knows. As things stand, the special medicine that Trunks brought back, the effect should not be much for him. However, he did not tell anyone about his body. It's just that the king of the northern realm is looking for him for something. Then he left the earth in a hurry. Sun Gohan's practice was also given to Vic for guidance. No way. Now this is at stake for his little life. Do not eliminate this virus. He has no future at all. At this moment, Sun Wukong missed the system immensely. It is a pity that the system upgrade has not moved now. I don't know when it will be good. Now he is on his own. Goku, why are you free to come to me? Aren't you going to be busy cultivating for the matter of artificial humans on Earth? Hey, something is wrong with your body. What's going on? Just teleport to the Northern King. The king of the Northern Realm, who was hanging 2 long tentacles, came to Sun Wukong. Just 2 pleasantries. Soon, he discovered the strange appearance of Sun Wukong. I had a viral heart attack and was preparing for an attack, so I had to run to the planet. Otherwise, once it gets out of control, I die, and the earth will be blown up. At this time, most of Sun Wukong's chi was used to suppress this virus. Looks a little weak. But the huge energy faintly emanating from the body, it still scares the king of the Northern Realm. What? Explode? Then you don't use it with me. Eileen, so dangerous, Barbust, Gulegli, let's go farther, Gaku, this guy is too dangerous. The king of the northern realm hurriedly said to his two pets. Sun Wukong ignored the trembling northern realm kings. He quickly entered a state of inner vision. As the true chi of the Zhuyang divine skill continued to flow in the body, the virus near the heart seemed to sense danger. All of a sudden. Useful. That's great. I'm afraid it's useless, it's useful, and I'm not afraid of helpless you. Monkey King is overjoyed. There is hope. Although it is only the fourth layer of the 9 Yang divine skill. However, true chi still has an effect on the exorcism of viruses. It's just slower. This strong virus approached with the 9 Yang true chi. Started to keep retreating. But it seems to be a fierce beast. While retreating. Constant warning prompts. Soon, Sun Wukong felt that his body began to be in a kind of pain. The heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a pair of invisible big hands. It seems to stop beating at any moment. I'm leaning, I'm pretty smart. You know to use my heart to threaten me, but you think you can threaten me? I must expel you completely. In his previous life, Sun Wukong was a stubborn character. If no one offends me, I do not offend. But now the virus is going to take his life. He naturally regards this virus as his worst enemy. Either you die or you die. He never thought he would fail. He didn't believe he couldn't even do anything about the virus. In this way, Sun Wukong entered a tug-of-war with the heart virus. A man sat cross-legged on the planet of the realm motionless. At this time, the heart virus seems to know that it is in a critical situation. It broke out in advance. The energy it possesses. No less than the Monkey King itself. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. But it strengthened his determination to completely eliminate the virus. Soon more than 2 years passed. Monkey King has been staying in the planet of the world to carry out the difficult expulsion of the heart virus. During this period, the king of the northern realm told Bulma and Kiki on Earth through a heart-to-heart conversation. At the moment Monkey King is very good. Special training is being carried out. Let them not worry. And on Earth, Vegeta finally broke through Super Saiyan the following year. He was overjoyed. I practiced harder. And Son Gohan although a little later. However, it also broke through the Super Saiyan before the arrival of the 3rd year. Also made Vic breathe a sigh of relief. The certainty of dealing with artificial humans is greater. P.S. On the first day, you need to participate in the recommendation application tomorrow. I sincerely ask all book lovers to support and let the poor monks have a chance to participate. I would like to bow and thank you in advance. Today's edition, More Than 10, Fight. Chapter 074. A few days later. The 3-year period arrived as promised. An island 9 kilometers south of the city. The sun rose as usual. The gentle sunlight penetrates the mist on the sea, reflecting the colorful and beautiful scene. At this time, the Dragon Ball warriors also ended their 3-year practice. Almost all of them are clustered on the island 9 kilometers from the southern city. Unexpectedly, Tianjin Raisu and dumplings have already arrived. Your combat effectiveness has improved a lot, and it seems that you feel a great threat to artificial humans. Klin flew from a distance like a ray of light. In the distance, I saw several people standing on the top of the island hill. You're not slow either. Dumpling laughed. Not long after, Bike, Son Gohan and others also arrived. After that, Yamcha also arrived. Vegeta came the latest. But the face is full of confidence. Gohan, hasn't your dad Kakarot returned from the Realm King yet? Forget it, I don't need him to come forward this time, I can also kill all these artificial people. How is your practice in the past 3 years? Don't lose the face of our Saiyan clan. Vegeta finally came out of the same loss he had 3 years ago. Now he looks satisfied. I haven't come back yet, but Lord King of the Northern Realm said some time ago that my father is fine, and he will come back in a while. Son Gohan is very confident in Son Goku. He didn't believe that the omnipotent father would be defeated by a simple viral heart attack. I think that even if Sun Wukong can't come back, it's okay, with our strength, it is enough to deal with these artificial people. Vic is also full of confidence. It can be seen that in the past 3 years, his progress is great. However, it is all thanks to the cultivation method left by Sun Wukong. While Vic is teaching Son Gohan, the method told by the Monkey King was also carried out. The effect is remarkable. After a while, a flying machine landed on the island. Thais, with long blonde hair, walked down with a child in her arms. "Hey, why is Miss Thais here? This child, is Miss Thais married?" Curiously looking at the child in Thais's arms, Clin asked strangely. "Thais is Bulma's older sister. And they met 3 years ago." "No, this kid belongs to Vegeta's guy." Next to him, Bulma followed Thais disapprovingly down the aircraft. What an abnormal combination. She also couldn't understand which nerve her sister was wrong. He chose to have a baby with Vegeta. Every time she thought about it, Bulma felt dissatisfied with Vegeta. Her sister is a little older, but she looks like a girl in her 20s. This Vegeta lives with her sister. It actually made my sister's belly bigger. The most egregious thing is that not even a wedding has taken place. This makes her linger. "Nah, what's the little one's name?" Clin teased the child. The child opened his eyes and grimaced. It looks very serious. "His name is Trunks." "Trunks?" Hearing the child's name, Clin exclaimed. "Yes, I am also strange that he has exactly the same name as the boy 3 years ago. Maybe Vegeta hopes that this child will grow up to be such a powerful person." Bulma and Clin naturally did not know. That teenager from 3 years ago. This is what this child will look like when he grows up. "Thais, you and Bulma should go back first with Trunks. It's too dangerous here," Clin said to Bulma with a frown. "There are 2 women who have no fighting power here. And a baby. It does distract them. Really, you better go back. Vegeta, you can also persuade the 2 of them, one is your wife and the other is your sister-in-law." Yamcha also persuaded. "It's okay, I'll take a look and go back." Bulma smiled and waved her hand. "I also wanted to see what the teenager said about artificial humans, so that I could be inspired to write." Thais also grinned. "Or that she had faith in Vegeta. We'll definitely protect her. Don't worry, with me here, who can hurt them? As the wife of a Saiyan, don't you have this bit of courage?" As a Saiyan, Trunks should have received this training since childhood. Vegeta said coldly. He felt more than capable of protecting Thais. "Don't you think it's strange? It was past 10 o'clock, but we hadn't felt any enemy breath yet." Tianjin Rai stands on the edge of the mountain, overlooking the thriving town below. Maybe there are no artificial humans at all, although that kid is from the future. However, he also said that there have been many accidents in this era, many things are different. Will we not have artificial humans here at all? Yamuti Stallhan said optimistically. "Don't be blindly optimistic," Tianjin Fan said cautiously. "Due to the extraordinary power of the Monkey King, in recent years, he has cultivated harder. The power is several times stronger than in the original. But because of that, Tianjin Rice understands better the horror of a powerful enemy. Since that Trunks said that the artificial man can defeat Super Saiyan Vegeta and Son Gohan, then they must be prepared. By the way, that teenager seems to have said that artificial humans are modified, so they don't have much breath on them." While everyone continues to wait, Bike's voice suddenly came. "If an artificial person has no breath, it will be difficult." Tianjin Fan couldn't help but frown. "If you can't feel their breath, then you can only judge it with your eyes. Alas, it's really nerve-wracking. Let's go look for it separately," and notify everyone as soon as you find it." Vic said a few words calmly. Then several people swished a few rays of light, scattered throughout the town. "See Vic," they scattered in search of artificial humans. Bulma and Thais sat bored on the rocks of the island. After a few minutes, I saw that everyone did not come back. I could only drive the aircraft back with a disappointed face. For the safety of Trunks' land in the arms, they decided to go home and wait. P.S. On the first day, you need to participate in the recommendation application tomorrow. I sincerely ask all book lovers to support and let the poor monks have a chance to participate. I would like to bow and thank you in advance. Today's edition, More Than 10, Fight. After the efforts of comrades, now the goal has been half completed. Thank you very much for your encouragement. I need to keep up the good work and bow and thank you again. Chapter 075. Several towns are scattered on several islands near the southern city. The number of people is not very large and very scattered. It's hard to find artificial humans. Soon after, Yamcha was ambushed by artificial humans. Fortunately, Vic arrived in time at a critical moment, saved him with fairy beans. And the two artificial people who came into view. One is a shriveled old man with long white beard and hair shaped like a withered man. The other is a fat man with a bloated body and sharp horns on his head. On the hats they wore were marked RR. That is the distinctive emblem of the Red Ribbon Satin Legion. Are they artificial humans? Finally showing your true face. Vic was overjoyed, his eyes showed a compelling cold light, and the chi on his body quickly increased. Sensing the momentum that Vic burst out from afar, Vegeta knew that Vic had discovered an artificial human. So the whole body burst into a flash and rushed over at full speed. Are these two guys artificial humans? Is it really that powerful? Klin also arrived. But the artificial man he saw was a fat man, an old man, such a cold image. It's really hard to associate with the strong. Vegeta and Tianjin Fan also looked at it with skeptical eyes. Although they do not know the specific strength of artificial humans. But according to Vic before the description, the power of artificial humans is above that of Super Saiyan. But looking at their appearance, it really doesn't look like No wonder they take people for their appearance. If a real master looks like this, it is probably an excellent disguise. They can kill me just by them. Vegeta felt angry. Because in Trunks' description, he died at the hands of these artificial humans. Be careful. Pay attention to the palms of those two artificial humans. There are strange devices that will absorb our energy. I was attacked by them just now. Yamcha, who had already experienced danger once, said with a solemn expression. Although the image of artificial people number 19 and number 20 is not good, but the power is quite terrible. The palm of your hand has a device that can absorb energy. Humph, then just avoid their palms, it's not a concern. Vegeta said indifferently. Face showed disdain. Suddenly roared. The whole body immediately burst out with golden light. It seems to have transformed into a Super Saiyan state. Die, you two monsters! Leave it to me! Then it turned into an electric light. Directly rushed to the androids number 19 and number 20. In the stunned expressions of cyborg number 19 and number 20. Attack suddenly! Heck, that guy Vegeta really turned into a Super Saiyan too! Klin exclaimed in surprise when he saw Vegeta's state. Not only that, but it feels like Vegeta's chi is stronger than Frieza's. Tianjin Fan flashed in surprise, and then said seriously. I can't imagine that Vegeta has also reached this level. Gohan, you have to come on, you can't lose to him. Vic said seriously to son Gohan beside him. Well, I'll try hard, like Uncle Vic and Daddy. Son Gohan looked at Vegeta's figure with excitement. He is a Saiyan. There are naturally strong fighting genes in the body. It also began to burn. Tianjin Rice's face froze. He glanced at son Gohan thoughtfully. Then continue to turn his gaze to Vegeta and the androids in battle. With the fierce battle between Vegeta and the androids, the rumbling explosions were endless. A dazzling light flickered in the smoke. The whole island seemed to be sinking. It shook violently. Vegeta, who has transformed into a Super Saiyan state, fights with Cyborg number 19 and number 20. But the scene is one-sided. At the moment Vegeta laughed maniacally. Unleash the power of Super Saiyan to your heart's content. He has been suppressed for too long. Now the dream of becoming a Super Saiyan has come true. He needs to be cathartic with a cold attitude. Defend his dignity as a Saiyan prince with enemy blood. And at this time, the arrogance after transforming into a Super Saiyan was also visible. A wild roar. Vegeta is 1 against 2. But it didn't fall behind. Bang! 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 There was a tremor in the sky. The air churns. Large expanses of furious energy escaped in all directions. The earth rumbled. Vegeta's strength has become stronger again, and he actually presses the artificial man to fight. I don't think the future will happen again. Klin watched dumbfounded. Vic looked at the battle and said with a gloomy face, those two artificial humans are not terrible, what is difficult is their hands that can absorb energy. You see, as long as you avoid the hands of the other party, it is not difficult to destroy the artificial people. When Klin heard this, he looked at it seriously. Sure enough. Just after finding the weakness of the artificial man, it's very simple to deal with. At this time, Son Gohan couldn't help but want to do it. Boom! Transformed into Super Saiyan form and rushed straight up. Sandwiched between Vegeta and the androids. Abruptly snatched Cyborg 20 from Vegeta. Son Gohan, you get out of my way. I don't need you to join the battle yet, I can solve these two things in one go. Vegeta's face was ugly, and his face was livid and roared. Uncle Vegeta, don't do this, anyway, you have another opponent, this one will be given to me. Son Gohan's personality has changed a lot in recent years. Since having Sun Wukong as his backing, there is no such well-behaved as the original. Become more belligerent. Bastard! Vegeta scolded angrily. Stepping on the void, the body flashed violently. Suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Reappeared, but has already arrived at Cyborg 19. Click! Grab the arm of Cyborg number 19 and twist it hard. It was removed from the elbow down. I'll let you suck. Trash, without this, you guys are a fart. Vegeta said angrily. For Son Gohan, he can even transform into a Super Saiyan. He felt a hint of pressure. I didn't expect Gohan to be so powerful that he could transform into a Super Saiyan. Vic is a very good way to teach. Klin looked excited. P.S. On the first day, you need to participate in the recommendation application tomorrow. I sincerely ask all book lovers to support and let the poor monks have a chance to participate. I would like to bow and thank you in advance. Today's edition, more than 10, fight. After the efforts of comrades, now the goal has been half completed. Thank you very much for your encouragement. I need to keep up the good work and bow and thank you again.